put it together. Ever since I found you, my life just got better. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Than anything I ever had. Every time I start to doubt if I'm good enough, looking straight in your blue eyes makes me feel better. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Than anything I ever had. Than anything I ever had. I feel my body ready. With every step I go up high. No, nothing's gonna stop me. No compromise. Can't slow down, 'cause I'm breathing faster. Your love is running through my head. Palms are sweating, I'm losing focus. All your touch is so intense. You make my heart race. 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 You make my I put it on repeat. The melody keeps playing in my head. My heart is up to speed, and I won't change it. Can't slow down, 'cause I'm breathing faster. Your love is running through my head. Palms are sweating, I'm losing focus. All your touch is so intense. You make my heart race. 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 You make my
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
As I'd love to see how XTL got that kill. Ooh, for the push. Cushy! Looking for another pacey hit. Cushy sprinting across through the spawn to try to get into position. Maybe a Hunter's Fury to try to go ahead and stop the plant from coming through. He's going to be sent. Paranoia flying through as well. Cushy does come away with one depth. Reading it well, catching a second elimination behind the spike now planted for him, but crazy guy.
For a post plant if he doesn't get it off the spike.
Will PRX be able to hold Patman in the off angle? Tries to hold towards stairs as well. Did a burst through, and that's going to be that. Patman!
Come on. Let's go around Byron, guys.
Mid-round calls into the C site all of a sudden. Margaret only here to receive. He does have Francis nearby though, and that's where they find a single frag. Takes down Cruz. If you're Talon now, feeling the pressure, how do you regroup? How do you recollect? They're still trying to break their way into a couple of frags, but they are down to so low HP. Within lethal range, Talon could find a chance to strike, but
Got his decoy stuck. I think he might be a victim of the new decoy change.
Well,
oh my god.
There's the 1-2, the undercut in play. Flash now going to be sent out. The classic drawn out. As Buzz finds himself a third pop flash through the smoke. Draws out the weapon. Has to double take to go ahead and clean him up, but he's got the ace.
What is that forehead? Oh shit, silau. Gue ya? Minyakan anjing soalnya. Let's go. อย่าไปคงอย่าไปเครียด ริ่มอย่าสีหลงอย่าซีเรียส
오늘 게임 완전 울어야겠다. 던지면 운다.
나도 운다.
어제처럼 그냥 운다.
가보자.
예.
화이팅!
쟤네 트롤킹도 조심해야겠다, 야.
やることやって勝ちに来たマジで頑張ろう 렛츠 고 우리 모인 지 이제 1년 된 거 알아? 벌써 1년? 가자 렛츠 고! 화이팅! 화이팅! 제이 코러시마스! 가자 됐어 이겨요 나이스 가봐 isa pa isang mid boys dalawa 2B boys flank top flank dalawa flank oh coba dari mata hidari CT temen ako bash laban dia flank bash 3, 2, 1 isa pa right side oh my god 何が起きたあいいよ余裕だってこのバロラント
점차할게. 안 보이고. 야 카메라 있다. C 사이퍼.
펑커 오퍼 아스목 실long now I stand inside I push fight pass him
까비.
까비
이거 한 번만 해줘 3번면 그냥.
할 때 됐어
호프 먹고 설하고 2킬하고 궁 올리고 클러치 해줘.
I'm watching left this means.
I think they're gonna come again next round I'm gonna go second
Spike planted.
get it guys go front
Careful, CC도.
Ila go first with pistol don't hold up Masih anything could belong ya run don't make it so obvious I mean like don't make it so
Heaven, Zubi Heaven, no? Or long, come. 2, 1, 1.
야! 메탈 나갔다.
아 진짜 해주네 와.
근데 말했잖아. 근데 젠지는 이런 걸 해줘.
말이 안 된다.
진짜요? 아 젠지는 이런 걸 해준다니까? 얘들아 A 먼저야. 아니 나 삐보고 있을게.
더블 잡았어. 3명. 아이스 빼고 다 보였어.
T バイスオメンタバイス P バイスサイトサイトでそれそれ俺 2A 페이드 바이스 A
쪼다 더 이끌이.
A 둘이야 지금 A 둘에 B 하나였어 이거 바이스가 탑은 3로 HP 아까면トレイできる?
야. 우리 바이드 필이야 도와줘. 나무 쪽 갈아줄게. 이리 와.
애니크 見てる俺
바꿔 넷.
俺애니크 見てる
우리 해보 밑에를.
백사 소리야 이거
블락 가줄게 백사.
Let's go! いいねこれは Let's go! いや来てるな
Maybe start 5 minutes first.
Yeah.
Goose, can you instantly recon the site?
Can
Cha, if no one, right, just more instantly TP to the backside, okay?
หน้าบีเยอะมากเลยว่ะเก็บควันกลางแล้วเดี๋ยวกูโดนเคลียร์นะมันอยู่มาร์เก็ตไปเพื่อนเชื่อกูมาร์เก็ตดูมาร์เก็ตไปเลยดูไม่ได้นะดูไม่ได้มันเข้าไปแล้วอาจจะเข้าไปแล้วนะ
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
ซิตี้
악폭 시티?
เฮ้ย2 3ลองกับเบช็อตเดซิตี้อัมเบลน
막상 막상. 백사이드.
เปลนจ้าHave time?
파. Don't worry. Dude, don't worry, Kong. I'm good, bro. I'm good.
I'm good, labadi.
They holding. Berikan someone here. To be, okay? To be.
Gua dihancurin camp dulu, terus gua hold on.
Okay.
Reach jump spot A. Don't take it. B don't B.
We walk, guys. We walk.
Hold on. Two heaven. One silong, I'm picking silong. Dead silong. Dead. I'm blind. Just hold. Keep on chilling. 120 Viper.
He don't have time, guys.
No time, yeah. I think it. No time.
What is he doing, guys?
Ente. All good boys.手前じゃないと思う。TP で帰ってった。これあって、リテイクかも。そう、ファストリテイクとかかも。裏、ビームプッシュ。俺、月光のフラッシュは前だったら壊せる。裏が当たってる、フラッシュ当たってる、裏。リエできない。オッケー。裏任せる。あ、CT3人ね。キルですね。ヒット3になっていいかも、これもう。多いと思う。CT2 ね。これ近いかも。前いるかも、左。これ、CT。そのまんと CT ね、まず。パイパー、アウトロー。40型。いていいよ。下がってる。強いやん。I'm gonna flash pick this.
It's fake, guys. Someone fake.
Breach flash mid. CV.
Go. Fight.
I'm flash. Get out help.
Trick shots. One enemy remaining.
Can be in B, guys. Let me watch. Let me outside glass, kill it. You kill first, I kill him.
Ready? 3, 2, 1.
Go.
나 삐민 고치 얘들아. 니들 약할 거야. 자, 뺑 까줘. 얘들아, 시장원에 쳤어. 이거 가르쳐줄게, 이거. 야 이거 앉아 조심 앉아 조심. 퍼박 갈게.
와볼래? 붙어볼래? 오면만 와. 나 삐까 나감.
천천히 해봐.
나 뺄게. 나 앉아. 뺄게.
피해븐. 야 메일 있는 거 같은데? 메일 있다. 야 벤트 세운 거 조심해. A 둘인 거 같아. A 둘에 B 발파 하나.
확인했어. 내일 경택 갈 거야. 살려.
A 벽 있다 얘들아.
벌릴게 계속.
벌려. 걸어 올렸다.
형 얘 언더 쓰더라 아까 전에.
안설할게.
야, 이거 TP 사이트에 보내놓고 CT 또 지를 생각할게.
태형이 미사일 조심해.
해보나.
설 돼. 질렀다.
뺄게. CT 하나.
헤븐 안 보이고. CT 조심해.
메인 보호 중.
헤븐. 라스 헤븐. 나이스! 우주 잘했다. 뭐야 우주?
Hi, my name is Timmy from Thailand Esports. I'm playing Flex.
Hello guys, I'm Kilias from Global Esports and I'm Flex.
Hi, I'm Waldo, playing for Team Secret and I play Flex.
Hello guys, I'm Forsaken. I'm from Team PRX. I play Flex. What do you do?
I don't know.
We're gonna do squats
Squad.
for the number of how many agents that you have played in VALORANT games, alright? So,
Good luck first again.
I think I'm gonna fart if I do squat.
Rez, Kyle, Jet, Omen, Breach, Glow,
Go.
Yoru, Sage, Kale, Yeko, Astra, and Reyna.
I forgot.
At least I think one for every role, like initiator one, sentinel one, or duelist one, smoker one. Then you can become a flex, right?
Yeah.
Very smart play. Playing different role in each map is like changing up your playstyle also, you know. In this agent, you can play aggressive. In this agent, you need to play smartly.
Yeah, it's quite difficult to change the playstyle from util agent to the more duelist agent that you need to entry. I try to adjust with my team's role.
I always pick the last agent who's left there just to make sure that my other teammate is comfortable with the role.
Same reason with this guy. The comfortability.
I want to try something that new. Yeah, so maybe it depends on code on me. Yeah.
Flex player, you're using different kind of role, right? So for example, this agent, you need some pixel perfect of this lineup, and the other agent, you need to make sure the timing is correct, you know, so you need to practice more.
For example, the initiator, many lineup you need to learn for your team. Then some traps also, the unbreakable ones maybe.
I think when I'm playing race, but I thought I was playing jet, so I press E for dash, right? But it wasn't dash, it was grenade, so I died.
I'm using jet. I thought I can satch a lot, so I used the Q. I have drop instead.
Maybe in rank, when I thought I'm using jet, then I press E and I'm playing Cypher. Oops. So I just teleport to the other side.
Yeah, same with him. I play Cypher and press E and then watching camera. Yeah.
Just happens.
For me, no. Boring.
Same to me.
Yeah, boring.
Boring.
Once you start flex, you never go back.
I just like when I make like idea, like when I like brainstorm the strat and stuff, you know.
I'm not just playing one role, I'm playing a lot of roles, and so it makes my brain more open.
For me, playing flex is like knowing your teammate, like their role, so you know to like support them easier.
For me, I have a lot of fun to play Fed. Yeah, so I can try everything new. Yeah.
When I'm having a bad day in like playing, it's really hard to play it because a lot of things on your mind, like what to do. It's like combining on every role.
Me, I think it's not consistency, and if you have a bad day, it's bad. Yeah.
Being creative.
Good answer, pre. Yeah, creative also.
Creative is important, guys, in this game.
Very hard to.
Kapom.
and creative. Yeah, Kapom.
For me, I think in the old meta, I prefer Duelist, but in this new meta, I kind of prefer Sentinel because it's fun to play.
I think for me still Duelist.
For me, the Initiator.
For me, Sentinel. I just like to hold inside.
For me Yoru Cup. I think Yoru the skill is still annoying.
For me, I saw. Because I have shield and can 1v1.
Oh.
For me, Deadlock. I can sit down people.
And humble them.
For me, Cypher. I like playing inside. Holding.
You like to AFK?
Yeah, AFK with my camera.
Camera and eating.
Yeah, eating.
Gecko. When I play Gecko, when I move the fish, the ulti, right? It's so awkward. I'm just bad at Gecko, I think.
The Jet one. When I started IGL and I was still Duelist, and I'm having a hard time playing Jet because I'm going in and I'm still calling, you know, so I don't want to play that again.
Maybe Yoru? I don't know. Maybe in rank I play Yoru just for fun. But in team, my teammates better Yoru than me. Have Jeremy.
For me, Brimstone. I don't want to remember Molly like
I'll go with Premi because of his Deadlock. His Deadlock is so good because of his aim. His util is so good, especially his ult usage.
I think for second because everyone knows him as like the best flex in Pacific. Maybe in the world.
What a glaze.
For second too. Because I like him to play Harbor.
Wait.
I like you to play Harbor.
For me, maybe...
Yourself.
No? Maybe Clove. Creepy Clove. So good. Yeah.
Oh, Clove?
Yeah.
Every agent.
Maybe... 5? Oh, Wele. Wele, Deadlock. Wele, Deadlock, Race.
Oh, Bridge?
Oh, Astra.
5 or 6.
Oh.
Maybe 5 also.
For me, 6.
Cypher, Race, Jet, Clove, Wele.
No.
The middle one, Tre. Meteor.
Yeah, I think Meteor.
MVP bro.
Meteor.
You just put him in Sentinel.
He's good.
Yeah.
MVP.
Yeah.
Handsome.
Handsome. For me, I like aggressive. You like aggressive? You like? Yeah. Oh, I think aggressive than safe.
Thank you for everyone to share Thailand esports. So if you like me, I will pay a lot of agent.
For me, thank you so much for keep watching my gameplay, and I hope you guys like my gameplay all the time. And yeah, thank you for the support.
Thank you for watching, guys, especially on VCT Pacific. Hopefully we can showcase more on our playstyle as a flex, so hopefully you enjoy it more.
Thank you for watching us. Please continue supporting us. We will show our best every game.
Gago eh.
なんこれ。
こんにちは。
こんにちは。
お願いします。選手団先生、私たちはスポーツの栄光とチームの名誉のために基本原則を守り、努力と実力で正当な勝負をすることを誓います。
みんなドッジボール楽しそう。
何をするんだ。
ショックダーツ当てる。ショックダーツを当てる。
できないです。できない。
頑張れ、頑張れ。
Let's go! Detonation! Focus! Me! ミ合わせよう。
いや。同じでいいって絶対。
同じにしよう。同じにしよう。
DFM 入ってね。
DFM
ファイティング。
ジャイアン
ゼタファイティング。
やばいやばいやばいやばい。
頑張れ下手やぞ。
いやいや負ける負ける負ける。
悪い。こっちですね。ここかな。ここかな。
うまい。まだ死なないのこれ。
全然ダメージがいってない。
いや侮れないですよこれは。でこれ BO5 ってこと？
いやこれもう分かったからね。こっち。
頑張れ。あがら下手だぞこいつ。
いやこっちっしょ。当たんない当たんない。
いいよ。
おい。
いけないよ見る方法。もう勝ちだかなこれ。これあかんか。頑張れ頑張れ。
痛い痛い痛い痛い。
痛い痛い痛い。
ナイス。
頑張れ。
頑張れ。ファイティング。
やばい。
おい。
熱い。
やばい痛い。
痛い。
うますぎる。待ってやばい。逃げろ。意外と当たってない。
むずすぎん。いやまあこっからっしょ。
ああもう負けないですねこれ。まずい。勝て。やばい。なんだこいつ。だんだん近くなってきた。やばい。
痛すぎ痛すぎ。
怖い。
いやいや俺のそば弱すぎる。
赤身ちょろいで。
拍手お願いします。
デップさん絶対こういうのうまい。
デップさんそばうまいね。
絶対こういうのうまいね。
おお。
きたー。ハッポテト。ハッポテト。頑張れ。あ、お願いします。
あ、お願いしま
お願いし
す。
ます。
お願いします。最
これグ
初グー。
これグー。
俺あそういう感じ。そういう感じね。
最初はグー、
じゃんけんぽい。はい。
ちゃんと待ってやん。
What？
これスキル何？まあ一旦ね、これ開幕何もしないのがいい多分これ。どうやってやんだこれ。マジでさあいつ。
いや分かってない分かってない。
いけるいける。これいける。いやほら。
渡して渡して。
こうでしょこれ。こういうことでしょ。違う。違う。危ないやばい。いけるいける。
ダメだ。弱い。
ダメだ。
チームが弱い。
これじゃんけん系じゃん。いやこれ逃げるの余裕でしょこれ。逃げるの結構余裕だねこれ。これハンデない。わかりました。
おお怖い怖い怖い怖い怖い怖い怖い。
大丈夫ですか？
やばいすごい僕ない。
だから1分が私なんだよ。頼む終わってくれ。俺持ってるよ待って。
やばいよ。時間ないよ。
あやばい負ける。
もうダメだよ。相手のブリンク2回目の先を予測してちゃんと。ビュンビュンだからそのビュンビュンを予測して。
確かにね。
ビュンでいけビュンで。
逆にね。逆にね。頑張れ。待ってめっちゃ下手や相手。 相手めっちゃ下手よこれ。
いけんやで。
あ、いいねいいねウルト。いいねいいねずっと使ってずっと使ってずっと使って。勝てる。やばい。勝てるずっと使ってずっと使って。やばいそれ。
もう逃げて。逃げて、ウルト食らわなかったら勝ち。
未来が見えない。
もうダメだ。
未来が見えない。
ダメだもう。弱すぎるなこれ。
やべえ。
ありがとうございました。
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 お願いします。
頑張れ。レッツゴ
ー。嫌です。
なんで嫌なんだよ。
嫌です。嫌です。
ここですね。
許そ
オッケーです。頑張ります。
ありがとう。
ありがとう。
いけ。落ちろ。
耐えろよ。心理戦。
落ちろ。
よし。
ジャンプ。
今でしょ。結構早いんだ。そんな短い？あ、今回俺で。はい、オッケ
ー。まっすぐ向いて、まっすぐ。
行くぜ。
ちょっと俺もクールに応援しよう。レッツゴー。
早めにここ。どうですか？
なんか。
あ、まあいいんじゃない？まあいいんじゃない？まあいいんじゃない？まあいいんじゃない？
これは熱い。
いやこれフェイクなんでこれ弱いと思います。1当たったんじゃない今の反動は。フェイクですこれ。
あ、今いいよ。
いいよ。いいね。
いいね。いいね。
ビビった今。まあ3.5秒ぐらいだね。3.5秒。数えです。オッケーガチやるそれで。
本当かなそれ。これ絶対落ちたよ。
いけ。おおいいね。やば。
これは結構ギリギリだな。いやこれは結構ギリギリだな。
これガチでギリだなじゃあ。
これはマジでギリギリだね。
いやこれやべえな。
結構攻めたね。
全然ギリじゃないわこの人。
いやこれだったら勝てます。
俺も行くわ。レフター頼むわマジで。頼むわ。さすがにボコズ。これでもレフターこれで負けたらやばいよ。
これはいける。オッケー。3.5秒ね。1、2、3.5。
結構すごいよこれは。デプさんこれ勝てるかなこれ。
これやばい。
おい足もう落ちるってそれ。これやばい。勝ちじゃない俺たちの。
やばい。確かにこれ俺たちの勝ちじゃない？
やった
すごい。
本チームは第1回パシフィック運動会において卓越した実力と輝かしいチームワークで勝利を収めました。美しい心を込めてこのトロフィーを授与します。はい、ありがとうございます。まあなんか一人弱かったですね。ウェイレイの人があそこで差をつけれたかなって。
リアルなやつやん。めっちゃリアルやん。なんかワーストプレイヤー聞こえたけど。
俺1ポイント取ったからね。もう俺も結構ずっと攻めてたけど。勝ったし。
俺ゼロ。おい。
確かに。
あ、そうですよね。
確かに。
ありがとうございます。ありがとうございます。
1, 2, 3, my body's free. Oh my God, just look at me. 1, 2, 3, my body's tight. I've been working this all night. 1, 2, 3, my body's free. Oh my God, just look at me. 1, 2, 3, my body's tight. I've been working this all night. One, two, three, my body's free. Oh my God, just look at me. 1, 2, 3, my body's tight. I've been working this all night. 1, 2, 3, my body's free. Oh my God, just look at me. 1, 2, 3, my body's tight. I've been working this all night. Look at me.
Hello guys, it's Bella. I'm with someone very special. Hello, Spicy You.
Hello.
This isn't your first time in Korea, right?
No, it's I think my third time.
Third time?
Yep.
Okay, how do you like it the third time around?
The weather has been insane, I'll say. It's like snowing and cherry blossoms.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean I like it. I don't always get to experience this, so
You don't get which flake is flowing around, right?
yeah, I don't know what is happening, but I like it.
And how do you like the venue?
I think the stage is really nice. I don't think you guys can see it from here, but the stage is nice.
Make sure to come and check it out. And I think a lot of fans are super excited to see you on the pre-show. So do you have a message for them?
Thank you so much for watching everything so far. I hope you guys have been having fun.
And most importantly, the PRX boys are playing for match 2. What do you want to say to them?
Please win. Please win. Please win. Please. Please win. Please.
Please win, PRX. Let's hope that this carries through to match 2. All right, we'll see you then. Please.
You've tuned in to the best Valorant region in the world. That's right. Welcome back to VCT Pacific. You are here on desk with myself, Mika Fabs, and with Big Time and Pilsky. And gentlemen, I kind of like the color coordination we're going for here. It's like
We match
very
every day.
Skittles.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think so. I mean, we wake up every morning and we coordinate outfits.
I'm not surprised with that.
Yeah, they came to me with a color palette of the outfits I was allowed to bring to Pacific, and I had to burn the entirety of the rest of my wardrobe. Only tones of blue, so we've gone for purple today. Everything else burned.
You had the Pacific color analysis thing done on you.
Yeah. It was in the contract.
There's a big thing here.
Right. Yeah, for sure. I mean, I too had to burn my wardrobe for this. But you know what else I'm burning? I'm burning all of my Valorant points on the Nongshim and the Boom bundles, which are in store today. And I believe all of the rest of the Ascension teams all over the globe do have their bundles out as well. But take a look at this. If you guys feel that their performance lately has merited a purchase of their capsules, go ahead and get one yourself.
Rep the Ascension teams. They earned that bundle. It's hard for them to get to this
Have
league,
you gotten?
so-
Wait, you made somebody a promise.
I did. I've bought the Boom bundle.
You did? Okay.
I did it because they thoroughly deserve it. Top of Group Alpha. They deserve my money.
They
on the bundle,
do.
so.
They do.
Mad respect.
Oh yeah, for sure. Have you gotten either one?
I haven't.
Have you got any bundles yet?
I don't think I've bought any team bundles.
So you're a hater?
I guess I'm a hater.
Yeah.
But
confirmed.
I believe in equality, so I don't buy any of them.
Okay.
That is fair.
That's a boring take.
Until there's an Australian team, I'm not buying a bundle. I refuse.
Is that so?
You're never spending your money.
I'm never spending $1.
Oh no.
It'll never happen.
I don't want to say never, but well, I mean, okay, sure. If you call that.
It feels great.
I'm here for you. I'm here for you, my friend. But we also have a very, very exciting prospect here on our show. We have a new segment, kind of new. We call it Build Diff, which is brought to us by Acer Predator and Intel, kind of similar to what we did previously with building our own teams.
Yep.
But this time, there is something at stake, of course. We do have an amazing prize. The best coach is going to win a Predator Helios Neo V16. That is going to be very, very exciting, which is why we are feeling very, very competitive lately with our teams. I'm very curious to see who you've picked for today, because we do have Talon, ZETA, DFM, and PRX stepping on that stage today. Do you guys want to get us started?
I will say today was tough. I felt like it was hard to choose today.
I thought it was pretty easy.
I'm sure you did.
There wasn't a problem
we'll wait
putting
till
my
we
team
see your
together.
team. For my duelist, I had to go.
It's got to be May.
We need some representation.
That's
for DFM.
right.
So
Please let me. It's gonna be May.
it's going to be May.
I've-
Of course it's going to be May. He's by far the most consistent DFM. He's the star of that team. I had to take him. For my initiator, I went with the rookie himself, Hatman.
Okay.
He was fresh in last week, and I felt like he did a really good job. He's had
Good,
another
solid.
week. He's had another week to settle in. I'm expecting a big performance today. Now, for my Zeta division player, I'm going with Shota. Quietly underrated. I think if somebody needs to get the job done today against PRX, I think it's the Sentinel. He can lurk on attack. He should be able to find timings because PRX leave a lot of gaps. So I think he might be able to get some work done today.
Yep.
For my Talon player, I went with Ty. I think a criminally underrated Smokes player. A huge week from him last week, and I expect that kind of performance to carry on. That's a niche pick. That's a real, ball knowers know that pick. That's what I would say.
Oh.
That's real
And you're
knowledge
very
there.
familiar with balls.
Of course. And for my flex, I'm going with the ultimate flex, PRX Forsaken. How can you not? How can anyone leave this guy out of it?
He is the flex player of the world.
Yeah.
I mean, he's the GOAT. He's too good. I couldn't leave him on my team, so I had to go with two PRX players. And very happy with the team in the end.
I think it's a solid team.
This was very interesting. I want to see this team play.
Yeah.
For sure.
I think they do well. Now, talk me through your team.
Okay. So to start things off,
because I think we've gone in different directions today.
we've got Primi from Talon. He's going to be my Talon pick.
I think Primi's good.
I think he's going to farm today, honestly. I think I thought about going Killua. I did think about going Thai as well, but I have chosen Primi because I think he's going to go big in that series. For my DFM player, I actually think Akame is a little bit more consistent than May at the moment. I haven't been super impressed with May the last couple of games, honestly. I've been looking at those raise stats, and they haven't been looking so hot. I actually think Akame is a bit underrated in the init spot, and I don't expect DFM to win today, but I think Akame, even when they don't win, gets his numbers. So I think Akame is going to be a good pick there. I agree with you in the Sentinel role. I've picked Shota as well for my Zeta division player. And on controller, I've chosen the best controller. He is the man who brings the Brimmy with the stimmy and runs it down. It's Jing. Jing was amazing on the Brimstone, and I think he might flex a little bit of Duelist. That might minus me some points. I get -5 points every time Jing picks a Duelist today, but I think he's going to get +5 in kills at least, and we're going to be all right.
I think that's a wild choice.
Flex player, I've gone for the same as you, Forsaken. I think even if he, same kind of theory, even if he picks Duelist, he's going to go +5 at least. And then I think he's going to be playing some of the other roles. We've seen him play Vice, we've seen him play Fade lately. He plays a little bit of everything. So I think he's just a perfect flex player. And I think you have to pick 2 PRX players if you expect them to beat DFM today. So I'm pretty sure, have you picked 2 PRX players as well?
I did as well. I just feel like PRX, with this kind of structure per team where you have one for every role, PRX is that wild card that just decides to throw this board in the trash.
I mean, it's hard to define PRX by roles these days.
I also
it's
just
better than it used to be.
Define PRX in general.
we were all freaking out today, and I think, like, Pilsky and I think we were both last in sending in our teams. And
we're last in points as well. It's not going well for us,
we
Mika.
probably are. My predictions, though, take the cake. I'm last there. Nobody can take that away from me. But I feel like we're all the way, we were both freaking out just because of how much of a wrench PRX throws into this whole structure, right?
Ooh, Mika.
But we actually agree on so many of our picks.
We're like one player different. It's just about where you put Forsaken on control. You're allowed to do that?
That feels like cheating.
I confirm.
No way.
I confirm this. We are allowed to do that. And get this. If he switches over to Duelist, I don't get minus points.
What?
Yes.
Jay!
Broken the game!
Okay, right. You paid off the producers, clearly.
There's no way that's true.
No.
That's not true.
I asked, and they said, no, it doesn't. So...
Okay, can I have 5 Forsakens on my team? Can I make a change?
That's the only role he hasn't played.
And it's because I put him on controller. He's going to bring out the Harbor once again.
Okay,
I'm joking. I don't think he's
actually true. He might play Harbor if they play Icebox. I mean, we've seen a couple of teams in NA playing Harbor overnight. Anyway, for Vic's team, Jing, Akame, Jit as the Sentinel, I
like
that.
your boys.
I actually considered a very similar team to this as well. I went a lot of different ways. I went through, I said it was easy to pick my team. I was being sarcastic. I went through about 5 different iterations today.
You having a breakdown backstage.
I was crying, and then I was laughing uncontrollably, and then I was crying.
I heard him. I heard him. He was laughing hysterically, and I was wondering what on earth was happening in the green room. My chat with the producers was me sending in the team, taking it back, sending in the team, taking it back, things that I can't say on broadcast, and then sending it back again and taking it away, and up until like the last minute, and that was me. So this is very difficult, and really, it's all because of PRX and just how madly all of them can flex.
Man, PRX.
They ruin everything.
Why do they do this to us?
Big question though, are we at the point of this, chapter of Pacific where we're actually questioning if Jing is going to play Duelist?
I mean, he might do. I mean, he brought out the Phoenix when they last played on Pearl.
Yeah.
So I think, he still has it in his locker. I think we all talk about his Raze as being very coveted. So I think we could very easily see that swap back for him.
Yeah, there might be that swap back. The thing is, like, the last few iterations of PRX, even when they're playing Fracture, he's not playing Raze. It's been Forsaken on the Duelist. So I've been asking for it, but I mean, unless they're going to change something. This will be the 3rd change in through kickoff into stage 1. They've changed their roles 3 or 4 times now. If they do that again today, that's going to be like the 4th change since the start of kickoff.
I mean, they like changes. They like to be flexible. So I think that's a good thing about PRX in a way. You never know what to expect.
Yeah, absolutely not. Especially not at this point. Especially not where they're at the moment, especially with the addition of Patman 2. So what is it going to be like today? That will have to wait until our 2nd series. For now, though, let's take a look at our standings. And as we mentioned earlier, very proudly, Boom ending, well, not exactly ending, but so far ending this week with perfect scores so
Boom
far.
ending all of the career allegations, career dominance allegations.
It is Indonesia
and
on top right
RRQ
now.
ending that as well.
We love Indomie. We do.
It's SEA time. It's no more Korean overlords. But, I think the group stage is really heating up now. We are getting to that crucial point where every game matters for these teams, and we have, today is no different. Playoff implications all the way through. Talon can lock up playoffs with a win today, and the loser of DFM and PRX is eliminated from playoff contention.
Oh, yeah, that's a tight game. I think Talon ZETA going to be a very, very important game for that group. We've got a lot of different head-to-head tiebreakers that could go every which way because we've already seen Talon take down Nongshim. So this game could definitely change another head-to-head. These teams are very close in terms of their overall map score. So this team may define, actually, who goes through to the playoffs.
That's right, and we're seeing Talon walking in right now. Vibes looking quite high. I think they're looking like they are pretty stable. It's nice to see Crew smiling over there as well. This new roster of Talon is, I think, what Talon fans have been waiting for, right? We've been seeing the results of that. And yeah, sure, it's not quite perfect yet, but I think I can tell that everybody on this roster is just so comfortable with each other.
Yeah, it's nice. I think this full tie roster is a really nice direction for Talon. And all these players have been friends for a long time, and you can kind of see that in how they interact with each other, how they are outside of the game as well. So it is very nice to see, I think you have to say.
For sure. I think Kalua and Thai have both been fantastic additions. It's good to see some up-and-coming talent come into this Talon roster, especially from Thailand. They've kept the core that did so well and consistently finishes further than most people would expect of them. They always make a deep run in Pacific here, and I think they're looking to do the same again. But first things first, we got to make it through the group stage. But a win over Nongshim and then a win over ZETA as well, I think would secure it, because those are the main 2 teams that you're looking at being close to them in terms of their head-to-head.
Talon, I feel, is one of the, or at least the true dark horse of Pacific, wherein you're not quite sure what to expect from them. Yeah. For ZETA, though, they're in a very tough spot at the moment. Yes, they did win against Team Secret, but let's call a spade a spade. That was the match they were most likely to win anyway, right? The rest of the group is a lot harder, and on top of that, we have a bit of an emergency sub coming in.
Yeah, we are seeing the addition of 1010 today. Of course, Meteor's little brother now entering Pacific, trying to follow in his big brother's footsteps. But he does have big shoes to fill from Depp. Depp has been the life and soul of the Zeta Division team for a long time. So can he withstand the heat today, Pilski?
Yeah, I think it's going to be rough. You're bringing in a less experienced duelist. He has been kicking around the Challengers Japan scene and various other kind of off-season tournaments. So he's very comfortable playing in a Japanese team. He's someone that is quite sharp. I think recently he's been playing on T1 Academy in Challengers Korea, I'd imagine. So we'll see what we're going to get from him today. This is probably the biggest stage that he's played on thus far, and Depp is impossible shoes to fill. But in terms of like-for-like roles and seeing some potential, I think 1010 should be at least decent today. Is that going to be enough to beat Talon, though? I think it's going to have to take a bit more of a well-rounded performance from all of ZETA to be able to make that happen.
I mean, Pilski, you have had experience with 1010.
Don't remind me.
I'm going to remind you full well. Actually, I'm going to ask for you to recall every single detail. What can we expect from him?
What you can expect from him is buying a marshal and marshalling 3 people in the head, and then you get eco'd, and then you lose a half 10-2. But that's only if you're an Australian team.
you don't sound bitter at all.
If you're from Thailand, it's probably easy farm.
Maybe, especially with Talon, right? And right now, you know, we see the conditions for Talon over here. Again, we were talking about how they are a real dark horse here in Pacific, where they're kind of at forever the stage wherein they may or may not qualify for playoffs or even a global contention.
Yeah, very much. As we say, there's so much on the line for these teams. If Talon manage to win, they are making their 3rd consecutive playoff appearance for this roster. You know, as you talk about, this is a roster that is always greater than the sum of its parts. They always seem to make those runs, so they're not going to want to stop now.
Yeah, I think for ZETA, obviously 1010's going to be coming in. You can see his agent pool there. You can see his stats from VALORANT Challengers Korea. But as mentioned before, this is a player that has played on various different Japanese teams, including like FAV and I believe Northeption maybe in the past. So he's not a stranger to playing in a Japanese team. I'm not sure what his level of Japanese is, but it should be at least decent, having played for multiple years within that scene. And we see a lot of different Korean players mixing in Japanese teams, of course, even including DFM in this league. So he should be able to kind of hold his own. I think Talon has a lot of kind of rookie players as well that have played on a similar level to what 1010 has done. He's not a complete unknown, just obscure pickup like we've seen in some cases, like I would say Patrick who maybe have not even played on like a top team in Challengers or even a Primi, for example. Yeah. You know, those are, picking someone out from relative obscurity. But this guy's been grinding in the scene for a couple of years now, so he should at least have some decent level of play to bring here into Pacific.
Yeah, that's a good point you bring up, that Primi is actually technically still a rookie, right?
Yeah.
So going up against this with 1010, he actually may have more experience in the professional competitive scene than Primi has had for the past years.
Yeah, I think he will. And if we look here, I mean, ZETA is the lowest in terms of op usage in the league right now. I mean, you wouldn't expect Depp to be using it. So I wonder if that's going to change. You know, you're bringing a lot of the same agent pool into this game, but someone like 1010 may actually be more comfortable using an operator. And I think if you're not expecting op usage from the other team, you're going to play a certain way, versus if you know that they're an op-heavy team, it particularly will affect how you're going to play your attacking side and where you expect on defense, because that's a big focus. If they have a strong op player, you have to consider that. As soon as there's enough money for an op, you have to change how you're going to approach playing the attacking side.
It depends map to map as well. Some maps are very, very strong with that op, so giving them the ability to be able to bring that out might be a nice edge to Zeta's game today.
That's true.
Yeah, and looking at our map, Jeff, right now, we did hear from Frost a lot about that first map syndrome that they have.
Yep.
Talon tends to lose that first map once again, but as we're seeing right now, they are picking Lotus. How are we feeling about this for Talon versus Zeta?
I think pretty decent. You know, Lotus is a map that recently we've seen ZETA playing the double duelist on, and I don't know if they were one of the teams that I don't know if I was liking the double duelist. I'm wondering if they're going to go back to what they were playing before. I believe last time we saw Talon playing Waylay on Lotus, if I remember correctly. So I think that could be another solid Waylay map for them. Split as the pick from ZETA after taking out Fracture, which is a map that they've kind of dabbled in playing a little bit in Kickoff, is an interesting one. I think Split as a pick for ZETA, I understand it because they did beat T1, although it was a sleepy T1. on that map. But also, Talon's been pretty comfortable playing Split. I remember last stage they did eliminate Nongshim pretty convincingly on that map, and I remember Primi being an absolute force on the deadlock on that map.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like with this pick, ZETA are trying to play to their own strengths in a way. They believe that their Split is strong enough, especially after taking down T1. So I don't think ZETA have thought too much about Talon in this veto, and it's more trying to get what they feel comfortable on.
Icebox to the side. We saw ZETA take down Team Secret on that, but I don't think we've seen Talon play Icebox yet, so we'll see what we're going to get for that. For Talon, though, taking on ZETA here on Lotus, you can see it here for Talon. They have swapped away, or they were playing Waylay. I guess maybe the Neon is the more recent comp with the Vice. We'll see what they're actually going to bring into this one. And as mentioned before, ZETA, they did play the ISO Raze, so somewhat, I would say, of a T1 style. Not playing the Cypher, but the Vice instead, although we have recently seen T1 even move away from that and actually play the Viper instead of a hard Senti.
Yeah, I mean, I still think Vice is good. I think even post-nerf, she does have a place in the meta, but I think it's nice because you can kind of alter based on what your Sentinel likes to play a little bit more now if that Viper is better suited to your team. And I also think it's nice against the Teo, but so is the Vice, you know. I think there's nice options to those traditional Sentinels that we were used to seeing for so long, like the Cypher and the Killjoy.
Our predictions are on the board right now, and we're seeing, I'm usually the one who walks the lonely road, but for today, it's going to be paper thin for both series, I believe.
The man loves Japan.
I know. I can feel that passion. I was there just last week, so I think it's no surprise, but I don't know if ZETA managed to pull this off. That's going to be an amazing feat indeed, especially when Talon, even though they're not at the level that they want to be, I still think they're a force to be reckoned with, especially with players like Primi on the board. Yeah. I mean, there's a reason why you have him on your team, for example. There's a reason why I picked him as well. So we're gonna see exactly what that reason is as we step into our first map. So let's send it over to the stage to get this day started.
...2025 VCT Pacific, Stage 1. Rise Pacific.
The renewed confidence on the all-tie squad for Talon has them in the green for playoffs, but if they truly want to lock their place, they'll need to get through ZETA. Talon continue to impress as the Pacific Dark Horse, so surely they've got the series in the bag. What could possibly go wrong?
Oh, well, a lot can go wrong today against this ZETA Division team, but Talon are looking to secure their playoff place, looking to continue to move forward. We see this roster consistently place top 4 in this region, and they're not going to want to stop now.
definitely not, especially since they will be up against the former kings of the Japanese region. They are sorely looking for more wins for both the team morale and for that little bit of hope for playoffs. Yes, they are fresh off that 2-0 from last week, but can they take down another SEA team, especially with a new player on their squad?
Yeah, disappointing run in kickoff for ZETA Division, but here in Stage 1, they've showed a little bit of promise, and it hasn't just been Depp carrying the team or anything like that. Hell, he's not even going to be here to do that today, so they're going to have to get it done by committee, and their rookie player coming into this roster on short notice is going to have to be able to stand up to the task.
Yeah, it's definitely a testament to what the ZETA Division squad has built throughout the years. Now that Depp has to take a backseat for a little while, how can they survive without depending too much on those star players that they had, right? Earlier it was Laz that they had to let go of. Now it's Depp that has to take that backseat. Can this core actually push through without them?
Yeah, I mean, it's a real changing of the guard for those of you who have followed ZETA Division for a long time. A lot of fresh faces, especially today with the addition of 1010. But, you know, we saw his numbers. He's looked good in Challengers career, but Pacific is a different ballgame. This Talon team are not messing about, so today he has to make this work against one of the big dogs.
Especially against Talon, they are going to be an annoying team to play a debut game against. They always have kind of a strong game plan and approach, and if they choose to shut you down or they have a kind of novel approach that you're not ready for or you haven't seen, you might not have the adaptability that you need playing on a lower level and getting punished by these high-level teams with very, very good coaching staff and good game plans. It can be something that's a little bit demoralizing to play against for the first time.
Yeah, I think especially if he hasn't had a lot of time to practice with this roster, it's hard to build in all of the protocols that you would need. So you might want to play a little bit more of a loose style where you try and let him, you know, use his own initiative, take his own space, but that's going to be hard against a team like Talon that are really good at shutting down players when they need to.
There was a key word, adaptability, right? And Talon, they can be very, very unpredictable.
Yeah.
I'm a little worried about ZETA's ability to adapt to something that can be, you know, something that they've never shown in scrims or something that they've never shown at all, especially when this ZETA squad need to be able to pull through without their former star players.
All right, well, Talon, they're going to be running the Waylay comp. It is Breach, Teo, as well as Cypher, so a lot of trap-heavy gameplay once we move over to the defense, and I think Primi's Waylay is one of the best I've seen recently.
Yes, very good. ZETA Division sticking with that ISO, but we are seeing a change from the Rays to the Neon with the addition of 1010, but we have to shout out Clues. His last performance on this map was absolutely legendary, so he's going to want to replicate that today, lead from the front, and keep calling a great game.
Yeah, I think the Sober darts as well, the shock darts to break a lot of these trips and make their life a little bit easier could be quite impactful, especially IGLing from that info init position. You only have the one drone to be able to grab that info, so you need to be able to use it correctly, and 1010's got to do a good job on the Neon, just pacing himself and not running into the trips, as well as just finding space on the Neon.
Well, we're going to find out exactly how these two teams are able to adapt to changes on all fronts. We're going to see how we do as we step into Lotus, and hey, it's Quack, and hey, it's Komodo.
Thank you very much for the lovely toss, Mika, Big Time, and Pilsky. Yeah, hey, I'm Quack. Hey, you're Komodo.
G'day, everyone.
And also, just how about that? Like, I think that's the first time I've ever seen Frost without his cap on.
Yeah, hats off to Frost. You got a game plan going in towards this series. Of course, did you expect, you know, what you would go up against ZETA Division today? I think there's some big shoes to fill for the likes of 1010, but coming on towards this map, I'm at least glad to see that the Neon is going to be returning for him. You know, it's something that he does play with T1 Academy, so comfort zone, you know, you definitely want that coming in towards this roster.
Certainly have a little bit of that going for you. And also something just to touch on for a quick second. I mean, yeah, well, we might be thinking about how, you know, it's a little bit unpredictable. You have sort of like a rookie stepping into the ZETA roster. It might be tough for them to adapt around, but at the same time, for Talon, right? You're playing against someone that you've never really played against before, maybe on an official stage. So there's going to be a little bit of that going on as well.
Yeah, and I mean, this this match definitely has some stakes for it too, going in towards playoffs contention, because this is a must-win game for the likes of Talon if they want to get in towards playoffs. And for ZETA, I mean, they need to win both the remaining series to be able to get there. So, you know, we could could see either Talon qualifying here or ZETA on their way to qualifying at least.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be the stakes for today at the very least. I mean, ZETA actually has a really good chance to shake things up.
Yep.
They win this, and we're going to have a bit of a three-way tie in Group Omega as a result of it. But we'll see how it all shakes up. Again, touching on how Talon has been playing so far, their match against Nongshim last week, Primy's Waylay was certainly quite inspiring, as well as a bit of inspired play from Cruz as well.
I mean, the way that Primy's been playing it, it's very anti-Neon at the moment, so we'll see if 1010's going to have any luck. To start off things, however, Killua onto Clues.
Ooh, XDL hiding in the corner, though, does go a little bit unchecked, but Primy spots it out at the last second, so we'll be able to gun him down, but quick on the draw from Sugar Zero through the rotating door.
Going to look for some settling down at the moment, but ZETA have the Spike Quack.
And Jitboy's trying to pull off the flag, but Primy, okay, still good on holding the angles, does find it. Jitboy's through the door, makes a bit of noise, so Sugar Zero will be able to pick up the quad.
Yep, 4K on the pistol. Not a bad little duel around the front of B from pretty much everybody toying with the door. You know, I want to see some good decision-making come early in on this map as well. You got to think, right? There's definitely going to be some anti-play, I would expect, coming in towards this series for the likes of Talon, right? They're definitely still running in, favoring this Waylay comp. So, as I said, it's going to be anti-Neon. Now, whether or not they expected the Neon to be picked up for 1010 here instead of a raise like we would see from Dep, I would play on the side of most probable, knowing that, you know, Talon have chosen Lotus here for a reason, but also activating Primy, right? Seeing what he can do, getting Killua in as well. I think those are going to be some pretty pivotal members for this side right now, as we've got a bit of a counterplay towards Mount.
Yeah, especially with the flash sending through, and that allows for XDL to swing out from the door side, picks up a double, and off towards the side of Rubble as well. A bit of contact until Thigh falls to a bit of a trade. Lots of little exchanges all across the map.
Yep, and now we'll get in towards the first gun round and see what this bonus is going to look like for ZETA. Holding a couple of components into this next round as well is not going to be bad for them. I think for me as well, right, we've still got a little bit of new play to come out from XDL on this ISO, so I want to see if he's going to continue to get a lot of first bloods in the game against Team Secret. He was able to find quite the significant amount of those, but then you got to remember that game felt a bit rocky at times for ZETA Division. It was really only the tail end of the second half on their defensive side where they start here.
So we'll see if they can keep up on towards that strong defense, but for now, Rubble control. Primy hasn't quite used the refract yet. Now popping it off, trying to trip that shear wall.
Yeah, Vice Utility over at the C site already popped, and you've got a slight rotation as well considered from Clues, but going to think better of it.
It does take some weight off of Talon's back.
Yeah, and forcing out a drone here as well, I would have said would be nice, but 10-10 on the board.
Already aggressive. That's what he's kind of known for, right?
Now the onus is really on Talon. How do you bring something back to convert here? Sugar Zero can get out of dodge because you've only got a Ghost to play.
All right, so Flash already spent.
Yeah, and 10-10 rotating over immediately to this A site too.
ZETA reading the map for now, but still keeping things interesting. Talon with the dark cover.
Oh, but look what's happening at mid, Quack.
Asking
Cruz.
their movements. Cruz trying to hold down the line. Will be able to find the double kill needed. Primy as well taking down another member, and that will be the mid-round call for Talon to get the spike delivered over onto B.
Oh,
10-10 swings out off of Tree side. Oh my goodness, it's already a triple kill for the guy.
And what can Shota do here? Still with a Ghost of his own. You really want to see 10-10 meet up with him or try and find Cruz. Now they know where he is.
A little bit of noise. Shota still nearby, but not
what
without
a
the
shot!
utility. He's still gonna just swing out though. Finds a dink and then the kill. Killua trying to hold. He's up by Heaven, has the range for it, takes down Shota, but 10-10 trying to slip in. Close range, rifle for rifle. Killua sudden peek. 10-10 just holds the angle and nails the round.
Standing up on that one, Chief. That is a big round to come out from you on the bonus as well. Great shots to come out from him.
It's his first game.
First taps coming out from him, man. First game, stepping up into Tier 1 here. That is a just phenomenal showing off the get-go with the individual mechanics there. You do love to see that. I mean, it's even the rotation times from him. When the first kill is found over at B, to rotate over towards A to just assist there as well. And, you know, you're baiting out Cruz, you're putting him into the site. The fact that that Ghost kill even comes through is a little bit ridiculous there, not gonna lie.
So talk to me a little bit about 10-10, right? I mean, he's coming up from the T1 Academy, but previously in the Japanese scene as well.
Yeah, floating around there. I mean, I think if anyone doesn't know who 1010 is, one way that you could describe him is Meteor's brother, younger
100%,
brother.
it runs in the family.
That could already just, you know, translate some cracked genes over towards him. But of course, playing on this duelist role most primarily, he slots in towards this roster, you know, in a one-to-one like comparison. Whether or not we'll see more operators pulled up, I mean, that's yet to be seen, of course. Dep is not someone that generally will tend towards that one. If 1010 wants to, of course, there's a, I would say, avenue for them to, you know, have a non-Zeta style of play playable here.
Yeah, some big shoes to fill, but also, interestingly enough, might give Zeta some, you know, new looks, which actually has been working out for them so far. You know, it's been only 3 rounds, but Talon somewhat struggling a bit, so timeout already called.
Yeah, a couple of decisions to come out with here as Talon. Remember, they had the choice to push us onto the first map here, so they picked Lotus, right? Primi, definitely want to see what space he's going to be able to create, and I mean, a little bit later, most likely, when you've got the Convergent Pass online, you're not going to probably see anything on the back of that in a round where you're going in with a full eco.
Namely also for them, though, I mean, going in with the 4-1 setup, they've been losing at least one player in the past 3 rounds, so maybe trying to switch that up. But also look at the placement of this sheer wall.
Yeah, but now the info's all here, and in the Thorns, you're not really going to be able to move there. Look at the damage already done.
Okay, they will be able to use the dark cover for a bit of, well, coverage.
Yep.
But of course, given the classics, it's going to be simple removal from XDL into the Gulag, and also for Clues to hold down the line, finding a bit of a shot, and then for the Vandal to seal the deal at the very end. A flawless round for Zeta.
Yep, 4-0, a great start on the defensive side is definitely going to be great for them. I mean, a highlight, you know, what we saw last time from them, right? It was a bit shaky on attack. I mean, you're looking at a 7-5 half against Team Secret. I don't think that's too bad considering how they were able to figure things out later on in that game. It was just them making some good decisions on rotations and recognizing that they're going to play some really big strengths on the retake as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if we start to see Talon formulate a couple of these good rounds where they're able to get in, establish a plan that it might even be given over to them just to take the site for Zeta to set up some post plants and retakes.
Whoa, but then Zeta begins to push out. Look at this, a lot of footsteps heard. Jit Boys will be able to go for the exchange at the very least.
Yeah, but everything towards this A side at the moment is going to be open territory for Talon to take control of. Just comes down to Shota by himself. Oh! Good to dispatch of Cruz.
That's kind of an impactful frag as well. You don't have any salvos for the post plant now. So Talon kind of reading this.
You do have Convergent Pass and Rolling Thunder though, so they can kind of throw hazard here.
Yeah, it would buy quite some time, but you do need the right spot to send all of those out. So pushing off into heaven, they will take that space. Convergent Path's already launched.
Cover though, it's going to fade and then they're going to be movable again.
Okay, play for time. Rolling Thunder now sent over, so staggering the ultimate somewhat. Killua goes for the swing. He's trying to pick them off one by one. They will fall like dominoes.
And on the board, Talon will go a 4K around the smokes. I mean, what did we see just the other day? You know, players playing around the smokes time and time again, getting down and dirty in smokes. Certainly had a day for that, the other one. But for here, you want to get on the board. You want to see some good team play. You want to see some good individual heroics. I think in this round specifically, right, there was a very real chance that on the back of that Rolling Thunder, Killua just stomping down on the site that he might have been traded, but no, he's able to get all the shots where needed.
Interesting comparison as well. I mean, both Killua and 1010, you know, somewhat new to the league, but still being able to play this incredibly well. We start off this time 3-2 from Talon, trying to clear out Rubble.
And an operator is out, right, for 1010. Something to kind of make mention of right now, a bit of a different look towards Zeta.
Of all lines to hold as well.
Yeah.
Getting up by the door.
A free gimme. Primi not expecting that one.
How could you expect that? Stun to try to push him off of the line, but it's well for Jit Boys to create a little bit of havoc around B site.
Yeah, he's looking for some more. Close one out, flashed up, no scopes. I mean, it shouldn't work, but sometimes when you're at a single choke, it may.
Oh, relay as well. Now for Shota to slide in. Off from the smokes, unexpected play from Zeta, and it completely surprises Talon.
Yeah, I mean, that's one round that they're not able to double down and get anything consecutively. It almost looked too easy for Zeta in that one. Point and click, right? Nothing too complicated for them. 10-10, lion's share of what he needed to do there. That's a sharp shot to come out from Jit Boys, but all for naught really in the round, right? Just going in together as a unit, peeking and prodding around. Some good shots out from Shota, and that's 5-1. You've already forced out a timeout from Talon too, right? So you're kind of thinking to yourselves, if ZETA accumulate a couple more rounds, do we need to invest our second timeout and have nothing for the flip?
Oh man, that is going to be pretty costly. So for now, trying to keep things under control. Talon elect to push into C once again. ZETA have swapped up the setups though. Shota in with the op this time.
And I mean, he does have the Steel Garden as well, but you don't necessarily need to use it. I mean, it's a lopsided buy from Talon here.
Okay, 3 peaks, sheer wall tripped.
You've got assistance from 10-10 now as well. Still an Arc Rose available. Confirming info. No one's immediately left the scene, but Shota good for 1. Traded though onto 10-10, okay. Is that gun retrievable though for Jit Boys?
Possibly, but still, Shota, the looming threat on the site.
Might need to actually use the ult here.
Cage slipped through. Jit Boys trying to get all sneaky beaky.
I like the silence quack.
So far undetected, but with the salvo sent out, it will flush Shota away in on towards XDL, who was not spotted before. Still holding the angles. Camera shot down as well. Both Cruz and Jit Boys pinned down around the pillar, but they're trying to get some wallbang shots through. They will be able to find a couple, and off towards the top flick. Down to the last player. Shota swaps over to the Vandal, tries to parkour around, but Cruz will spot him.
From a deficit as well, that's a good 4 versus 5 off the initial contact out play from Mound from Talon. Able to bring that one back. 3 versus 4, creeping in towards the side as well. It's the silent surprise that works a bit of a treat for them. I was kind of considering as well, right, with the Steel Garden be invested here, remove their Vandals, make things a little bit more awkward for them, right? Not able to establish a plant in that scenario. You could even potentially look to flood a bit quicker as ZETA, but opting to hold that out, and it's a thrifty conversion to come through from Talon. If ever you needed some confidence on this attacking side, well, getting that one, having a bit of extra cash. Cruz now with the Armageddon as well.
Oh, not to mention removing the op as well. That is a huge boost of confidence.
Good amount of information, though, for ZETA around Rubble this time. Opting for 4 members there, just leaving Shota towards this C site that'll get sniffed out by the stealth drone.
Okay. Bit of responsibility for Primi once again.
Can still get out, though.
Does? Okay, goes for it at the last second, just clearing as much as possible.
Yeah.
Armageddon invested, though.
And it's going to bring out Clue's Hunter's Fury. So you're trading ultimates here. You're not going towards the C site. Remember, Jit Boys was the original lurker here around lobby that saw the presence of the members of ZETA at Rubble. But now there's a big decision to make for Talon.
Very much so. You saw that Hunter's Fury. It's a bit of information gained on both sides. You know that there are players towards B, so what's the call gonna be?
For me, 10-10 is still around this A site, and if he gets the overdrive on, it could be huge.
Primi, he's the one closer. But unfortunately, with the swing out, it's the who bites the dust, but still Primi able to fire back. A bit
Shota?
Of exchange off towards the B side as well, and that's Shota gone.
30 seconds left.
But Primi still keeping ZETA invested closer towards Tree, takes down yet another player. XDL for the trade, and then the spike. Oh,
yep, you can pivot towards the C side here. Remember, you did remove Shota, so you don't have any of that utility that you've got to contend with.
And that's just a fantastic mid-round call by the IGL. Now Cruz trying to keep them stuck on towards the B site.
And now he can play for the Salvos. Quack uses them a bit early, but it is the fault line and that Killua still has.
Does buy more time.
Absolutely.
Killua nearby has fault line in case of waterfall as well. Checks, no one's there. So this gives them a clue as well, if you will. Now off to check in towards spawn, but oh, the duel lost, and that's now kill contract into the gulag. Cruz needs to land the shot. Even if he does, once he's out of it, that could have been an opportunity for Clues, nonetheless, to close out the round. ZETA, what a methodical round.
Lots of backwards and forwards there. You kind of feel a little bit for Cruz that he wasn't able to find the frag on that B site when he's peeking out, right? Has to disconnect from it, leaving Clues on 8 HP there. Not able to really get a good grasp on it. Like, I like the idea from him, right? He gets the damage, he disconnects, but the way that they play that 2 versus 2 at the end there, it's not on the back of any util, getting a good crossfire, looking for the flash. The fact that also XDL is still alive in that scenario, right? As soon as you bring it down to the 2 versus 1 and you know where your opponent is, I mean, 100% of the time you would generally expect that kill contract just to 100% the remainder of that round. And now we got a quicker plate for Rubble Control. from Talon, but it can be met by 1010 and Sugar Zero.
Still, yeah, they are very close by. Primi will instantly get the heck out of dodge, but still, Sugar Zero pushing out, taking the initiative. He will be able to find one frag. Trades coming through, and Primi trying to support his team to the best of his ability, but they all line up. All shut down towards Rubble. ZETA stomp onto Talon.
Yeah, that's just a good counter flash to come out from Sugar Zero, going for the push, getting dirty with the jewels, and then having the support from the rest of your team behind you as well, right? Because as soon as you start to see Talon disconnect from that angle, well, ZETA just have all numbers there. They have the bodies to just take the fight, so they don't complicate things any further. Everybody just having the guns up, 1010 lining them up. That's a little bit unlucky for Jitboys and Thai there.
Look at that fan in the background.
Love to see it. Love to see this.
A rare sight, if I might add, but this is definitely a welcome one. I know Paper Thin is cheering like that somewhere. But that said, yeah, I hate to say it, but you might need to see a little bit more from Talon, maybe even the timeout at some point. But nonetheless, right now, from the shadow straight into the A site, it's only Shota here. So if they can shut him down, they will be able to extend their reach.
Oh, that's good on the saturate, but no one's going to overextend too far to be able to figure him out and drop just yet.
Oh, and 1010 as well as Clues have already made their way on towards Heaven, so you got to watch out. Shota swings out. Does he use the ult? He's trying to prevent them from getting the spike planted. Still, Clues off of the Heaven peak will be able to find a double. Cruz as well as Killua. Weaponry not quite supporting them. They are kind of far away, trying to hop back into sight, but Sugar Zero denies entry. Just Cruz to play for the post plant, but XDL spots him out with the salvos being sent over. ZETA have completely locked Talon down.
ZETA are locked in on this defensive side. That is for sure. Superior weaponry into that round as well. Just leaving the site open, and I guess you would say, in knowing that Talon go a little bit faster for that rubble control. Nobody finding Shota in drop as well. He gets a free kill, and from then on out, it's good distraction, right? Clues is using the drone, getting the information, and then you've just got numbers advantage from ZETA, that they don't overcomplicate things and just have their guns out ready. You know, these past couple of rounds, we've really just seen ZETA focus in on the crosshairs, not overcomplicate things with a lot of that utility. It's been kind of nice and kind of a good treat to see that they are hitting their shots in map number 1.
And feeling that boost of morale, they're starting to push out a lot more for the retakes. Talon, conversely, definitely feeling the sting of defeat.
So what are you going to look to see in this round from Talon to try and answer back, and hopes to get an 8-4 half? An operator is going to be back out for 1010. Currently a bit quiet in where its location is.
Almost necessary, but beginning to peek out now. He hears the footsies.
And XDL's just going to catch him when he comes out of the drone and can't get his gun. So that's just good isolation fights that you take an advantage for the 5 versus 4.
Unfortunate scenario for Cruz, but still the team decides to press on once again into the A site. It's been tough to read how ZETA are setting up their defenses, but still onto the trades.
And if you want to buy some more time here as Shota, you can just drop your ultimate. Because Primi's sneaking in, and he's found Shota too. Clues not able to establish the trade.
And with the saturate as well, Clues will dodge it. But nonetheless, it is 2 players close by. Clues needs to be prepared. Primi still good for the heads up. Off to the next one, and he finds his target.
Needed to see somebody on Talon feel like come out and just stomp on this round. And if there was ever anyone to do so, Quack, it was Primi. Do you give Sugar Zero, though, an inch in this round?
No way. He might take a whole mile if you do just that. Jitboys at least will spot him out, so it allows for Primi and Thai to set up somewhat of a crossfire. With a flash sent over, Thai instantly spots his opponent.
Yeah, nicely done from Talon when they recognize that they can get the spike down and they know where Thai's coming from. Where Thai's coming from, and then there. It makes it a little bit more difficult. So, hey, at least good to see that Talon get on the board again in this round. It's been, just a couple of rounds there, 3 in a row from ZETA Division, already a good half, you would say. But that's one of these other rounds, right? It's a 4 versus 5 conversion, this time going Talon's way. You got to be a little bit more careful as Cruz, not to just expect from ZETA that they're not going to peek you.
Yeah, it's taken Talon a couple of sacrifices to really make their way into sight. And all of a sudden, ZETA now electing for a 4-man push. Off a rubble, straight in with the overdrive. Convergent path deployed as well, but not quite stunned up. It's going to be the kill contract from XDL to pull Cruz away, and Cruz gets the flick at the end.
Oh, but Shota
holds off onto the back lines. Shota back sight in C. He knows that there are a couple of players nearby, so tries to buy some time for the rest of his team to get over with the Steel Garden.
Yeah, not going to hold it for the next half here, Quack, but when the cage drops...
Shorty stuns as well, and Talon have arrived on the scene. Somewhat set up for it, but still, thigh to trade. Spike not planted yet.
Salvo's not going to be online for Cruz just yet, but the team wants to go in.
Oh, 10-10, what a peek! Sugar Zero as well, and all of a sudden Talon find themselves in a bit of a lost situation.
Yeah, you really don't feel comfort there for Talon to be able to get the spike. ZETA, they have the numbers advantage, right? They can just, again, have crosshairs ready, a little light investment of utility to get the retake. I think this is a bit of a different look for ZETA coming in towards this map. There's a really big game plan, great prep. Great calls, I think, is more importantly what I'm seeing here from ZETA. Some good rotations around the map, some good control in the very beginning, going for the likes of Rubble, going up the guts of mid towards pillars. And I want to say, you know, we're seeing 10-10 slot into this roster and just be confident out of the gates.
And that's exactly what we're witnessing. I mean, it's incredible how he's been playing so far, especially with the upcoming as well. It just adds a whole new dimension to how ZETA has been operating throughout the map. I think a little bit, you know, unexpected for Talon as well. They just did not know, did not anticipate much. Not to, you know, for an op player to be holding around A-Link sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, it's just one of these scenarios in the protocols where, as Talon, you only, you know, have some small informational components, right? If you're trying to use the stealth drone to get info, or maybe JitBoys is playing lurk and the camera can get some information out. Apart from that, right, you're not running a fade, for example. You're not running a Sova, so you're not really able to figure out where the likes of 10-10 has been playing, where the likes of XDL might be also assisting, right? So you kind of are more incentivized as Talon to dry peek into a lot of these jewels and try to find them maybe together, and they've just not really been able to do so.
Yeah. What a way to, you know, enjoy your first time offline VCT viewing by watching really a surprising game from ZETA.
And back in towards the pistols, where these teams have kind of been on the lower scenario this stage of getting the pistol round conversions. Of course, one of the teams does need to win them in this one.
The one namely being Talon, currently positioned around Rubble. Got a couple players in towards the B side as well. Cruz will spot them out, especially with a trip. He will find his target in 10-10, but XDL for the exchange. JitBoys close by, cracks the shield, but the shield still allows for XDL to find his frags. 3 so far, and he's somewhat low HP. The shield supports him once again until he gets overwhelmed.
Yeah, could have won that duel if there wasn't a second member there and potentially had beat on for the ace.
But with that mid-round call, the spike getting planted over onto the C site. So, 2 tangos. Sugar Zero trying to mark the spot. He saw the dark cover emerging from this spot, so he knows exactly where they are. Close range with the right click. Spots over onto the second. As he hops over, it will just be a bit of a distraction for Shota to slam it down.
Yeah, that makes things a little bit more difficult for Talon now, doesn't it? 9-3, if you got the pistol, you start off your adventure on the defensive side like your opponents did, maybe even calculating a win for a bonus round, right? But not able to do that here. The pistol round, some great B-bully plays coming out there from the likes of your ISO player, your Neon player, 10-10 getting in there and distracting, but ultimately XDL getting a lot of good shots out there. Feeling pretty confident, you would assume, on this duelist role for now?
And it's kind of like what we've been needing to see from ZETA for the longest time. Now though, Talon, all 5 stacked up, pushed out towards Mound, and you have some shots being fired over. 10-10 still able to make some damage happen. Primi will pick up the Vandal though, and with that he swings, finds the double. Just Shota left, and he's got a ghost. Primi holds the angle, but what is this? The peek, and he's just slammed dunks onto Primi.
Need to see that from the other side. Primi has certainly tried to do his darnest to win something there for the team. You pop the refract as well, but you know he can't use it in that scenario and just has to stick it against Shota, who, with the Ghost, is able to pull on through a massive scrap battle around the mound. You think maybe these classics have a little bit of life to them. Might be able to find something there from Talon, but no, unfortunately not. And here's the shot, just a good headshot to come through from Shota at the end. And now things kind of are in dire straits for Talon. You can't make a mistake on this defensive side and give map point over to ZETA.
Right, 3-11 as the scoreline. It's not easy to come back from, but if you are Talon, you still have a kind of a chance until 10-10 kicks things off this way, though.
Yeah.
Relay bolt into a kill, and it's a lot of control around A main.
ZETA might have the lesser weaponry, but they are certainly running in and charging at you with a great scary mask on their face.
Got Shota as the flank watch as well. Cruz trying to possibly set up the flank while Primi does most of the heavy lifting on the site itself. Will spot out the first. That's the ISO gone. Now Cruz makes a bit of noise. Primi to hold, gets the flick. 90-degree over. Salvos as well, just to force ZETA to scramble, and Killua will take advantage of that situation.
All right, so just Thai getting caught out, pushed a little bit too deep towards Rubble, where he's very focused in on by ZETA. But the fact that Primi is able to isolate a couple of 1v1 angles around that A site, he's, you know, a very sharp player, right? So he's able to get them. And again, you needed to see something big come through from Talon. I don't think we really have much weight in a round such as that, though, because it is a bonus, right? Like, it should be going the way of Talon, but it's the way that they need to be winning these rounds that we really need to take a little bit more stock in. This time, they're going to position more players towards the C site. And on the flip side, ZETA, if they wait for this util to expire and go a little bit quicker towards A Rubble here, you might see some quick shifts from Talon, who might feel the need to cheat a couple of cornered rotates.
Yeah, they're gonna have to make some decisions really quick. At least the kill contract will inform them somewhat, especially with the stealth drone now coming out from Cruz.
Yeah, but that'll be heard by Shota. Can communicate that one over. As ZETA, still little by little here, Quack. Start to piece things together up towards A. That's rough, by the way, for Killua, getting dinked by the Phantom.
Low HP and has to give up a lot more space, and that allows for ZETA to actually pull off a bit of a fake. The B side is the real hit, boys, and Talon are unaware.
Cruz, though, with the salvos, can buy a little bit of time. Got to get the rest of your forces over here to take the fights, though.
Exactly. Time might have been bought, but you got no eyes on the site. Jit Boys also trying to flank up.
Don't forget, Primi has convergent paths here too. Not able to bait it out yet as ZETA, but I like this from them. Re-pivot back towards the A site where Killua, still on 10 HP, is the only soldier here.
A lot of question marks in Talon's minds. They're still thinking about the B site. Can Killua live up to certain expectations? Uh-oh, that recon was kind of brutal. He will dig deep though, and Clues still finding the shot. Thigh drops down, but unfortunately for Talon, Sugar Zero continues to decimate more towards the backside. Now on towards Thigh. 10-10 will find his mark. Jit Boy is up from the back lines now. The flank finally coming alive, but at what cost? 1 on 2.
10-10's low.
Nearby, but the barrel has been spotted. 10-10 with the dastardly angle being held, pushes ZETA up to map point.
Mate, you might have felt some indecision from ZETA there, tapping that spike time and time again at B, looking to prod up through A, but then rotating over, rotating back. But it's actually some good calls from them, right? You're trying to bait out a lot of this utility that could make them a bit hot under the collar at that B side and make it awkward for them to try and establish a plan, because they don't have full control around that site either, right? So you're drawing the Talon members away. You're making them really second guess at that point in time as well. Where can we actually invest our util? Where can we put in Primi's ultimate to try and gain favor? And it just doesn't work out for Talon. Now there is 8 map points here for ZETA Division on their opponent's pick.
Really tough and tricky, but it's been phenomenal calling for ZETA thus far, with mid-rounds and even with how they're beginning things. This time, sensing for the bit of a gap into the B site, they go in for that quick 4-man push. 10-10 just opens up a lot of space with XDL in to follow through. Just Primi up by the top of upper now. But where are the rest
of the
Tide players? Exactly.
You can't help each other out almost whatsoever here.
Even if Jit Boys wants to go around back by Pillar, he's going to trip that shear wall. So his only option through the door, where it's just easily spotted out.
Yeah.
Now off towards a link, and the barrel simply found the final score on the map. ends just as quick as we began, Komodo. It's 13-4.
Yeah, that was definitely a speedrun map to come out from ZETA Division. It didn't really feel like we were in the server for too long, did it here? We know that they need to win both of their series to get in towards playoffs, but we also know that Talon need to win this series. And so far, Talon, you know, were not able to really establish anything in that map. A slow start, a bonus round conversion, a couple of rounds here or there, but apart from that, you know, Talon, we need to see more on the next map from you.
Yeah, quite a bit. Talon, you know, some of them might be going through some personal issues. It is what it is. It's tough, but still, as they go through their bit of a developmental stage, shall we say. They came up pretty good against Nongshim last week, but down to this first map, their own map pick of Lotus against ZETA, I think they just got completely shocked and surprised by ZETA and how quick they were able to play and maneuver around the map.
Yeah, I don't really think it's us playing on the side of Talon weren't doing things good. I think it was ZETA were doing things phenomenally so, right? It's the util combos, it's the decision making, it's the timing from them and aggression, you know. They were really happy to just get involved in a lot of these duels, play patience where they needed to as well, and I have to put it out there. The new member on this ZETA roster that's just slipped in towards this one in 10-10. How many opportunities did he just go around this map, finding kills, being a thorn in Talon's side? That was great.
Lots of rounds helmed by 10-10. At some point, we just got to say, keep him on the roster, right? So we'll let our desk think about this for now as we toss it back over onto Mika, Big Time, and Pilsky.
13-4 in favor of ZETA. Hey, on the side of ZETA, I'd rate that map 10 out of 10.
That's terrible.
0 out of 10.
I mean, you're cracking up. I'd say I did pretty good.
I would agree with you.
You're ready
though.
for fatherhood.
I am. Very much so.
I thought ZETA played great that game. I mean, I feel like the addition of 10-10 looked electric. We saw the individuals step up. I felt like the calling was really rock solid from Cruz as well. Sorry, CLZ, not Cruz. It's,
Cruz, Clues.
the names
It's a
are so
little tricky.
similar.
Clues.
Yeah, but
And then Korean, you'd spell it the same way, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I think so. So
yeah.
I
Oh
mean,
my god, help. Too much.
But I mean, this ZETA division, this was a different ZETA division than we've seen in the past. Look at Shota up there. 18 kills.
Everyone. Literally everyone pitched in. Clues was the top performer on Lotus last time around. I think 10-10 played his role very well. He was a great space creator, but he also had a lot of fragging impact as well. That opened the way for XTL to have impact on the second entry with the ISO, and then ZETA was getting some value on the lurks and doing a great job on defense as well. I mean, it was just a well-rounded performance for ZETA today, and I think, you know, it comes down to the drive to win this game. It's a very important game in this group, but also losing a central piece in your star player and having a more kind of rookie-focused roster, maybe that's a good thing in a way because it forces you to know, like, I have to perform this game. Depp is not going to carry this team. He is not here. We're a team of rookies that has to play together and perform very well, and it really felt like they were all on the same wavelength that game.
Not to mention, it might also take out any former biases that you might have as a player, right? You're usually like, okay, Depp usually does this, so I have to stay here.
Yep.
Perhaps it opened up some doors for a lot of the players. You actually saw them play much more aggressively than we're used to seeing them.
Yeah, I mean, the ZETA division spoke about this before, right?
Yes,
That
they have.
They want to be more aggressive.
But then we didn't see it. We wouldn't see it in some games, but that game, we saw it.
Yeah, and one person we saw it especially from was, of course, 10-10. I mean, this guy, we were so impressed watching him from the green room here. I feel like, look at these shots that he's hitting. These are lovely. We spoke before about how he had massive shoes to fill, and I think he did that.
Yeah, for sure, and he actually got the op out. You see it here. ZETA has only used the op in 3 rounds so far in stage 1, but they had it in multiple rounds here. He had opening kills with the op. He threw the op over to ZETA, who then used it, and that's what I was talking about, where Talon, you're preparing for a team, you're not expecting them to play the op, and then all of a sudden they're breaking the door in Breakable and opping you as you try to come out Rubble side, which is a very effective way to play against a team that's not running Viper, because you don't have that Viper wall. You can just post up with the op and pick them as they cross Rubble after they take it. So MVP goes to ZETA there, but honestly, that 10-10 performance was reminiscent of when, like, I played against, I coached a team that played against him on Lotus in an Acer Predator tournament, and he absolutely destroyed us. And after the game, that was the game we got knocked out of the tournament. After the game, this is putting it nicely, the players were like, where's 10-10? I want to punch that guy.
I mean, now we're seeing exactly why, right? That reputation is actually making its way here on the Pacific stage. And hey, he's got that buff. He's got great genetics too, right? You know, that buff from his older brother too.
Any more? Did they make any
he has
more
it
of
all.
this?
He has it all. Who
Any
knows?
brothers?
I'll sign them now.
Susanto brothers.
I mean, you have the Susantos, right? You have it's Susanto Esports, and
Yeah.
then you might have this team over here as well.
That's going to be the rivalry. That's going to be Korea versus
Just
SEA.
you wait.
Oh my god.
5 years from now, you're going to have 5 stack on each side. It's like family versus family. But it is so crazy, right? Because we're this Zeta division, I love the energy that we're seeing from them, the way they're actually able to snowball on maps like this.
But look at that.
Yeah, this is a huge factor for
If I
Talon.
could point in the right direction.
Wow.
Talon, every single series in kickoff and stage 1 have lost map 1. And in sometimes dominant fashion, but they have consistently placed very deep in these tournaments. They've consistently reverse swept these series. Like, more often than not. Sometimes they do get 2-0, but more often they're actually reverse sweeping. They always lose the first map, guys. So that was an amazing map for ZETA. Talon definitely underperformed there, but at the same time, I wouldn't be too concerned. Even though we're going over to Split, especially because we're going over to Split, we've seen some good games from Talon on Split, starting defensive side. They had a great defense against Nongshim to knock them out in kickoff with their old roster. Haven't seen them yet play at this time, whereas ZETA, seen it a couple of times. They scraped a win over a sleepy T1, which I wouldn't be super convinced by, although it was a pretty solid game, and then they lost their other game on Split, so we'll see what they're going to bring here.
I mean, it's still T1 if you ask me. Those players are still very, very sharp, and they're never easy to beat, even if they're not on full form. That shows a very, very high individual ceiling for this ZETA team. I like their comp a lot also with the Bridge Tail. So last time we saw Talon play this, we did see them run the deadlock. We know that Talon liked this deadlock, so do you think we'll be seeing that again?
Yeah, I mean, they will get to start defense again. I believe Nongshim picked it against them. I am assuming they got to start defense there, which I remember them bringing out Astra Cypher deadlock. And I know that not every team thinks about it as we get to start defense on a certain map, so we should play a certain comp. But Split is one of those very defensive-sided maps that I have heard teams before say, if we start defense, we can play a Senti-heavy comp and make their life absolutely miserable. And then all you need is just a pistol round or a couple of strats to just get you across the line and win that game of Split. So it's been a while since we've seen Talon play this map, and it was with their old roster. They haven't played it yet this series, and we saw them play already 2 different comps with their old roster in kickoff. So there definitely could be something different here on Split for Talon.
Yeah, I mean, I think Talon is a team that we speak about of always having a lot of ideas. They always have a lot prepared. They have a lot cooked up. So you need to reach in deep into that recipe book, if you're asking me. You know, what have you got right now? Because
bird's eye chilies, you know, some hot dogs.
There's a
because
lot
you've got
in
some
town.
Americans in there.
Yeah.
You know, it's going to be some kind of amalgamation, NASEA recipe.
Right, and Victoria did mention as well, it is Songkran right now in Thailand, so, you know, who knows? Perhaps there is a hidden, maybe if they bring out, like, the water gun skins.
I forgot to bring my water pistol.
I know, me too.
Damn it.
I forgot, you know.
I would definitely spray Morgan first. He'd be getting it right now.
I'm glad you forgot. I'm glad you forgot. But Talon have to turn the series around, right? They can qualify for playoffs today. Losing map 1 is nothing new to them, but we need to see that recovery that we've seen from them before, because losing this does make their journey to playoffs a lot more difficult.
For sure.
It does, you know, feel great to see Zeta in such, you know, high spirits. Though.
Yes.
So,
oh my
Pilski,
god, that one guy in the watch
You're
party.
gonna have to tell him to calm down.
I love
how
that
can
guy.
How can you tell him to calm down?
I want that guy to be my hype man.
I know.
I struggle to
need
get
him
out
in
of
my
bed
life.
some days. I need that guy screaming at me.
We need him. So, you know, you're gonna have to break it to him. Like, hey, if it was just the first map,
Yeah,
is this
calm
normal?
down, bro.
Yeah.
Relax, okay?
It's
You're
okay.
not that guy.
You don't.
I just think Paper Thin is sat at home now rubbing his hands.
He's rubbing his head.
Just saying, they're all idiots. I knew this would happen, but
I
it's
know.
only map 1.
It's only map 1.
Calm
so
down, buddy.
we've got Split coming up, and as you guys mentioned, there could be something new here for Talon. But I just feel like the energy that Tenten is bringing here is something that Talon maybe wasn't fully prepared for. Perhaps they, surely they had strategies in play for somebody like him, but are they really fully prepared for how synergized they look?
Yeah, I mean, also the honeymoon phase is so real, right?
Yes.
Sometimes you make these small changes, you bring somebody different into the roster, and it's just a natural fit of personalities. It's just that perfect boost that a team might need to feel it reinvigorated, to feel like a different team.
I mean, it was like that for Talon with Primi.
I mean, that's no shade against Depp. I think Depp is a very good player who's been doing his, doing the job for a long time. But sometimes any change can reignite a team. So it seems like a very nice fit, and 10-10 was fantastic that month.
Yeah, especially when it's your duelist player and he comes into a team with like so much drive. You know, you're coming onto the stage of Pacific and you're thinking, this is my opportunity to pop the hell off. I've been grinding in Tier 2. All of these players that play in Challengers, Korea, Japan, any region, your opportunity to go ahead and step up to Pacific is something that you look forward to so much, and either you don't deal with the pressure or all of that, it culminates in such a fantastic performance. I mean, that's what we saw from 10-10, but you need consistency here for ZETA Division, especially against a team that is so good at reverse sweeping. I'm going to take a look at Talon here. We get some minor changes, but mostly in the controller role. Thai is on the Omen instead of Astra that they were playing previously, and they've gone away from Sky and towards Teo here, but the rest of the comp looking pretty similar. Oh, they're also playing Primi on Jet instead of Raze, so stylistically a similar comp, but changing a couple of roles.
Yeah, I think ZETA is the more modern of the two compositions, I have to say, with the Breach Tail. We're seeing the Yoru come out as that duelist, which is so popular, but still sticking with that Viper on Shota. So I really like this comp for ZETA. I think it's versatile. It can do almost everything. I kind of feel like they might have an edge here.
Yeah, well, we'll see indeed if that consistency from ZETA comes out and they can close up this map, or if this is simply that first map thing that Talon has going on. We're going to toss it on back to your casters, Quack and Komodo.
Why, thank you very much, Mika. Big Time and Pilsky. I always got to remember their names right. But yes, we are thinking about kind of the modern composition versus something that's, well, not really traditional, but what Talon favors. What do you think about this, by the way? I mean, 10-10 coming in, he was on that Neon from before, and he was just providing so much, this time on the Yoru.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest things for him is he's playing the same role that he would on this map as his normal, Challengers team, right? So it should be pretty comfortable for him. I like the space, by the way, that Talon are actually trying to take up towards a main right now, and Shota.
Yeah,
he's taken down quick.
The lurk early on, and you also have double Sentinel utility all across heaven. So instant trips, Jit Boy's trying to play around for it, especially with the cage up as well. 10-10 though, just hopping right in, and Jit Boy's thrown off balance. Killua tries to refill that space and will be able to do so.
See what Thai is going to be able to do here at the back of sight. You got to remember he can be encroached upon at the moment by Clues, who doesn't get the shot.
Crouch down, trades in, and also in for Sugar Zero to pick up the double. XDL then trying to hold down the line. He's the last one left alive. Cruise up from Garage, something that XDL will have to consider. Spike now picked up.
Do you consider pushing towards spawn or not? Do you even have an idea that a flank is going to be possible? Up a rope, Primi
try to surprise Primi, but yeah.
Yeah. Hey, at least for Talon, you're on the board early, right? You've got the pistol round on your opponent's map pick. I think the biggest thing we just need to start to see from Talon is them hitting the shots, taking good space, coming out on top of duels with advantages.
He's down onto Split currently. Trying to pick a lot of that off. Talon resurging themselves back in. You gotta love the way that they were pushing out.
And can I just say as well, breath of fresh air that Primi is actually on Duelist on Split and not on Deadlock.
Fair enough, fair enough. But I still kind of like the Deadlock being in play. Does provide something a little bit different, especially with the barrier mesh now against the pistols, but quickly dispatched of. Cruz thought to aggress into it, especially with the Gravnet, but now punished for it. Marshall shot fired, but 10-10 still picking up the weaponry.
He's so happy to just get dirty in towards these duels, isn't he? Now it's a player advantage for ZETA Division. Yes, it is the pistols. Yes, it's a stinger for 10-10, but it's a 4 versus 3 where you regroup together, still looking to go to Site Bravo.
2 players from Talon.
Reposition so you can get rid of the gate crash or play on the back of it to see when it does come in, but just going to go for the destruction first. Did note that Shota has the smoke ready to bust out.
Second one sent over, yeah. Flash and into the poison cloud, but Primi trying to land as many of these flicks as possible. Unfortunately, they're not quite going the way that he wants to. Will airstrafe into safety, but that gives ZETA the spike plant. Reloads, finds the next target.
Clues. The pistol can work. Primi needs to hit the shot.
Primi's so low. One shot is all it takes, but
Clues.
Where could Clues be? Oh my god, Clues.
He's got 5 seconds to get those salvos back online as well. Yeah, it'll give up his position, but you got to just remember, right-click classic, it'll blow Primi over.
Depends on where the spike is planted as well, into the default spot. There's a really good chance that he could just B-hop his way into it. Primi updrafts away, holds the angle back.
Oh, he ran into it, Primi! Oh, no!
The final rocket.
I get the idea. It's not halved yet at all. You want to get on it as quick as possible, but the fact that both salvos are put on the same spot, they're going to pulse pretty close to each other. Heavy lifting done in the very beginning of that round from 10-10, just getting dirty with the duels. I mean, nearly looking for the 4th in the round before ultimately falling. Biggest B in the bonnet, though. That's the eco round going not Talon's way. Oh, dear.
Well, ZETA will be happy to lap that one up. Buys in full. Primi, feeling that he has a thirst for vengeance as well. In with the Vandal, one away from the Blade Storm. His teammates trying to hold down to the site.
You've just scared Talon away from the site now at the moment. You're going to have to see big individual plays come out from Primi. Good setups.
Keep pushing out, and that's exactly what they're looking to do. 10-10 in with the flash, but Primi will hold his ground. So that could be a potential weapon picked up if Talon kind of gets close to it. Cruz, yep, that's the stinger. Namely, though, still for ZETA, you got all these rifles. You got the post-plant utility coming back soon. Are already up and running. How do you break this defense?
Yeah, that's it, isn't it? Time to just be bought with all of this destructive util.
Flashed over, salvos in just to check, especially around the pillar, but because of this poison cloud, Sugar Zero can hold the angle so successfully. Primi, once again, trying to carry his team over, finds a quick tap on the Shota. And down to the final player, Clues holds as much as possible. The spike going off, Primi hunting for the frag. Spots him out, but still at the very end of it, nonetheless, a round handed over to ZETA.
Yeah, the spike is going to claim Primi before he can get Clues. He'll make him fall with the ship, essentially, at the end there. But I did say, right, it had to be Primi to do something in this round. A little bit too little, too late. Gets all 4 with the Vandal, but time to be bought with all of the utility. When you're in towards the site, you didn't really need to use too much to get in there as ZETA Division. It's all right to be able to lock it down, but this is now maybe where we get a little bit of normalcy brought back in towards the map, right? Proper gun round. Blades are going to come out from Primi, but it's immediately towards the B side of things to start to scope out the opposition of who is here. Is Die on the site, but it is a little bit of a trap at Heaven.
Yeah, it also just kind of pushes Talon offline, and that's going to be a lot of space now for ZETA.
Can you stop the plant as Killua? Not really. So it's going to be a player advantage for ZETA yet again in a post plant.
Salvo's already spent. At least he will be able to use the drone to clear out middle in case anyone set out onto the flank. But this is going to be a tough retake for sure unless Primi can find every single tango. Updrafts, but immediately ZETA just backtracks into safety. Killua now off towards the pillar side. Will find the double kill needed. Where could the next few players be? Oh, it kind of pops off of him. And Primi will still land the flicks nonetheless, even finding the next player in towards Garage. Talon successfully bouncing back.
Yeah, needed to keep things pretty good in the contest here on Split. So able to answer back despite losing all of that B site control. Quick rotations to come over as well, and then you're just looking for some good coordination, right? When Primi gets in towards the site and they start to get the util down towards Hell, he does note one player towards the defender spawn side of things, and it's just good recognition for him with those blades that he needs to be holding the right angles to get into the duels.
So this definitely does prove that Talon's still capable of stringing rounds together, especially now with the economy favoring their side. Could be able to launch a strong defense.
Yeah, Primi, certainly a player that does love getting out the Outlaw. He'd almost be contending for the most kills that we've had of this gun so far, so the right round to kind of bring it out to get some good damage.
Gotta watch out for 10-10 still, though. Scopes out as much as possible on the A site.
Yep, and clues too, by the way. One away from the Armageddon. If you're able to drop that in a round such as this, Sugar Zero to reposition to the backside with 10-10, for example. If there was a gate crash available, there's not, so it would only be Sugar Zero to do something there. You could definitely start to split in towards one of these sites and look to establish a plant yet again.
Ooh, oh, okay, spotted him out.
Yep.
That tiny glimpse might have informed Talon that there is a rifle on the side of ZETA as well, so now positions noted towards B.
Yeah, 4 players rotated here for Talon.
And a potential Armageddon coming up from Killua. Flushes them possibly in. At least will take down 10-10. But look at Sugar Zero.
Only the classics remember
Somewhat
though.
snuck in. Ah, yes. So nonetheless, with the classics, still shots found by Talon, being able to spray them down. Killua successfully secures the round for Talon.
As many as they can get on this defensive side, you might think, right, when you consider that it is running the double sentinel role for them as well. Jit Boys and Cruz there. Need to see a lot more control. I want to see, you know, personally, a couple more different positions that they're putting a lot of that utility down. If you're playing disconnected on the B site and focusing more on towards the likes of mid and A, you know, how are your retakes structuring? Are you still feeling pretty confident to completely have retakes over towards the B site? Or are you trying to now counter 10-10, for example, when you're getting in towards these rifle rounds, these ults are available, putting your util a little bit further back? Because right now, very spread around the map. And that kind of builds good favor towards ZETA to methodically start to piece things together little by little, finding the right timing, the right gaps over to this side of things.
That's precisely what they've done. A lot of space already cut in, especially in towards A Heaven. Primi trying to mark as much as possible. It is the Outlaw, though. So needing to play with caution. Armageddon will flush Primi out of position, but he still lands his mark. Next target, Sugar Zero, tries to slither in with a shrouded step. Jit Boys will be able to lock one out, but still, Cruz now down towards the middle.
Oh, and he's denied from getting the
mid-teleport. Still though, at least a spike picked up by Clues will be able to bring it over across mid.
Yeah, but the difference of a 3 versus 3 now to the 2 versus 3, you get the pit down nice and early. You can start to get this rotation for the spike, but again, strength in numbers for Talon. A drone from Killua can find all the information in this pit.
We'll see how Talon plays this. Die marking close by. Here comes the drone. Instantly destroyed by Clues, and he's trying to hang close by. Does have the salvos, but trying to play for the pit as much as possible until Killua launches the assault. Shota now. Here's the spike tap, but the player hopped up and dived down from behind. Unexpected. Jit Boys doing what's needed for Talon.
Drop from above. When you've got numbers advantages, it gives you just a little bit more options to do something there, as Talon not able to really find too much when you're in the pit there. And again, you know, one of the biggest things, that investment over towards the A site, some timing from Shota. But I think for me, not able to have that 3 versus 3 at the end there, and Clues not able to double down, makes things awkward for Shota to try and close that one out in the pit itself. So bit of good recognitions here from Talon. A couple of rounds on the board, but it is still early, Quack. It's real early here in the 2 to 4 mark. And we've now had the curse appear. The Pacific Tech Pause.
Well, it's all right. We'll give the players a little bit of a breather. You know, iron out as many bugs as possible so they can play at their top form.
Top form is definitely what we do want to see, right? Again, the weight on this series, you know, kind of can't be understated, right? Talon, this is the series that defines if they get in towards playoffs or not, start to get some playoff points. You know, you'll look towards stage 2 for them to see if they're going to be able to get back onto the world stage at some point.
They have been doing incredibly well, and kind of like what the coaching staff of Talon have been saying, you know. I think Frost does feel a little bit more of the responsibility. He's been saying that this is like kind of the most talented squad that he's ever coached.
Yeah, and there's growing pains, right? There's learning curve for them. When you do consider that Killer and Thai are still relatively new to this roster, well, they are brand new. Primi is still kind of learning as well, right? It's a very young roster of talent that he's got here. Then he needs to work alongside, you know, other coaches, staff. You also have to work alongside Cruz very closely here for some translation things.
Or even just once again, personal issues, which are at least really, really deeply felt. But that said, right now, trying to collect themselves and bring things back in towards their favor. Talon doing a magnificent job. Currently controlling middle with a lot of utility already spent.
Yeah, I don't know if Cruz intended for the GravNet to go exactly where it did there and catch himself, but he wasn't taken out, so it's all right.
Sitting on Annihilation as well, and a lot of Stinger rounds already being fired off. Stealth drone now spotting up Primi. So you got to think twice about hitting Garage.
Yeah. You really want to try and charge on towards Primi, who has the Outlaw at the right spot with the shields that these players have. Because that's why 125 ain't enough.
Just the pixel at the back being spotted out. Now Thigh to hold down the line. Will get flashed away for a second with the Paranoia, but he sends out one of his own. Sugar Zero now getting gunned down, and Shota to refill space.
What does Jitboys want to do? He wants to try and find the timing here. 2 versus 2, remember. And that just jump spot will let them set up for a plant.
Also weapons picked up.
30 seconds left.
The Outlaw could be quite deadly in the hands of Clues. Okay, an attempt at stunning things up, but here comes the Annihilation.
Yeah, you can't
Does
get him
rob
out.
one away. Off towards Cruz to hold down the line as Clues swings out violently. But nonetheless, Talon to regain control.
Yeah, 2 versus 2, GravNet and Annihilation. Feel the need to invest that one there. It's not too bad, I won't lie, right? We need to see some more dominance from Talon, highlighting the fact that they are on this defensive side with this double sentinel role. Want to see some good structure come out from them, some good usage of that utility as well. And in a round such as that, right, good heads-up play from Primi to hold a superior line with the Outlaw as well to get the first damage started. He's currently having a bit of a belter on this defensive side, 15 kills so far.
And now for the op being pulled out.
Yep.
We've gone from an Outlaw to an op. Does ZETA expect this?
Big on the snipers. We heard from Pilsky earlier. On a map like Lotus, you play around these Vipers walls with an operator. You can do the same thing here on this map. Kind of have to be a little bit more heads up though, because you don't have a Viper yourself, right? So you're kind of just playing on the back of the timing from Shota there, and the rest of the team, how many numbers might be on the back of it.
Wow.
So for Primi here, has to hit one and get out, or hear the drone and potentially get out a little bit earlier if it doesn't go his way, because it doesn't.
Yeah, he doesn't have the tailwind propped up. This could be dangerous.
Oh, he's legged him!
Legged and then traded out by XDL with an incredible shot.
Good high jump.
Oh
Clues
my
there.
goodness, 10-10 snuck in towards Vents as well. So while Talon rotates on over, they might not expect a lot of players beginning to push their way over into the site.
Setting yourselves up though. Oh, 10-10. Seeing the gap for 10-10 as the Rolling Thunder goes in. Now, a lot for Cruz to do.
He's completely pinned down. Still goes for the swing nonetheless, but only able to find 1 kill.
4 versus 2. Going into a post plant here. Need to see some massive things come out from the rookies now.
Still playing sneaky around Heaven. He's already pulling Talon in, already under their skin. And Killua will be able to spot him out inside of that poison cloud. Not bad, but still working against numbers and time. XDL, long range shot, all from A ramp. Thigh left alone and cold, still attempting to break through. Paranoia sent through. It does flash up, but he has to consider way too many angles. Allows for Sugar Zero to recenter and pick the round back up for ZETA to reach a 3.
Some moments in that round as well where players are peeking before the smokes. You got to wait for them to fully activate if you want to have some longevity in the round. It might feel like just there. Good repositioning from 10-10 before he, peeks through the poison cloud before it blossoms a little bit there for Killua to get that kill. And on that last one, then Killua does the exact same thing. So reel those in just a little bit. Unfortunate, by the way, that Primi with that operator isn't able to establish a advantage for Talon there. But to keep things close on this map, ZETA start to get closer. You win this round, you reset the economy of Talon. You're looking 4-5, 5-5 tie-up. So this is an important swing round on this first half.
And for Talon to truly shut that down if possible. ZETA has been creating a lot of havoc across the A side, and hence we see the double sentinel setup over on that portion of the map. Triple stack on B. We'll see if that pays out.
Now I'm wondering if ZETA are going to be able to recognize that mid is going to be quite absent of presence. You're not seeing any wall come up from Cruz, any refresh of smokes there as well. And Shota's just hanging about, playing with his own utility, looking for quite the late lurk.
Yeah. Currently, well, it doesn't appear to be the game plan for ZETA to head over to mid anytime soon, so just trying to break straight through out from Garage. They haven't spotted Primi out just yet. Kills found and exchanged fairly. 3 on 3. And ZETA backpedals.
And now you got to see Shota try and cut off a bit of these rotates, or maybe try and find that of his own because they want to still go to this B side. It's just Cruz with 30 seconds to go. Disconnected from Jit Boys at the site that you haven't seen any of the Sentinel util. This is the best scenario for Talon.
It's all down to Jit Boys. Can he find the frags? Repositions into the cage, and it's a kill trip! Second cage up. And the snake bite forces him out of position where he does trace onto Shota. The second trip now popping off. Cruz showing up by heaven, and it just buys time away. The round is as good as over. Jit Boys to swing. XDL still trying to kill as many as possible, but not to be found. Talon moves upward.
Yeah, that's a bit of a bad momentum shift for ZETA in that round when they start to get the kills around the B site finally to make the decision to rotate in towards the A site, where I'm highlighting the fact we've seen nothing in mid, right? Shota didn't see any aggression, didn't see any refreshing of utilities, no wall from Deadlock in male or in middle of itself, right? So you're getting this idea of they probably want to end up on the B site, right? The A site, completely unknown territory going into there where there is the Cypher utility, the Deadlock utility, that just completely rips them on up. I'll also add into the initial setups of Talon there, having Primi elevated in a spot that hasn't generally been checked so far by the likes of ZETA Division. We've seen Sugar Zero, Shrouded stepping into the site almost every time they've gone B. And he's kind of done that without check yet. So Primi able to get 2 on the back of that as well. Nicely done.
Yeah. It's lovely.
It's good adjustments. Is the biggest thing right now.
Agree for sure. I mean, adjustments all across the board, but also just a pretty exceptional calling by Cruz to set up that round in that defense. So timeout now from ZETA. Trying to approach things maybe somewhat differently. Do we expect Talon to play with the same setup then? Do we see the double Sentinel once again over onto A? The answer is no. Cruz this time possibly setting up for a peek alongside Thigh in towards Garage. He does have the GravNet ready.
Yeah, that would slow any aggression and control that ZETA may look to do towards this B site.
Jiggling for it, but doesn't spot. Oh, gate crash. You know someone's nearby. Oh, and it's all 4 of them! Armageddon sent through! Oh, and he finds the sprays as well! Cruz! A triple! The 4K! Will it be the ace, Clues? Trying to dance around, trying to stay alive. Will he trap water and stay afloat, or will he get spotted out? The drone at least, but still the right clicks. Killua now trying to finish off the deal, and he does just that, but what an incredible round coming out from Cruz.
Trying to do his breast texture impression, it would appear here, hunting for the ace and not able to find it. I will be the pessimist in this round. It's just an eco. Why are you investing the Armageddon? No, it's fine. 10-10 also in the middle of that, by the way, gets out of dodge through the gate crash, but just really heads up from Cruz to get all those kills, and there you go. Yeah. Not as elevated as textures are, but hey,
I have
you know.
A joke that I shall not make on broadcast, but that is the dream. You know where I'm going with this. The dream for every Deadlock player. Now though, 10-10, trying to force Talon into an uncomfortable position with a dimensional drift.
But the rest of the team weren't there to try and get the trades, and now Sugar Zero repositions, blinds up Jit Boys, who, oh, that's an ambitious TP, but it's...
The barrel spotted out Jit Boys, still able to recollect. But with the peeks out from Primi though, Clues just wrecking up kills.
Bit scrappy around the site, but some good shots and information from 10-10. Again, big distractor for Sugar Zero to get into the alleyway to be able to pick it up. Got to see some, you know, we don't always rather see just very clean rounds. You got to be able to recognize things nice and quickly and play in the weirdness.
And that's something that we haven't seen from ZETA quite before. Now being able to show that up, it definitely surprises Talon. Cruz not being able to pull off the Annihilation back there as well, so the scrappiness succeeds. Next round up. And once again, a lurk from Shota. Trying to get spotted out. Primi, unfortunately, though, getting gunned down! The double in for the trade. And then the mid push now.
Yeah, Shota's done his job there. Can't use the pit in this last round, unfortunately, anymore. But now, you might have done enough for your team, unless Jit Boys does something dastardly.
Oh, he's been good so far, especially in that previous round. Now working around his cages, the Neuro Theft as well, revealing his opponent's positions.
Ooh, Cruz.
Stealthy.
Unexpected, really? Or maybe not. XDL had an idea, couldn't quite get it, and now it's a player advantage for Talon. Hearing the rope, confirming the information, clues. A must-win duel individually here if he wants to keep on going, because Sugar Zero also not going to be with him just yet. Into the A site, you got to clear all this util, because last time you lost to it all, but a plant to go down. Let's see how they navigate to the 2 versus 3, where they do have salvos and an Armageddon available.
From the shadows for a little bit more information as well, but you have to wonder where Cruz is at some point. Sugar Zero, though, holding the off angle. The double swing does not favor Talon!
Spotted.
And ZETA continuing to aim with pride. They end the first half with a 5-7. What a recovery!
Yeah, and I think that's the biggest thing, right? The recovery, because you started to really see some great rounds be collected by Talon. You know, a lot of good adjustments, a lot of good multi-frags to come out from these players well. Primi starting to have a pretty good map on this Jet. Not the most common agent that we start to see on Split anymore. But I'm interested to sort of see what it's going to look like on this flip-up as well now, right? When you consider the last time that Talon ran this map, it was, you know, with Governor and with Ban. Agents were quite different in this look. And after a map 1, right, you want to have a bounce back. Are you playing on the whole, you know, superstitious, consistent side where Talon are always dropping the first map and then reverse sweeping? You know, they need to play on the back of that mindset here. This map needs to be winnable to push us in towards the 3rd in Icebox.
Without a doubt, or even just to, again, push themselves into within range of that playoffs lock-in.
Yep. Well, yeah, I mean, this is a must-win series for Talon, right? So you need all of your pieces really working a treat. And for Talon, you know, the option there for the 9-3 half, if they didn't drop those last 2 rounds, right? Some good initiative plays to come out from ZETA, you know, working in the scrap as well, right? Everybody has to just be extremely attentive in those scenarios, like the last map. We saw ZETA not pulling out utility in those rounds where they didn't need to. So on the flip up, let's see if Primi's going to continue with some great fragging success now onto this attacking side, if he can get set up well by the team, or if ZETA are going to start to mount out some good defenses of their own.
A lot of expectations for a young player, but certainly living up to it currently. For now, at least, Talon begins with a 1-3-1 stealth drone up to clear out as much as possible around mid.
Just slowly but steady. Oh, 10-10. See if Talon want to continue to go up through mid or not.
Well, that's one of the things now with this composition. You don't have that Viper.
Yeah. What you do have, though, is an early trapwire push through A main that Jit Boys has to commune to the team to get ready for the possibility of a flank through spawn, a flank through sewers, 10-10. Does he think better of it? He's confident with the duel. That's a great shot to come out from him. And now you've got advantage of ZETA.
Impactful pickup for sure. Talon now thinking if they need to reinvestigate this crime scene, honestly.
See what distractor they can do over at the B side of the map. Currently just smoked off, but 10-10 playing very forward. That's information.
Flashes to get himself away, but also for Primi to now begin an assault into the B site. Killua will find 10-10.
Oh, and Clues, he needed to win that duel there because now things flip on its head. It's a 2 versus 2, but the A site is open. Talon to establish a plant, and look at what Cruz still has up his sleeve. All of the deadlock utility, and you've got salvos as Killua as well.
And it's just a fantastic site to set it up as well. Sonic sensors. ZETA has to push through all of it. You got salvos.
I mean, you know how long it takes to break this wall with the pistols. That's a lot of bullets and a lot of information and audible locations here.
Ooh, time bought away at the graph net now.
And it's just buying time for Killua, right? This is lovely for him. The longer he can hold the salvos, the better.
Sensors tripped. Ooh, but quick with the drive-by from Sugar Zero. Salvos now sent in. Spike still beeping away.
They've smoked it off, remember.
Killua off towards heaven, but look at where Shota's looking. In with the taps! ZETA will secure the pistol round in an attempt to even things out.
Yeah, 2 versus 2 at the end there. Just a little bit rough for Cruz to try and get something. Remember, he was a bit low in HP in that environment there. Lots of jewels around the map, actually, right? The early one from 1010 in the sewers, and then you've got it really split across the map, pun intended, into the B site, around the A side as well. Can kind of feel like a little bit of a flip of a coin in which way it's going to end there in the 2 versus 2, but I think just the favor at the end for the ZETA guys playing together, having options with the smokes as well. And a lot of time to play with still, technically, against Killua there.
As the round comes up now, it is also 1010 in with the Outlaw. Trying to meet his mark against Primi. He will find the collateral. Off of that, B no longer a viable option, or at least Garage anyway.
Well, I mean, in these sort of scenarios, you would usually expect the round to almost be pretty much just done, right? 3 versus 5, just the classics. Now 2 versus 5, who do you favor to kind of pick up extra orb points, right?
I mean, that's the best that you can hope for, but even right now, just having that many players already gone right off the rip.
And it makes it scarier too, right? With a more defensively inclined agent set that Talon are running.
You just kind of want to rip off that Band-Aid.
Well, now to be tied up, essentially, unless they have a generational fumble as ZETA.
Nah, no chance. That's not happening. Primi, that's not happening. He's still going to try, though. Pelts him over with that water gun of his, but now on towards the Outlaw. 1010 fires off warning shots. ZETA beginning to dive.
Oh, you got a plan.
Send in. Plant in, which is great money already, so not too bad of a round from Talon, but ZETA sustaining minimal damage. Will get to carry on.
And into the bonus round, holding some good weaponry, right? I'll say good. A couple of Spectres and an Outlaw, unless we see any upgrades for them. Definitely going to be workable with some sort of trap plays too.
Oh yeah, Spectre, close range.
Good try. Good try. Thanks, Yoru.
Just throw a little bit of BM over onto Talon. Well, not quite, you know, it's just the agent voice line. But that said, tying up the score now.
Yep.
Good chance for ZETA to find a lead.
And we're already starting to see, you know, a little bit of these lineups as well come in on recognizing Gravnet plus salvos can be powerful. Not seeing any bodies yet really found by that just yet. An opening kill here is going to be quite important for both sides. 1010 going to be around the right location to start things off with the Outlaw, which will need 2 shots to collect here, by the way. Everybody on Talon able to get the full shields behind it as they start to cross some I's, dot some T's in the flip side.
Very much needed, but also for 1010 to play with Shorty. He's into the smoke now.
Yeah, did he get? I think he got Gravnet too.
Oh, maybe a bit of an audible for Talon, but not quite. He does get Crash away.
And to the A side of things too. So uses the second one to get back if needed, but Garage control thrown over towards Talon.
It is CQB though, so you are toying with your life if you just push into that smoke. Talon, opting to play with discipline.
And again, as I highlight just before, it's going to be quite important to see which way the first kill is going to go, as the smoke has some timing on Mail to afford a little bit of a lurk up mid now and establish some utility in case of rotates if you opt to lean towards this A site. Because again, for Talon, they're going to be taking a couple of different duels at the same time across the map. XDL has to be careful. Wow. Shota has to be careful.
So both sides playing extremely cautious. But Talon have also somewhat slipped the net. So with 2 players deep into the A site now, they will find 1010. Also a bit of information for Shota with the jump peaks, but ultimately for Talon to begin their push. Smokes out, Sugar Zero tries to reposition, close range with the Spectre, it does meet its mark. Sugar Zero taking down Killua, and with the spike down, 10 seconds left to go, Talon needs to sprint over to get the spike down.
It's all right though, they can. It's a player advantage for Talon, landed a little bit in an uncomfortable situation in the moment, but they have a time to establish here.
And you've got the guns.
Yeah, and you don't really expect Cruz to reposition here, do you?
Oh, he hears that as well. Oh, maybe but what? Sugar Zero! Even though he expected it, somehow falling short, a little bit of reactions, but not too bad because we've got Primi right here to cover up all of the little fumbles. So not too bad. Talon will be able to keep themselves going forward.
Yeah, winning out on that bonus round of their opponents, but it does get a little bit down to the wire, right? You consider what if they were looking at heaven at that A site, right? You start to lose your ability to rotate back on over. What if Sugar Zero was able to find just a second one when the spike goes down and he doesn't eventually get to lurk around, and the time a factor as well, right? You don't want to see another scenario for any real team like RRQ the other week where they couldn't get a single attacking round. The time just being an enemy. Saves upon bad rounds. Time ticking down, not leaving yourself enough space. Don't want to see Talon put themselves in a situation like that.
Certainly can be tricky.
And now we're going to set up for what may well be a bit of a creep up contact execute. Heavy onto the site.
Perhaps a bit of a read given how not a single peep from either 1010 or maybe just a bit from Sugar Zero, but currently nearby onto the side, especially holding up from rafters.
Oh, you missed the smoke.
Just a little bit too early off of that.
Too shallow. Couldn't dash into his own smoke there, unfortunately. Now he gets taken out. That's your way in towards one of these sites gone. And now you have to play on the back of a lean or pulling players away from this B site to try and get on in, because now it becomes a slower, more methodical play from the Talon guys. No salvos, no gravnet yet. Wait for them to get refreshed potentially, but it's time again that's starting to dwindle on down pretty rapidly. 30 seconds.
But you have meandered your way upwards into A heaven. Now Cruz creating more presence over onto the B site with the Annihilation as well. Mid-round calls being sent over. Shota trying to hold down the angles, but still gunned down by Kilo and Jitboy. Sugar Zero now playing inside of the smokes. He's beginning to let that cape flow in the wind. 10 seconds left. XDL in a prime position, but shut down by Jitboy.
Wait, is there time?
Oh, from the shadows over.
There's no time to plan.
Needs to find the kill at the very least, but Sugar Zero now sliding back and forth over onto the 4K, and a beautiful Red Bull clutch to even up the score.
I mean, technically, if you think about it, he doesn't TP over, and the round is just won by timed default, right? He kind of gives them a little bit of the chance to maybe even win it at the end there.
It's down to the microseconds.
Oh, dancing around the map, just able to find that one. A lot of trades that come on out, but it's Sugar Zero, again, just in his own smokes around the B site, making it his own territory. And he plays with the heartstrings coming on over towards the A site there.
Just ridiculous. And that guy is an S-rank hunter for sure. We do have Primi now with the blades. Talon onto a bit of an eco.
Yeah, another moment where we just need to see somebody go large on Talon's side. I don't believe Jitboys was actually just spotted there going for the cross. He wasn't. Traded in the end.
And with nothing else spotted, a bit more information for ZETA.
Yeah, gonna look to play some of the same utility as the last round and get Primi in towards the site. Sugar Zero now.
Maybe you don't expect it a second time, but with ZETA's protocols, everyone hovering around the site, they are able to receive Talon in full. Primi, though, wide swings, blades ready, and he's looking to collect more heads, but it's not quite going to happen. Aim can only help you this much. Cruz now trying to spray and dump the magazine over, but it's not enough.
Yeah, Primi looking for a second bite of the cherry at the end on that one. Just couldn't find it with the blades, unfortunately. And these defensive rounds are starting to be gathered by ZETA Division quite nicely. I mean, I'm going to highlight the team is kind of together, right? 10 kills for 2 of the players, 11 kills for the other 2. But there's a member that's going pretty nuclear on this map, a little bit silently, right? Sugar Zero is certainly getting involved in these rounds time and time again, getting a lot of multi-frags.
He's been a thorn in Talon's side with how he's repeatedly or successfully anchoring down the B side. And with that now, successful rounds gone over, ZETA opts for the push. 3 players with so much utility dumped in.
Do they overheat though? Because this is the moment where 1010 falters. And now you can settle, you can call something as Talon to go together.
Talon happy to cool them off.
No ultimates available for ZETA here.
Meanwhile, a little bit more for Talon.
Yep, and they've still got, you know, an idea on clearing a lot of things. You hear some things happening in mid. You know that the Viper util has more often than not pretty much been towards this A site. My only sort of question on this round was going to be, do you use the neural theft there and then get the info and leave? Because you spotted out Sugar Zero, you spotted out Shota. these controllers can certainly find some things around this A site to force you from going in.
That's certainly what they're trying to do, especially hearing the footsteps towards middle now. Middle smoked off, a bit more presence out from Jit Boys. Cruz kicking down the doors into the Alpha site.
Oh, but timing here for Shota. Can he find Primi a little bit later on in the piece? He will. He'll keep him at bay.
Primi playing it safe.
Seconds left.
You got that crucial barrier mesh up as well. Now for the sonic sensors to get deployed. Armageddon to flush Shota away. He might just dive in alongside his teammates.
Rolling Thunder used as well, but look at them, they're stunned up. They can't get out in the side.
Oh, that is just beautiful with how it all combos together. Salvo's out in an attempt to create more space, but
gotta call it.
It's still blocked off. Cruz now sneaking up from behind, will find his target. XDL will find the trade, but nonetheless, down to the very end for Thai to even things out.
Yeah, that Rolling Thunder investment to come in there from XDL on the back of getting the kill towards that B side. Not able to get any value out of that, unfortunately. A bit of a humbling moment it might be for ZETA on this defensive side, looking for the controlling garage really early on and not seeing anybody close from the side of Talon. A good adjustment for them to get in towards the A site, where it's, again, just getting them the time to set up for the post plant. With this composition that they are running, if they're able to get into the post and properly set out a lot of this utility, it can be pretty difficult to get a retake on.
That's one of those things that would have to be considered for a potential future retake, but at least now, currently, all classics just trying to find as much advantage as possible. The outdoor picked up.
Yeah, and it's a very spread default at the moment for the teams too. Don't want to see anybody overreach as Talon. Want to try and get double digits first. Push us in to that map 3, of course, for those that may just be joining.
And Talon has been playing, for the majority part of this second half, a really slow pace. Trying to retrieve as much information as possible, especially with that toxic screen.
Another moment where Jit Boys has just kind of been able to freely get up the ramp and find opening in towards this A site.
Still though, gotta watch out possibly for XDL, who is currently blocked off by the Cyber Cage. So a bit of an opportunity for Jit Boys to go on a tear. Second kill found. Now XDL keeping himself concealed inside the dark cover. Will spring against Cruz. Primi now finding more targets across the map. Spike ultimately planted. Objective found by Talon. 10-10 in with a blindside, but to no avail. Jit Boys holding the angle. Crosshair a little bit way too far upside. But nonetheless, everything pretty much locked down. No, XDL, what have you done?
It's okay, hang on.
He's low HP.
Got Thai, who has a flash, who has smokes. He has TPs that can bait.
Still though, creeping forward, Thai, nonetheless, with an elevated angle, will simply dispatch of his opponent.
Yeah, I mean, XDL certainly gives that one a crack, right? He used the Rolling Thunder just the round prior, and now he's 2 away from being able to grab it and use it again. If he's somehow able to get it in a round such as this, right, you've got Dimensional Drift to go in for a retake and then use that to stun up your opponents. You can actually set yourselves up for a pretty good retake if you do want to just give the site over to Talon. So there's some options that ZETA have to start to collect upon in the last few rounds of this map.
Still really impressive plays coming up from ZETA currently. The individual performances so far have been impressive, Komodo.
Operator though for 10-10. Gonna miss its mark for the first showing here.
Nonetheless noted by Talon, so you need to watch out for it. Grafnet into Salvo combo, but
yeah,
Enten's gone.
And Jit Boys not able to establish a good lurk this time.
So quickly dealt with. Talon now tries to press the issue. Forced out by the Armageddon though, and that's gonna be Sugar Zero holding down the line! Double kill as Talon tries to descend in, but it's not gonna happen. Just Thai now. And he's hiding inside of the smokes. Tries to avoid the stealth drone, but lo and behold, 10-10 nearby. Still gonna be the kill being found at the very end of it all.
Gorgeous timing on that Armageddon there as well to either force them back towards mid or push them in towards the site, and then you're dropping into a little uncomfortable situation. As I said, Jit Boys not able to establish a lurk there, so great little work to come out from ZETA. Again, another multi-frag to come through from the likes of Sugar Zero. Really chasing 30 in this map, it feels like at the moment, but as we do get tied up at the 10-10 mark, Talon are going to call for their first timeout.
Somewhat needed. It's been a bit of a... Is it really, though? I was going to say a bit of a seesaw affair, but given how ZETA has been stringing a couple of rounds together so far in this defensive half, they've been doing a really good job of keeping Talon honest.
Yeah, it's a little reminiscent for how ZETA were going up against T1, where it's not a complete backwards and forwards affair, right? It's a couple of rounds here and there before ultimately that went in towards overtime, and ZETA were able to win that one.
So
for our opening game,
week one.
Yeah, but I kind of put on that series that it was a bit of an open book, right? Because T1 was still running what they were running on Masters. There's a lot of tape that you can start to look at them.
This is a Talon that hasn't played this map since kickoff and in with a new composition as well. So for ZETA to be able to really bring such an even score.
And a different environment as well, right? Because you know for Talon that they're going to be even hungrier to try and catch a win here, to get in towards playoffs, get some more reps with the new roster as well, and really try to look towards stage 2 as where you want to get your big amounts of damage happening, but you still got the possibilities here. On the back of that timeout now, let's see what depth they do have on this attacking side.
A wee bit of garage control. Stealth drone out towards the middle.
Able to get not too much info, but it did spot out 10-10. So out of dodge. Operator 2.
But that's the other thing about 10-10 is he can go anywhere because of the gate crash.
Yeah, but where do you kind of expect him to go as Talon now, right? If you kind of are able to find him yet again and adjust accordingly, it wouldn't be a bad idea.
So it does take some informed decision making.
Yep. And you've conceded mid yet again as ZETA, happy enough, as they know you can't plant there. And as long as you're watching where mid leads to in terms of mail, in terms of vent, you've also got your wall that you can call as clues to pop up and really assist you.
Great spot for him to send out that stun as well. Now he spots the heads and he's playing whack-a-mole.
Yeah, just needs to be careful he doesn't get caught pulling utility out there as well. So just making sure that he's got some timing for the team.
Oh no.
Salvo's used as well.
At this point, ZETA knows exactly where Talon could be.
The problem is the time, Quack. 25 seconds.
Yikes.
And you got a bit of a trap play here as well.
Clock.
Okay, I was going to say, make sure you clear that.
Working against Talon now. They've got to push up. The trades will be found, but still, can they get the spike down soon enough? 10-10 buys time and more information, crucial information for his team. This could be a fault line setup. Cruz, though, will be able to swing back around and just goes for the full spray in towards CT. 10-10 out of the dimensional drift with the up close range. He will find another shot. Just Chit Boys left, and he's completely stunned and blinded up. ZETA will move forward with an 11 scoreline.
It did not feel like that there was too much pressure thrown ZETA's way in that round at all, did it? As soon as Clues is able to find that kill, just watching over, as I said, from any stretch where the mid players might have been able to go, then it's kind of easy pickings for them. 30 seconds to go. A bit of a delayed trap util play in the heavens with the Snake Bite and the Paranoia missing, but should have 0 good for 1. And then when the dimensional drifts up, yeah, you're trying to stop the plant from going down. It doesn't really work out, but 10-10 is just able to stand and deliver with the operator yet again. A new look to Talon that is, to ZETA Division, which is
all smiles.
Quite impactful, to say the least.
Couldn't agree more. Meanwhile, for Talon, though, conversely, I'm starting to feel very tense.
Oh, mate, you're kind of worried at this juncture right now. A bit of a half buy from them. If they drop it, it's 2 map points and series points to ZETA. And that's Talon's playoffs gone.
Hence buying up quite a bit in this round. Will it pay off, though? Talon trying as much as possible. A bit of a whip from 10-10. Primi will capitalize. That could be an open A site now. But the Rolling Thunder, quick on the draw from XDL, flushes them over into Shota, who pushes up with the Vandal. Primi trying to dance around, but it's not going to happen. XDL just collapses on towards a broken Talon. Bent but not broken. Killua tries to fight back, but ultimately knocked out of the round. ZETA reaching series point.
XDL ripping out the Rolling Thunder at the right time, and that has just completely destroyed Talon in the vents. They have been pulled 6 feet under there, and I've got to say, That was a great adjustment call to just quickly come out from them as well, losing 2 players in pretty quick succession. An operator shot missed out. You think in the 4 versus 3, oh, there's an opportunity here for Talon to maybe pilfer away a round, but just great utility usage from ZETA as they will find themselves on map and series point. And I'm expecting the timeout here from Talon, and you need to come out with a great decision for these next 2 rounds here to push us into the overtime scenario.
It's gonna need a bit of something drastic, something that will really push them ahead. Certainly feeling a lot of pressure on their shoulders right now, Talon.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, for ZETA, I mean, no offense, right? But is this really ZETA that we're looking at right now? They're looking so coordinated, incredibly sharp, and quick on the reactions as well.
Yeah, I mean, maybe, just maybe, I'm gonna give the man the fuel here, aren't I? Paper thin? What do you know? No, ZETA are performing really well in this series. They have absolutely come prepared, and they are playing with some great elements. From map 1 to map 2 here, some great adjustments, some great calls, not scared in the duels as well, right? Not playing more passive. So let's see what Talon have come out with from that timeout. Nothing too aggressive from them. I'm seeing a bit of a shift from ZETA too, by the way. Poison Cloud in mid, where we've seen Talon look to get a lot of control, a lot of information to try and then pivot towards these sites. This time, you're not going to be able to do that as easy.
Not to mention just the fact that they've got money. So ZETA happy to investigate a lot of portions on the map. 10-10 right now in that op. Oh, this is a really dangerous angle for Talon. They walk into it, and that's going to be a punish!
Not tradable, Quack!
Blindside, Primi trying to hide across. It's the fake out, and that's going to be great cover for 10-10 if he is to find the second kill.
Yeah, the thing is, Primi not baited out by it now, and in the open angle, sees the gun barrel, but what can you do around this?
Sneaks under. We do have a little bit of a scuffle around the B side as well, though, and that's where the spike is. Primi now falling to XDL. It's just Killua. This could be it.
It should be it. 45 HP, going for the plan in a 3 versus 1.
Planting a little bit shallow as well. The snake bite does give him a bit of an opportunity to sight through, but Shota marking the angle towards the back. I hate to say it, but that's gonna be it for Talon currently. In this week at least, ZETA looking completely reinvigorated will send us across the series with a 2-0 win and a 13-10 scoreline on the final map.
Yeah, this time the dominoes won't fall back in Talon's favor after dropping the first map to reverse sweep it. It's going to be instead ZETA Division catching their second 2-0 victory here first against Team Secret. Then a couple of losses right there and there as well. A close one against T1. The loss against RRQ, but the chances for them to still be able to get in towards playoffs are going to be on their next series. Again, they're in a situation where the ball is in their court. They're not waiting for another team's, victory win conditions or anything like that.
There's a really good chance. I mean, things have been completely shaken out because we now have a 3-way tie in Group Omega. I mean, just unbelievable. Good games played from both sides, but this is a really new look to ZETA Division. I mean, you got Sugar Zero, and he was truly the Shadow Monarch alongside a Shadow Army on this map of Split.
Yeah, I mean, 10-10, he was certainly a creepy soldier in this one. A vital piece from map number 1 coming over. Still had elements of map number 2, but it was the team as a collective. It felt like we just had a lot of confidence for ZETA in those maps.
And you just gotta love the smiles on their face. We'll toss it over onto the stage for the winning interview.
Hello, hello! We have ZETA Division! Still taking pictures, but I am here waiting for my post-match interview. If you guys all like this. 감사합니다. Hello, hello. Congratulations. Hello. 10-10 선수 안녕하세요. 인터뷰 만나보겠습니다.
네, 안녕하세요.
박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 10 out of 10 plays from 10-10, new face here with ZETA Division. And This was a very much needed win for ZETA, and you played such a huge role in bringing it home today. So what is that first day, first win here in Pacific like for you? 10점 만점에 10점이라는 얘기가 엄청 많이 나오고 있어요. 첫날 퍼시픽을 조인해서 데뷔전에서 승리를 팀을 위해 이렇게 가져왔는데 첫 승리, 첫날 기념 승리 소감부터 들어보겠습니다.
우선은 뎁 선수 대신해서 갑자기 들어와가지고 연습 기간도 적게 해갖고 좀 불안감이 없지 않아 있었는데 팀원들이 저 하고 싶은 거 다 하라고 믿어주고 그래서 이겼던 것 같습니다.
I was stepping in for Deb, but I did have a lot of pressure because we didn't have enough time to really get fully adjusted. But my teammates were like, "Hey, just do what you need to do," and I think that's why this win means so much for me. And I was going to ask you about like the pressure and a little more in-depth story from you on that joining on such a limited time. 안 그래도 말씀해주신 것처럼 시간이 여유치 않았을 텐데 부담감도 긴장감도 꽤 크셨을 것 같았거든요. 좀 그래도 오늘 긴장한 모습은 별로 안 보였던 것 같아요.
지금 인터뷰 때가 더 긴장되는 것 같아요.
I said, hey, but you didn't seem like you were nervous at all. But 1010 said, I think this is like my most nervous period. And speaking of, I don't know. Until now, we had the Valorant brothers, the Susanto brothers, but with you now here, we have the Kim brothers as well. Which is the superior brother pair, may I ask, 1010? 지금 현재까지로는 발로란트 형제는 수산토 형제가 자리하고 있었거든요. 하지만 1010 선수의 합류로 이제 김 형제가 등장했습니다. 1010 선수, 어느 형제가 더 강한가요?
당연히 동생 쪽에서는 포세이큰이 좀 더 우위인데 형은 당연히 우리 형 메테오가 최고인 것 같습니다.
I think with the younger brothers, I think Forsaken has the upper hand, but when it comes to the big brothers, Meteor is the superior one. All right, thank you, 1010. Congratulations.
감사합니다. 아리가또 고자이마스.
We have ZETA Division fan meet and greet, so make sure to show your love there in the lobby for everyone who's here. 오늘 제타 디비전 팬 미팅이 있다고 들었습니다.
네.
가서 팬분들 많이 만나보시길 바라겠습니다. 인터뷰 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
A victorious and probably very unexpected ZETA Division win here against Talon Esports. We just heard rather, from one of the stars of that roster, one of the latest stars of that roster. We had 1010, our dear Tenthi, or Jonathan, if you like.
Terrible again.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I mean, he played excellent. Big props to him coming in at such short notice for this team, and he looked like he'd been with them for a long time by the way they were playing. He was able to consistently find those kills, he was set up well by the team, and this was another very, very strong map from ZETA Division.
Yeah, I think on the attacking side, maybe a little bit more strugglesome, but particularly on defense, when he started getting the operator rolling, again, it gave a little bit of a different dimension to this ZETA Division team that doesn't usually have a lot of op usage. You could see him on the Yoru setting up the TPs and taking certain fights and trying to make his position very difficult to read. But overall, fantastic game. And I think the standout for me on Split was definitely Sugar Zero, who we're going to highlight a little bit later on. But it was a very well-rounded performance from ZETA Division today. They look really switched on. And now, this group is chaos. We've got 3 teams at 2-2, some with a head-to-head against each other. And next week, ZETA and Nongshim, who are both at 2-2, will play each other. And Talon, after losing this game, have got to play T1 to try to get to 3-2.
That's a tough game.
This is just craziness from here on in.
It is absolute madness, and we might not even know what is going on until the matches actually themselves. For now, though, ZETA Division, I feel, can relish taking this victory. They look very, very good on both maps. I agree, a little bit of struggles on Split, but I feel like it was more props to ZETA rather than what Talon maybe did not do right. I feel like they couldn't just get their momentum up, but ZETA Division, it was just synergy all across the board, which I am very surprised to see, especially with 1010 just coming in at the last minute.
Yeah, I think this map especially was not a bad map from Talon. I don't think that they, made huge glaring mistakes, but I felt like ZETA were able to exploit what little mistakes that they did find, and I think the ZETA's individual level were able to kind of push them over the line in this game.
Yeah, I think there was a couple of rounds where there was a few like pretty glaring mistakes in terms of like when they actually got into the post plant with the deadlock and things like that, and they weren't actually able to close out the round. There was definitely a couple of rounds where Talon looked a little bit disjointed, but overall it was a pretty good game for them, and Primi definitely did try to just go on the jet and carry this game. You could see it right from the get-go. He really did try to be the hero here for Talon, and it wasn't quite enough at the end of the day. Like, fantastic highlights for him. He got the jet rolling on the defense right from the pistol, and you thought this was going to be just another Primi game where he just takes over and the other team's not able to do anything about it.
I mean, I think that's partly why Primi is on jet in this composition, right? It's not necessarily the most go-to duelist pick for the map, but it's a huge comfort agent for Primi, and we saw that, you know, he's able to use the sort of sniper-y scoped weapons a lot more, and you can just tell he's so comfortable here. I thought he was going to get Talon over the line, but it wasn't quite enough for him today.
Yeah, unfortunately not, especially since it just didn't seem like Talon was prepared for just how well prepared the ZETA division was for them. I think that, you know, this new ZETA division, this new energy that they have is looking very, very encouraging. But how do you think they fare, you know, with the rest of the matches that they have on? Can they keep that going? And can they present something new every single time when they bring Tenten up?
I don't think they need to present anything new necessarily. I mean, this is kind of a little bit new in terms of the way that Tenten plays and the fact that he's able to play the op and things like that. And I just think ZETA looks a little bit more switched on with him in the roster, to be honest. They seem to be on the same wavelength. I don't know, it was a little bit of an intangible factor here today for ZETA, and I think if they can beat Talon, then they can definitely beat Nongshim next week.
Yeah, and for me, it's not all doom and gloom for Talon. As I was saying, I liked a lot of their ideas that we have. We have some replays we can pull up, and I think, especially on the defender side, it's easy to see why they're kind of running this deadlock. When the clock gets down to these final moments, they have to walk into so much Sentinel utility. You know, we spoke about them starting on defense, playing this composition, and in that first half, I honestly thought they could have got more than the 7 that they ended up getting. This was another beautiful little combo where we see with the grab net and arm together. This is what we talk about with Talon being very, very prepared. So I think that's an even bigger props to ZETA, because they defeated a pretty, you know, switched on looking Talon, I would say. So I think you can't take anything away from
I wouldn't say big picture. There was, like, macro-wise or ideas-wise, there was much wrong. It was more so in the, like, the late round and some of the XVX situations that I think Talon misplayed a little bit in a couple of key situations, and it kind of did lose them this map of split, I think.
Do you think it was maybe nerves that got to them? Do you think it was perhaps them, you know, being shaken because there was a lot of pressure on them to win this particular series?
I think you could maybe say that for Thai. Like, this has been one of his more kind of underwhelming performances. He is a rookie here, and this was an important game for Talon to win. But on the flip side of that, he's had some fantastic games. I think that is just the nature of bringing a rookie into Pacific up from the academy team. He can really show his potential and have some great games, but it's not surprising to see some of these rookie talents go missing. They just haven't built up the experience yet and the consistency and the resilience that they need.
I mean, if we want to talk about the flip side of that, Sugar Zero, a much more experienced player here in Pacific.
This was a straight up Omen diff. Like, I mean, unbelievable.
He played so good this game. He was consistently getting these multi-kills, able to lock down the site so efficiently on that defense. It was a real joy to watch.
Yeah, the defense, I mean, this is what got ZETA across the line, and you could see that Talon was starting to get things rolling. They were up 10-9. You could see them front running a little bit here on attack. You know, this game was very much hanging in the balance, and these critical rounds where Sugar Zero was able to deliver impact multi-frags and anchor down certain key positions, an almost 300 ACS game from him. He had so many huge impact rounds on the defense that really won ZETA this game, and that's what I'm talking about. When you see those moments, Sugar Zero is the flip side of some of those moments for Talon where they're up in numbers or they're running down the clock, and Sugar Zero was really the thorn in their side that really ended this game for them.
Yeah, a well-deserved map MVP, if you ask me. I feel like he was for sure the shining star of the ZETA team in that map too.
And bringing in that experience, that veterancy on the side of ZETA, right? He's always been, I would say, maybe the unsung hero for ZETA division, but so he might not exactly pop off in the first map, or he might not have the flashy plays, but when you need him the most, that's when he comes online. And that's exactly what was happening, as you mentioned, as Talon was getting some momentum in. Suddenly, it's Sugar Zero turning into, we were saying it earlier, Sugar Hero.
Yeah, and on one side of the map, you've got a Yoru, you know, with the TP up or the operator, and you can't really push into that. And on the other side, you got Sugar Zero, who's playing an Omen masterclass. And whenever you see a really good Omen player that's feeling it, it's so entertaining. The paranoia TPs, the way they play around their own smokes, especially given the fact that you've got a Teo breach comp. Positionally, if that player is really feeling it and calling the utility around himself to be able to actually lock down those site pushes, it's just so beautiful to watch. MVP, I mean, we could have picked a couple of people. ZETA had a really good first map, but I want to give it to 1010 because that's his rookie debut. Almost kind of reminds me with that Lotus performance of the first game that I watched Hyunmin in Pacific on Lotus, and I was like, man, this guy's feeling it. And that's the same vibes that I got from 1010 on the Neon on Lotus. He was feeling it. He was aggressive. He was getting in the face of Talon, and he has no reason to just roll out the gates with this performance, but it really did turn a couple of heads today.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. He kind of came into this with no expectations. ZETA or a team, you know, none of us on this couch apart, you know, well, Paperthin managed to, but none of the rest of us managed to predict them. So
none of us in our right mind.
he didn't have a lot going for him, but he really lit up the server today.
This is so frustrating because it's like he was the one brave enough to go, no, I will go on and predict for ZETA and predict for DFM, and it pays off for him, at least in this first series. And then when I try and, you know, walk the less popular path, it doesn't pay off on me. I'm just not that person. But congratulations to you, Paperthin, on that. I think everybody here was surprised, but hey, I mean, ZETA Division, much well deserved. Of course, this isn't the only series that we're going to be talking about. We have another SEA versus Japan team coming right up. It's going to be DFM versus PRX right after this really quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific. We are on to our second series of the day. It's going to be DFM versus PRX. And currently, DFM, they haven't won a single map in Stage 1 so far. Their last win was the very memorable one versus PRX in kickoff.
Yeah, I turned a lot of heads. It made a lot of people also scratch their heads when that series unfolded.
It made me cry.
It made an entire region cry, including Mika, which, you know, she's an ugly crier, so you don't know what's...
It's true.
Hopefully that isn't going to happen again today. Either Mika or Paper Thin will be crying after today, because both of these teams are 0-3, and if you lose this game, you are out. And especially if you didn't manage to get yourself many points in kickoff, then that's going to be a very bitter pill to swallow heading into Stage 2.
For sure. It's very hard to forget what happened the last time these teams faced off against each other. And, you know, this new chapter, I guess, for PRX. I mean, the PRX we all know and love, they were the way they were for a very, very long time. In fact, you might say with how fast the tides in the VCT ecosystem like ebb and flow, we're quite lucky that this team kept their identity for so long, but 2025 Valorant is just different.
Yeah, I mean, this team has been through so many ups and downs together. They've come so close before. They've been in the finals of champions, some of these players, but now they are winless in Stage 1 here in Pacific. They've never not made it to the playoffs, so a loss today would be their first time they're not able to make it into that second stage. So a lot resting on the shoulders of these players here.
Yeah, it's been a disappointing 2025 for PRX, but they have taken a map off of a lot of these strong names in Pacific. Every loss that they've endured here in Stage 2, so Stage 1 rather. So I think with DFM and Global at the end of this group, there is still a light at the end of the tunnel. But it really is up to PRX to rise to the challenge after taking so many punches through kickoff and now Stage 1. They have to show a lot of resilience. They have to show that championship mentality and pick themselves up here.
Definitely, and a lot of it rides on how they'll be performing today. Because, you know, looking back at, again, the PRX that we know and love, flashback to a year ago, they won Stage 1. They won that Grand Finals versus Gen G. We're seeing it on our screens right now.
Yep.
And a lot of fans are wondering when this glory will return for this team.
Yeah, even Gen G, I mean, they're in a very different circumstances than they were at this time last year. So it is a very different position to be in for PRX. And I think they just need to, and the fans as well, need to reserve their expectations, because this is a rebuilding period. They've picked up a new rookie player in Patman. And I think that they are trying to discover what style works for them in this meta, because their patented style, you know, funnily enough, hasn't really been something that they've been going to, despite the popularity of Duelist in the current meta. But it's not the same kind of double Duelist that they used to play, really. You know, I feel like the double Duelist of the current day is a very kind of organized situation where you're either playing a Yoru or a Neon as a pseudo-initiator a lot of the time. You're not playing that Jet Rays burst double Duelist with the Sky that they used to play.
Yeah, very true. And if we look back to a year ago for DFM, things were not much better than they are now. I mean, DFM has historically had a lot of trouble here in Pacific, very, very rarely managing to find their wins, so they need to re-find some footing.
Definitely. I mean, I feel like right now, things are really not going the way of DFM, and I mean that in more ways than one. I mean, you think about it. You have this double Duelist meta, right? You have DFM that seems to be jailed with having the Mei strategy as probably the only one that they've been going full out with. You got rid of Abyss, and then you got rid of Art's favorite spot on Ascent, right? What more do you want?
Why don't Riot want Japan to win?
It's DFM! Taking everything.
I'm glad that you mentioned it, though. Like, Abyss has been by far their most successful map, and it's a big reason why they did so much damage in kickoff, and it really has not been the same since that went out of the map pool. I think the style that they really like to play, that looked the best for them, really was that kind of classic Ascent meta style, where you're putting Mei on a Jet, you have, you know, Akame on something like a KO, Art can play a Sova or something like that, GN looked the best on Omen, I think, of every agent, and then you've just got Jinbun playing a Senti. It fits their roster, but the current meta doesn't really adhere to playing that style very often at the moment.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. I mean, I think they need to find a way to incorporate what was working for them. On the other side, though, we have Petman coming into this PRX roster. Yeah, and as you say, unbelievable debut from him. There's a reason he's in my Build Your Own team. You know, I couldn't leave this guy out after what he was able to put up against Boom, which we know are an incredibly serious team here. So I think if that performance is anything to go by, he's looking to also have a big performance.
Oh yeah, he is Vengeance, he is the Knight, he is Batman. He was very, very consistent. I can't do the voice. That's as far.
I'm Batman.
with a British and Aussie accent.
That didn't even sound British. That sounded like
it
some
sounded
kind of
exactly
European.
like Batman. That's why.
It's like
Morgan,
European Batman.
you're revealing your alter ego here. But yeah, he back in the Philippine Challengers, you know, we know him as the player that's been the most improved player in the span of time that he was playing. He was constantly impressing everybody. So for him to be a partner for Mind Freak, I say partner, not replacement, partner for Mind Freak. I feel it's a perfect fit, and not to mention, he's also going to give PRX some new energy, and that's probably what they need at this point.
Yeah, we do have the map veto coming in now. DFM continuing to ban Icebox. And yeah, Ascent is an interesting one.
Yeah, I mean, Icebox and Haven going out. PRX have been banning Haven for a while, and then Ascent is an interesting pick. PRX did beat Boom on that, but it was with a very specific game plan, and they 10-2'd them on defense by running at them with that init style. I don't know if that's necessarily going to work against what DFM's bringing on this map. DFM, I mean, look, their map pool overall doesn't look great because they haven't had very many wins. Lotus, they're 0-4 on at the moment. I don't really like their roles on it, and that's going to be PRX's pick. And then Pearl to close things out. I mean,
it was 13-1.
Do we remember?
Last time.
Do we remember?
They're going to feel good about if it goes to Pearl.
That was DFM playing that kind of Ascent-y style, and both of these teams, in fact, many teams change comp on Pearl. I feel like Pearl is the map that I see teams change their comp on most often right now. It feels like every team is just going between, do we play double duelist? Do we play this very slow comp with the single dive duelist? You know, teams can't really make up their mind on Pearl right now.
I mean, there's a lot of options.
I feel like Pearl also, like PRX, yes, we had that very unforgettable scoreline, but it's not a bad map for them. Why are you looking at me that way? It's not a bad map for them.
Is it a good map for them?
even Alex says that like their Pearl is not bad. It's just they've been unlucky.
Okay, I mean, I think Alex might be a biased party in asking are they good or not at Pearl.
Like asking Big Time if 2023 Global was good, you know?
We could have won it all. We could have won it all.
All right, map one here. I mean, PRX, they did beat Boom with this comp. They looked good on it. They looked assertive. They were getting in Boom's face. They were really picking apart Boom with what they wanted to do. I felt like it was a very specific, tailored game plan, but they did really struggle on attack. You can see it there, 33% attack win rate. They started out with a 10-2 half, and they took a lot of time to get that game across the line, whereas DFM, they did concede this map the last time that they played it.
Triple initiator.
And they were playing triple init. They had Jinpung on a fade. Why would you do my man like that? Just put him on a Senti, please, for the love of God.
I have to agree with you. I kind of hope we see something different from DFM. I didn't love their Ascent when we saw it last, so I would like to see some little changes here and there.
This is my biggest gripe with DFM at the moment, is the style and the roles. And this is an example of it, but Lotus is an example of it as well. They've got art on the Omen instead of on an info init or something like that, and I don't like the roles on that map either. So again, if DFM don't change their comps and their roles and they continue to lose on these first two maps of the series, then there's got to be some changes.
I mean, you look at these two teams and it's just polar opposites with regards to how they play, right? You have a team that has very much locked their players into certain roles, inflexibility, if you will, and you have ultimate flexibility, almost to a fault on the side of PRX. So what are we seeing here? Are we seeing Paper Thin with another win?
I mean, he can't get both, right?
He can't keep getting away with this.
Surely
not.
Surely.
I mean, I'm feeling more confident in this prediction than I was in the Talon prediction. I feel like PRX have actually looked okay, even in the games that they've lost, and they've played the top teams in the group already.
They have.
I feel like this game is Paper Rex's to lose, but you never know with this team because nothing seems to be going their way at the moment. But surely 70% of you at home agree, so yeah, who knows? Fingers crossed.
It was the same thing last time.
Wood. I know. I feel like I'm going to curse them in some way, but I'm much more confident in this PRX prediction.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. For the exact same reason, they have taken maps off of some of the best teams in this league. At times, I mean, remember the first half that they bloody played in Stage 1?
Yeah.
They were like 9-0 up on Haven. I was like, they're back! They're back!
They've done it!
They haven't won a single game since then, but they gave us all hope for very specific periods of time. They've had some good game plans, but really, I still question what the hell they're going to play. Who's going to play what today? Because we've even seen it gone into like third map Haven and 3 different players have swapped agents. Like, let's just decide what we're going to play. Let's bring some consistency. I know 1 or 2 players are going to have to play something a little bit uncomfortable. Sometimes they're putting something on Teo or Device playing a Vice or something like that, and it hasn't looked that great. But you just need the players who are comfortable to shine, and that will be enough to beat DFM,
So,
I think.
I have a question for you. If you can only play one duelist on PRX, perma-duelist, who are you making that perma-duelist?
No. No.
You don't want to answer?
No.
This is the problem. No, they need to swap it per map. They all play double duelists, 100%. Needs to be Jing on Raze maps, but they're not going to do that. They're putting him on controller. If they play I want to see something.
Sure?
Run it down. I want to see something. Run it down.
Are we
on
really
Jet.
sure? I mean, like, with this series, we don't really know what we're going to get. So what we're going to do is we're just going to send it to the stage and see exactly what is going to happen. DFM versus PRX. We're getting into our second series of the day.
Let's fly.
Rise Pacific. Detonation focus me.
It's been a rough stage for both of these teams so far, but for DFM, winless still, but even though Kickoff showed that they can be a team to be reckoned with, this team, with May at their core, they have beaten PRX once before. Can they do it again?
Yeah, I mean, that memory of the last time these two teams faced will be living in these DFM players' heads. It would have been such a great moment for them, but now things have gone downhill since. They need to recapture that magic, upset the Giant once again.
The big giant that is PRX's big Tyrannosaurus Rex that we are seeing perhaps make a comeback. We're not sure yet because still, they are winless as well, right? It's a very crucial match for PRX, but come on, backs against the wall, that is nothing new for PRX. Many have felt that perhaps W Gaming might be running low on fuel, but can this new chapter of PRX bring them back to the level that the world knew them by?
Yeah, I think mixing in Ascent here is something that you wouldn't have considered of the classic PRX, but it is something that looked very good for them against one of the best teams in the league, against Boom.
Yep.
They played a lot of the top teams in the league so far and made them look mortal on certain maps, so they know that they can still be a championship contender. It's just about solving some of these complicated role issues and bringing some more consistency.
Yeah, that's what they need. And we are, with the addition of Patman, we are starting, well, I think in theory, we should be seeing some more concrete roles from them. Patman is that solid initiator player. That's what I need to see from them. Find your footing here in Pacific. Find some consistency.
I do remember seeing Patman play back in the Challengers in PH, and what was so special about him was that once he was able to anchor a site, actually, even as initiator, even as controller when he was playing back then, nobody could get past him without at least sacrificing 2 or 3 of their players. That's what he's so good at. That's what Mindfreak was also so good at with this. So I feel like for PRX, it's, it fits like a glove.
Yeah, I mean, he was so sharp last week. I feel like he was one of the better performers on PRX. Absolutely. He had a great debut, but that's not enough. It's not enough to play great and not win. The back is truly against the wall for both of these teams. If you lose, you are not going to Toronto. You are not going to the playoffs. You're going home.
You know what they say about debuts, though? It's like, your debut, you can have a fantastic debut, that's great, but it's your second match, or it's your second, performance.
The second album.
Yes, it's the second album, it's the second performance, it's the second film that determines whether you are indeed good. So we have to see that now from Patman as he returns to this stage once again.
I'm very interested in this agent select if there's going to be any kind of change up for either one of these teams. Last time both of these teams played, stylistically, it was kind of similar. On defense, they were both very active. They were playing KO Fade. They both had much better defensive halves than they had attacking halves. So I want to see if that continues here, because this will be a defense start for PRX. Over on the side of DFM, though, they're once again sticking Jingbun on the Fade. I'm not a huge fan of that, but they had a much better time on the defense against PRX, so it really has to start here on the attacking side.
PRX sticking with what they know, what beat Boom, something back on the Jet, which is something we all love to see here. He lit up the server last time, Jing staying on the Omen, Devi on the Senti. These are pretty standard roles now, more or less, for PRX, so let's see if they can finally find that ground.
I'm really looking at the Jet players and their form. What kind of impact are we going to see from them? How are they going to look on the ops in particular? But also on the, micro decision making. It's all about where you're pushing and pulling with the Fade and the KO utility. You have so much repeatable util that you can use to push and pull map control and take opportunities.
Well, we're going to see exactly that. This dogfight between the two Jet players is what we are looking at, as well as these two teams facing off once again. We're gonna toss it on over to your casters, Quack and Komodo.
Thank you very much, Mika. Yeah, well, hello there. This definitely is both teams being in the dog pound, and only one of them gets adopted to move forward. Hey, I'm Quack, of course, Komodo. I mean, anything striking you in this agent composition?
With the agents? No, same, I guess it would be expected. Both teams running in the exact same. I think importantly for me, what we didn't expect was these teams to be in this scenario, right? Both, without getting wins, though a bit different because PRX have managed to at least take a map in each of their series. So there's a small chance that they win today, win next week, and get in towards playoffs still. But I think the biggest thing for me, Quack, is we didn't see PRX qualify for the international last time, right? If they do not win this series, this is the first time that they do not qualify for playoffs since the start of VCT Pacific.
That would be the most incredible thing. I don't even know how to describe it. It's just, I'm at a loss for words, but we will have to find some words as we begin the map. DFM on the attacking side, PRX, of course, with their composition on the defense.
Yep. So I'm looking to see how Jing has kind of formulated himself now with a bit more reps on towards the smokes, the controller agents as well.
Also for Devi.
I've always made it known that I love Patman on KO. Devi, though, yeah, rent-free, the flash on frac shot. Still in the heads
of everyone. Certainly caught a lot of flack for that, but currently pushing out. So a bit of contact found already, and DFM will happily backpedal.
Yeah, but you got to be careful, mate. Top of mid, Jing looking after that.
You did see a head, so it's a lot of information for DFM. Pretty soon they're going to be able to recollect themselves and push into a site.
Yeah, but these thorns at the front of the site, Patman going to call for them to be popped at the moment to stave off any immediate aggression, and by timing for the dark cover, but a very large rotation from PRX to this A site is going to be what waits DFM if they did opt to go in towards the site. So thinking better of it, reset, wait a bit of time for their util to get back online, and they can go out pretty nicely as well. Salvos, Haunt, sees.
Whoa. Something. Thinking about pushing up Catwalk.
It'd be some great initiative if they actually went towards top middle and wrapped, because you don't see the proper Sentinel being ran by DFM here, but with 30 seconds and that dark cover back down, they kind of have to call it. They have to go.
And you do have Patman playing for anti-flash. DFM does check into it, but something arrives on the scene. Double kill found. Forsaken picking a target for himself. Jing as well. PRX happily moves forward.
Yep, Patman just the casualty for PRX there. The right idea to rotate towards the A site, and then it doesn't take all the analysis in the world to just kind of say, hey, they hit their shots and DFM took too long to establish any advantage.
Yeah, not too much. On the macro side, though, I mean, taking the initiative that way. That was pretty lovely.
I mean, what have we seen be a big weakness of PRX's? It's not getting good ideas on the rounds, not formulating a great idea of how the macro is happening, right? It was kickoff that we started to see. Maybe it's starting to look okay. Here in Award Stage 1, though, a lot of shambles still. Maps, for sure, each series, but no series victories just yet. So this has got to be the one where they turn it around. One team, you know, technically could go 0-5 in this one if you think about it. You don't want to see that, though.
Yeah, so far so good. Don't fret, Boba Fett. You got Jing, who's able to nail his shots with the Guardian, and Divide to walk down Tree. So not too bad. Flawless round for PRX.
Yep, hitting shots. Want to see all 10 players in the server be very sharp today. You know, we kind of did see that at the beginning of their last series, right? Everybody was trying to get activated, trying to hit a lot of their shots. It came down to good rotations and some individual moments of brilliance. You know, I don't really see a world in which we don't get that here as well, right? I expect to see some big moments from both of these teams.
And with a Ghost on one side as well, could be a potential round 3 up, but not going to go for that just yet.
Yep.
Sticking on light shields, okay.
And
Judge.
I was waiting to see the staple of art to be coming on out as well. The Odin is here.
Lo and behold.
On the attacking side, by the way.
Triple innie. A lot of contact already around A main, so DFM avoiding that for now.
Up the guts of mid. Got to be careful here.
That's a lovely setup. Prowler found as well. In for the shots. Just a little bit of damage.
Yep, can't quite finish off your prey, unfortunately. And at the cost of a bit of util, you will force them back for the time being. Meanwhile, if you hadn't caught it just yet, a lot of this Vice util from Devi over at this B site. One Thorn at the front of A that'll start to get sniffed out by Art's stealth drone. But importantly, the sheer wall that is just keeping a good amount of comfortability for Devi in B main.
Does have the Arc Rose set up as well, but currently got to watch out for Market.
Well, who would win? The Judge or the Odin? Who bites the bullet first?
It's gonna be something. That range, that weapon, no chance.
And now you've lost A main control as well, so it's a little bit more one-dimensional for DFM. Quack! Oh, only good for one though.
Not too bad. Still does hold down the space, but in for DFM to attempt at pushing onto a different position. Can Jing hold it? It's not quite gonna happen. PRX now trying to flood back in, but okay, just trying to pick some targets down. Jin a little bit lost, but the spike gets delivered nonetheless.
Yeah, but with 10 seconds to go as it does get planted, there's a Akame caught out with util.
Yeah, wanted to shut the door down, but nope, no chance. Pop flashed in over, and Jinbung to react. Still a 1-on-2. He knows where his opponents are, so able to isolate the duels. Now just a 1-on-1. Somewhat low HP on both sides. Forsaken, though, just crouching down, but he doesn't land the shot. What?
Wide swing out from Jinbung.
Uncharacteristic on the side of PRX, but a great clutch, Red Bull clutch for DFM.
Unfortunate for Forsaken that they're not able to get that one. You know, it sometimes is always awkward when you try to do the tracking on the long distance game on that one. Still, that was technically, for a moment in time, a 3 versus 5 advantage for PRX in that round, and a 2 versus 3 that they had to really just contend with on the reverse when the plant goes down for DFM. It's great shots out from Jinbung, able to take 1 versus 1s to catch the Red Bull clutch at the end.
Next round now, and it's also DFM just trying to keep up the pace, trying to trip any potential shear walls inside of B main. Currently not found. Just drones out.
Yep, and that drone can get in front of the Thorns as well, so not instantly destroyed. Meanwhile, you got big rotations from PRX over to the site now.
Oh, the feet!
Ah, Jinbung!
Lovely shot. Just quick on the find, and you don't expect that because you're in the Prowler.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate how close he got to that big old pillar, and just has the body spotted out by something.
Something to be aware of for the next rounds, but still a bit of information. Not too bad for May to try and dismantle the setup. It does buy the smokes back in from Jing, which alleviates a little bit more towards the A site. That's where a hit comes through.
Big risk from GN there, but able to find the kill. Makes it a little bit more...
Can't find safe passage, though.
Yeah, there was a gap for the moment in this 4 versus 4, so the defenders starting to rotate a little bit around as PRX, making sure they've got an idea on where things still are around the map, but with 30 seconds to go, DFM up the guts of mid, and that's going to put a bit of pressure on Forsaken here. Close enough towards getting the Haunt to be a little bit self-sufficient, but will need to ask for Devi's Arc Rose at some point.
There it goes. It certainly will be enough information. Can he find his mark, though? The flash being sent out by his teammate. He hears the drop, runs in, finds Mei, but traded instantly. 8 seconds left, and Akame begins to push up. The spike now planted, and PRX, as they try to ascend, they're not going to be able to do just that.
That's a case of a Carmago kill right there. Not bad from him to get 3 to equalize us back up on a situation where it could have been turned upside down from Forsaken in the dark cover, pulling out utility at the wrong time when there is a little bit of a trade to come out from the DFM guys, who are starting to make a couple of these rounds go quite close on the clock. So you need to see that, you know, catered for a little bit going forward here, give themselves enough breathing room, which they technically do in this scenario. Resetting PRX, who get very aggressive in B main.
All the little buys, the sheriffs and everything, and they do take down Art.
Yep, and the Blade Storm popped from something here as well. Eventually you might see a world in which they push to try and get that gun if they know that DFM are leaning towards the A site heavily, because I don't think it's been thrown off the map just yet at all. Of course, they'll want to try and retain the Odin, you would expect.
DFM, they've been pretty good at throwing PRX off their scent so far, especially from that previous round. Right now, though, revealing a little bit more towards B main. The question is, can PRX hold it?
Yeah, well, you say throwing them off their scent right now. They're a little bit blocked.
And they will just explode out of the smokes. Jinbung able to take down Forsaken. Now Mei finding a shot through to Market as the door shuts down. Jihen taking down the next one as well.
Yep, just isolating a lot of these fights at the moment with the lesser pistols, not giving them space.
Especially with the null command in. Now something does get to pull the blades right back out, takes down his oppressor. But you've got 3 more tangos to hit. He does float upwards, finds the next, Jing in for the other, and something to nail it all down!
Definitely want to see PRX get elevated on the back of that one. Get excited, get something spicy in the mix, get behind the team, make sure that everything is well coordinated, and I think that's the name of the game at the end there for something and for Jing. Well coordinated for Jing, not to overpeak when he can let something start to jump around, play with the blades. They were staved off for a little bit, right? The first kill is there. There's a reset time in the round from DFM, who start to get in towards this B site. Some good shots starting to come out from them, but Akame, untradeable. Mei, untradeable. And then you've got the nice timing, as I said, from Jing, and then GN, well, he's just in that 1 versus 2, and he can't get any swift headshot on towards something either there, so a well-played round. Individually, you think there from something as a big pivotal component.
This time, though, Mei's got blades of his own, but something.
Oh, that hurts.
Inspired combo play up towards tiles now, but then the quick hit from DFM into the A site.
And if you want to go for a bit of a retake as PRX, you can here, because Forsaken has the Nightfall available. Meanwhile, GN, Cosmic Divide when the plant goes down if they need.
Just trying to get into good enough position to send it over. There it is. Pop flash out. Akame trying to buy as much time as possible as well. Something waiting for the coordinated push to go through, but you also have the Teo utility. Jing will sidestep it, pushes on in, and the waterfall will be complete. PRX, a successful sweeping retake against DFM.
Yeah, DFM don't have their floaties ready to be able to float above water there, unfortunately. 4 members surviving from PRX in that one. A good coordinated retake as well. Pretty rapid to have all of the members there needed. And that was a bit of a buy-up, meanwhile, for DFM. So it's going to be a little bit back to the drawing board for them to figure out what they need to do to start to get a couple of these attacking rounds on the board. Need to see them kind of isolate another member or 2 of this PRX side before even attempting to go into these sites, right? Because it feels like if you're giving PRX enough members with all of their utility that you've not baited out just yet, it's going to be a little bit strugglesome.
That's kind of name of the game on Descent as well, but right now, I mean, getting a little bit tricky to even maneuver across the map when PRX are pushing out against you in certain moments.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen something that in the early couple of rounds, always pushing up catwalk, right? We've always got a little bit of this mid-presence from PRX that they're trying to start to establish. So if you're falling back onto the fundamentals, smoking bottom mid, trying to, you know, recon down where you're not running the, you know, Sova, for example, on the side of DFM. So you might look to see them, you know, try and use some of the Fade utility, some of the Teo utility, for example, to formulate an idea on where they are properly. because you need to see DFM just set themselves up a nice advantage in the early stages.
Very much so. At least for this round, though, it's going to be a little bit tough given the current equipment, but also just to add lovely art from our artists in the audience.
Speaking about
with the op,
not so lovely so far in the server, unfortunately. The art,
the player.
Yep.
Right on the nose there, Komodo, but we'll see how this round gets piloted. DFM currently trying to take more mid control, but they also do have a bit of mid presence coming up from PRX around a short.
They have forced them off the mid line, technically, right? So you've got some great ground control there, but you need to look to start to pivot that into something successful, in towards the B site where you've not been successful of tripping out the shear wall so far, right? You didn't even jump in front of it as Art that time. He's just missed the shear spot.
Yikes.
And then is heard and is deleted.
Yeah, I know that tone. Whenever you get that way, Komodo, someone must have messed up crucially. And this time it was Art. Good punish from something, but you do have Akame slipping through. Jinpung in towards a short as well. PRX trying to recollect themselves. The pop flash from Patman will allow them to regather. Akame, though, striking right back in. Jing at least will be able to hold down a main, which allows him to then pivot back into sight around the smokes. Bit of a survival one. He spots out the barrel and goes in for the simple burst. A round picked up by PRX once again.
Oh, that could have been awkward with all those trades and little shots through the corner of the wall, corner of the tree that DFM start to get there. That could have gone the other way. If Jing loses that one-on-one engagement, it does not work out well.
One of the other things as well, just allowing him to have that autonomy to go for these plays.
Yeah.
Starting to look like the Jing of old, even though he's on a different agent.
Got to put away this operator as well. Something, if he's able to, you know, hold lines free of charge, it could be good. Trap plays around the A main choke, though. And DFM will win that successfully. If they want to continue towards this A site, though, yeah, it's going to be that operator for something.
Did PRX get the information, though?
I mean, Art does have the Armageddon, and GN does have the Cosmic Divide.
Ooh, and they have suppressed something. This could keep him flushed in, but they elect to rotate back.
Yep, one scanny boy, and that's just going to send you away.
Ooh.
Eventually, this Nebula will fade.
Couple of investigative shots, and PRX scrounge back in towards Cubby. They do have a lovely setup here. If it does come down into it, the C's will snag onto a couple players.
Just don't want to see them overheat.
Continue to peek on through, and there it is. Forsaken will cool them off with a couple of bullets. Patman as well, and that's the spike down on the ground. Something spots out Mei, and Jinpung all of a sudden singing an aria of sorrow. His teammates have fallen all around him.
Yeah, I was going to say, you just don't want to see ill timing at the moment from DFM because they didn't have a good amount of information on how many players were up at that short angle, right? Just dry swinging into it on the back of getting seized, and it looks too clinical from PRX to just give the free haircuts.
Shave and a haircut.
Like, you look at this one back here, and Art and GN, they're not even swinging together. It's just one at a time, and then it's Patman's time to go in. I mentioned the operator earlier in the round, where if you're just enabling something to point and click at a single angle, and the team is watching all the other angles that your opponents could possibly come from, more often than not, he's going to be good for it.
As PRX continues to string more rounds together. This time, though, full ultimates do have a lovely 0 point from Patman.
Yep.
But the rush continues.
If you're going to invest in Null Command here as well, you're going to see a little bit of fall on back from Devi to make sure that the utility is still available. Now he's actually going to get caught in the mix. So the plant can look to go down for DFM. And you'd expect Patman to rip his on the return.
Cosmic Divide in front of PRX as well. So at least setting up for the retake now, but you gotta work around this obstacle, this purple obstacle. Ooh, Armageddon just buys even more time.
Yeah, and there's the Null Command for Patman as well, so PRX are all in.
You gotta keep going. Patman so far so good. Pop flash off towards the side, and with the bullets being fired over, they know where he is. It's gonna be a bit of a trade. Now Devi finding Mei as well. Jing will expire unfortunately, but down towards Arts. stuck inside of one. He's trying to keep himself inside the cellar. The salvo is doing a bit of work, but Defy capitalizing at the very end.
Yeah, just the numbers game again there for PRX, right? Before, and then when the plant was essentially being established, Patman is able to find one kill, ripping in the null command, and then the team kind of just goes together as a unit, right? Flash drives on in, everybody's starting to flood in towards the site. Here's that first kill, by the way, onto GN. And then it's just pretty, you know, how you doing from them? Crosshair placement, good positions. Art trying to do something there with the one kill and the salvos, but the spike was already half defused and he was in an essential 1 versus 4. Going to be pretty difficult to come away with a situation like that. And remember, there was a timeout already invested for DFM, and that has not converted your gun rounds afterward.
Certainly not. Would have imagined that's what that timeout was for, but PRX being able to receive them kindly.
And yeah.
Ooh. Arc Rose peak, and Defy takes down May.
Yeah, once upon a time, May, the player that you always look towards on DFM's side, fallen down a little bit out of this round. The counter jet in something, gonna miss a shot, but remember, there is still the lead for PRX throughout all these trades.
Until it gets somewhat equalized, then trade right back. PRX still retaining control and information over the map, but DFM will re-aggress once again.
Jing does have from the shadows to get to the back of this side if needed, which actually he just rips right there, so normal things he's doing. It's going to cancel it, as the dark cover will hold some timing for something right now. Got to also state that GN gone means that something can have a bit of a strong line here from the spawn location.
Trying to work the numbers. Something, though, will find the first shot. Ooh. The second one not quite there, which allows DFM to truly get into sight. But because the door's not shut, they're still trying to err on the side of caution.
Yep, Haunt's available too. If that's allowed to scan something, it's huge here. Denied.
Quick. Jinbo now to hold down the sight lines, and he's gonna do the double! A twofer on the side of DFM, and they will pick themselves up a third round.
Yeah, there was a little bit of hungriness from PRX in that one surrounding that B site too as well, right? Where Devi goes into main. Yes, he's lucky enough to be able to get this first kill here, which I thought he might actually die because he maybe has second-guessed himself. And then some A main pushing, more pushing in towards B main, and then something wanting to get re-aggressive back on that operator line in a 3 versus 2 advantage there. So these are the things that you do start to look to balance out potentially. If you go for a risk, you get the kill, you know, it's a great reward. If you don't, well, you give your opponents a bit of an opportunity to win the round, and it is the latter there for DFM. Now looking to salvage something on this attacking side and trying to make it a 5-7 half.
For now, still grouped up outside of B main. Also unaware that something has a second up, but surely they anticipate. Slow creeps up, but you do have Forsaken attempting to thread the needle.
Yep. Got a lot of members of DFM here ready to explode out into the side.
Pop flash from Patman, but unfortunately Forsaken will drop. Jinbung 86th for now. And PRX fully aware that there is an entire squad inside of B main.
Yep. Still there as well. 0 point to confirm the information. You give a little bit of reset time onto DFM, however. Give them some time to converse on how they want to get back in towards this B site, which is currently only defended by Patman and by Devi. You got a shift from Jing as well with a Paranoia available.
There it is, already sent through. Jing will be able to neutralize May for now. He's got to exterminate even more. Shrouded steps into B main for added pressure. And all of a sudden, Jin finds himself alone and cold. The pop flash beautifully set up by Patman for Jing to shut it down.
Yeah, as I said, I've always been impressed seeing Patman on this KO. I don't believe it's the agent that he's played the most of, but the way that he plays it and the way that he always communicates to the team exactly what util he wants to use and the timing on it to peak on the back of it, he's always been so quick on this initiative roll.
10 assists now.
Yep, up on the 10 assists. I mean, sometimes it is easy enough to get them on the back of the 0 points, but it's the flashes that are working a treat for him in this map. Now the last round of the half, and you definitely need to see this one salvaged by DFM, unless you're a superstitious person for the 9-3 curse. Operator again gonna miss its mark, but look at this, May in for 2!
Talking about the setups, it's Akame this time, and he's got the Bladestorm. May trying to elevate himself in towards the B side possibly, but knows that he's got to watch out for the back. Arc rows out from Divide, finds some information, just confirms it really. But for May to swipe right on by, right clicks in, something, looking for the angle, will find a little bit more. May now, once again, being a huge obstacle against PRX. Something's low HP as well. This pretty much would be a 4-8. Unless a Magical Rabbit is pulled out of the hat right now. Not possible.
Nope, just a Magical May. And that is going to be the 4th round on the board that DFM absolutely needed for the exchange here. And it's just, you know, starting to get some confidence, starting to get some repetition for them as well, right? Being shut down a lot, losing out on the trade game to PRX in a majority of those rounds. But is 4 going to be enough for the exchange, right? Going onto their defensive side, what do the protocols look like for them and their rotations? Because I got to admit, PRX's timing and recognition on the macro game here on their rotations as well did look much, much better.
Certainly the coordination that everyone has been crying out for. But you're going to need a lot more than that. This is only the first map of the series. Maybe a bit more pressure on the side for DFM, but they're currently keeping themselves in the fight.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's going to be a lot of self-placed pressure as well for the PRX guys too, right? Because they still can make playoffs.
A lot
for DFM.
of pressure.
If they win both of their remaining matches, you know, there's a slight chance based on other results. I would still believe that they can get there, but you know, one of those things don't work out and they are out, right? PRX though, they get the 2 wins here against DFM and Global Esports next week, and they are in that 4th spot.
Also trying to prove a lot of the critics wrong right now. It's definitely not easy.
Yeah, I mean, you got a team that's still looking to refine some identity towards who they are. What are our roles? What are our players looking like coming into the 2025 season, right? The first change in quite a little bit for them too.
So trying to turn a lot of these situations around now. We'll see how the pistol round shakes up.
Yep.
PRX grouped up together in towards the A site. Salvos to counter back.
Ill timing spotted, by the way, so no C's connection to be able to keep them contained in the rockets.
Which allows for PRX to then stagger themselves forward. Jinbung pinned down. Smoked off though, so PRX now flooding over. Allows for Jinbung to find a bit of a trade. Now GN, huge swing out from Dice, and he finds the triple. What? Divide, try as he might, it's just not gonna happen because Art and the rest of DFM have already arrived.
That's pretty pivotal from GN. I'm not gonna lie. We need to see this player really step up who's having, you know, lackluster performance on lackluster performance, some moments here and there. But that one, that's sharp from him to come out with the Ghost, you know, not scared, playing around the site. That is really good.
Finds his timing off the little trade from Jinbung. So not too much from the side of PRX for now, but taking things slow and easy. Something onto, well, Divide onto the Sheriff.
Find you.
See what this round does look like for DFM, if it can be of the flawless variety for them. One of the biggest things as well in this triple initiator comp is just going to be the amount of information that they can layer in little by little.
Or the utility that they can really send over as well.
Yep.
But means less traps, so PRX maybe trying to navigate around that or to
well, then
figure out
again,
the setups.
You know, Device setups as well, whilst a little bit impactful, were often not contended with by DFM.
That is true, but for now, just looking for the firefight around the middle. PRX happy to give it to him.
Yep.
Nothing too much found. Just everything collected and racked up by DFM.
Yeah, so choosing to go on this Sentinel-less comp again, you know, as long as they're pretty heads up and they can play around sites, right? GN's going to be able to potentially even be a pseudo-Senti if you think about it. Jinbung's going to try his damnedest with the C's if he doesn't go for the trap plays with Art. In towards the bonus round next, and we're going to see with the 5 players that DFM just survived with, if any of the weapons are going to be of good value against the PRX, who have 2 players down with the lighter shield still. And they're going to be more structured towards the B site to start something off. Held at bay by the salvos for the cost of a Prowler.
0 point towards the middle as well. Okay.
Did that get enough information too, that the Shia is at the edge of the B main side of things? I'm not 100% sure, but you do lose the complete control of B main as DFM. And it is their bonus round as well, so starting to shift a little bit of positions, gain a little bit of further information around the map. How deep have PaperX potentially got through mid? Well, not really, at all. And they're going to shift their focus over towards the A side of things now.
The mid smoke, though, yes, could inform DFM. So Jien will conceal himself inside of smoke, avoids the Prowler as well. PaperX might not know this, which could be huge. Akame at least now to hold off towards the other wayside, but then for PaperX to swing out, they're getting punished for it too.
Yeah, and Forsaken, I was going to say 21 HP, down with the Marshall shot.
Spike down on the ground, just Jing. Not quite able to retrieve and allows for Akame to put that final nail in.
Yeah, really early read from DFM on what PaperX actually want to do. Happy enough to give them control of B main and then getting some information up the guts of mid to ensure that PaperX aren't exactly there. When they start to rotate over towards the A site, you've already got some information, right? Because the dark cover was put down. You've got that info that you can commune. You've got the site already rotated towards, and then it's just a sheer strength in numbers for DFM. They almost had 3 players available for every single fight there. That's going to be the bonus round converted too, by the way.
Once again, finding PaperX in somewhat of a dire situation.
Yeah, 0 point going to remove some of these abilities, but most importantly, you've stopped PaperX from getting straight away into the A site to buy some time for some rotations. You've got Art now closer that can use the salvos
Also for Jien to hide inside of this Nebula, but he will get caught out by Forsaken. A slight opportunity for Forsaken to convert things around. Nightfall sent in, but close range, and Art will decimate with the Odin. Jing now swinging out, but to no avail. 1v1, Davai with just a stinger, looks to get the spike planted. Jinbung hopped over, concealed, stunned and flashed up as well. The C's not quite hitting the way that he wanted it to, and Davai will redeem himself with the stinger. PaperX finding some rounds in the second half.
Yeah, I thought DFM might actually be able to hold that one down when they had their numbers rotated on over, and they've got a lot of this utility that you can kind of lock them in, right? But around all of these smokes, PaperX able to just stinger them, trade them on down, getting dirty in towards it. May, that one's a little bit ambitious to just sacrifice your body and jump in towards the site. Thought as well, as soon as you start to hear that PaperX are waltzing in towards the site, that Art was going to rip out the salvos for the team around the normal, or anywhere around the site for your team to dance around. But no, not able to come out with that one. And now fresh round, and May is just by himself, really far ahead, but some great assistive utility from Jinbung is going to net a kill, force them away. Jien, good for 1. But now you got a plant to come out from PaperX, a player deficit as well.
Now command available, something to lurk. DFM looking quite aware as well. A C's to buy some time as Art gets suppressed down over by Heaven. Null command ripped. And something now with the lurk finally springs out. Coming back in to assist his teammates around the site. PaperX looking to shut down any entry from Tree, and something will end it.
Another essential 1 versus 1 at the end there for the PaperX squad, who do come out on top of that one. I do like the play from DFM. Really aggressive in towards the B main side of things and catching PaperX off guard. They just did not expect that one to be super quick. Davai caught out, but as quick as what happened over at the B side happened, back towards the A side, and PaperX are just in towards it and able to get the spike plant down, look to try and establish some solid post plants. Even recognizing a flank potential to come out as well there, right? So both teams having items in the round that they're looking pretty good on.
But down to the execution at the end.
Yeah.
PaperX 1 step ahead. We'll see though. You never quite know with this team, kind of like what Big Time was saying.
That's it, isn't it? You never quite know for PaperX if this will be the last round potentially in the map and a comeback happens.
At least for now, they're still trying to conceal as much as possible. Smokes, flashes to...
The problem is, though, May is on the line. Do they use a Prowler from Forsaken to push him off, or Jing a Paranoia? I think it might be the latter with where Jing is playing from, but it's just going to be him setting up the smokes, and they do indeed use the Prowler with the Archros.
And that is going to be a bit of a go signal.
Is it though?
Slow down, yes.
Good timing on the Nebula from GN. Locks them out a little bit. No ulti grabbed, or rather there is an ulti grab. Defy with the Steel Garden.
Okay. That will be the true go signal. Paranoia out from Jing as well, but
locked out again.
Once again, yes, Art with the salvos, crucially timed.
30 seconds, and you've got to make a call for PRX. It's going to be to rotate into a site that you don't know the number of players that are going to be there, that you don't know what exact utility is still going to be available.
A little bit rudderless, looking for the direction, but it's going to be more direction for DFM as Akame springs out with Pop Flash. Jian now to hold the off angle. Jing finds some space. 10 seconds left for the spike to get planted. Can the two players hold it down?
Jinbong has 2 Prowlers to use.
So it comes down to a crucial positioning as well as the marksmanship. Jing smokes off Heaven and tries to step himself forward into the smoke, but Mei, close range, will quickly dispatch of his opponent. Divine now to hold, but low HP, tries to sidestep, tries to set up a flash, pulling out utility, but it doesn't work out. Mei in with a shorty to bring a round up for DFM.
Yeah, Divine already tagged up in the duels, unfortunately. Info communed over, and that is going to be a successful retake to come through from DFM. I mean, PRX, they were locked out so much of that B site choke to try and get in towards the site. Well done from DFM there, and just multi-fragging up from Akame too, and the rest of the team settling down, not overcomplicating things, going in towards the retake. These are the moments in the map, you know, that can cause a little bit of frazzle for PRX. So they do have to make sure that doesn't phase them too hard. They don't get too risky in the next gun round, more importantly, because this round here, party mix of a buy.
We'll see. Chance for something to go crazy with the knives, but
Khan has to, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Have another one of these big rounds that Mei had, for example, over on the flip side, that he's already had in the server as well, and he started off.
He will get ahead. An instant dash in towards Market. Mei still off to the other end. Blades for blades, and something wins the duel.
But Null Command in, removing those blades.
Nightfall in towards Boathouse as well. So PRX continue to trudge forward. Defy finding the Stinger Spray now. Jian alongside Akame, you don't have the numbers.
Yeah, do you consider a save here? Your money is kind of on the precipice of needing it for the remainder of the map, it would feel.
But they look for more space, and that's when Petman fills in. Pop Flash out, and it kind of confirms as well, but Akame sidesteps into the smoke, in and out, for Defy to finally knock them down into the ground.
PRX, they answer back with an almost thrifty round, right? Not the most sensational buy to come in towards that one there, but they are able to make it work on the back of something with the blades yet again. And who is on the assistive mark? I will add Quack. A good flash from Batman. Again, making sure he's trying to assist for the team. Love to see that one. 11 found for PRX.
Yeah, slight unsung hero for the Dinosaur Squad, shall we say, but still.
I miss Benkai's walkouts. The true dinosaur.
Quite a long time ago, but we'll see. The next round coming up, Mei trying to get aggressive as well. Clears out a lot of A main.
Immediate rotations from DFM to this B side, however, trying to play dirty with the judge, but something.
Playing inside of the smokes, GN with the judge, the double kill. Sends PRX to slight extinction. We'll see if Jing will be able to recover.
Oh, that's risky.
Full Shrouded steps in blindly, dryly, and it's going to be Art to gun him down. Just Petman left.
Yeah.
And not quite safe for him to cross either. He's going to have to...
Should be...
work his way around it.
Impossible.
Minute left, so it's a lot of time as well. The salvage just pretty much digs his grave for him. He will still swing out to isolate a couple more duels, though! Down to the final swing from Jinbong.
If he found the right angle, maybe could have found Mei in another 1v1, but we're not in that universe right now. Great work from DFM. Art to start off technically in the kill feed onto something, so making sure you're looking after that mid gap that you did leave open. That, I gotta say, from Jing as well. Like, while I expect, I get that you're in a 2v4, you want to try and find some timing and a gap back in towards the round. That's not the one that you try to look for.
Whoa! Double Odin?
How do you fancy Jinbong's Odin?
I don't know.
Or rather,
don't
May.
see it too often, but May once again.
Oh, he
with
got
the
him.
A-main pressure.
I like Jinbung's haunts better. That's the second time that he's found a successful one.
Couldn't
Something
agree
like that.
more. PRX, though, not slowing down. Truly, W Gaming still pushes into the B site. Armageddon will slow them down, though, and something looking a little bit lost. Petman will continue to push up front, finds a double kill, off towards the next, and he takes May down. A lot more space and timing now, but for GN just to hold the angle.
Yeah, GN, sensational work to come out from him. They're finding some good timing at the stairs as well onto something when he got in towards the market. Just ill timing for something on that round. And now, oh boy, we're starting to knock on the door of a tied scoreline, aren't we? Jing getting caught out by the haunt. And then everyone trying to just get into this B site. You're starting to see Patman really step up in a round such as that, showing his also mechanical ability. But GN stepping up when needed, right? How much have we seen him, you know, kind of fall off by the wayside on this DFM squad, this stage?
Back in that, well, match from kickoff as well, Jin was one of those players who stepped up so much so that that Pearl went the way that it did.
I wanna know, why have we got Pearl as the deciding between these two when Fracture was an option? For
Perhaps that's
PRX?
something that Bella can ask.
If we
Alex,
get there.
or Northern Lights. But still, for now, the timeout from Alex to save things, possibly.
Yeah. Well, you need to, right? Because you're at that teetering point. If this round goes DFM's way, momentum starts to shift their favor. You know, you've got a little bit of missing components in terms of abilities or shields potentially, albeit guns for PRX. And at the nth hour of this map, that's not what you want to see. I mean, this one doesn't look too good for them either, right? Light shields nearly across the board, a stinger in there for Devi, you're nowhere near, Blades back again for something. You do have an ult command for Patman if you start to gain favor somewhere on the map. Remove your opponent's abilities and make those duels a little bit better for you.
It's also quite tricky for now. Bit of B main info gathering.
Yeah, just playing a bit of a spread default as DFM. Look to use a couple of abilities at some timings around this map to find if mid's clear, if B's clear, if A main's clear. You've done the middle a good service at the moment, and B main as well. So you do start to see Arch shift a little bit towards this A site, and he would be correct in doing so.
Arriving right on time. PRX, though, lacking information.
I wonder if this is going to be a situation where they try to just go up towards this and Patman rips the null command. Yeah, it is.
That'd be ill-advised, though. The salvos will stall them. And you do have Akame hiding inside of the smokes once again! Double kill found! And Jin shutting down Patman as well. Just left down to Jing. Alongside Devi, will spot out the first player. Ooh. And then goes off a bit of a tear. Jin, though, trading right back. Devi now down into it, 1-on-2. He's low HP again.
Yeah.
Spike might have been retrieved, but you've got huge obstacles right in front of you.
As long as the DFM members here in May and Jinbun just do not drop it, like, they should be winning this.
15 seconds. Devi slow creeps up off to the generator side, but he has to get the spike down, and that's when DFM will swing to tie up the score.
Oh, I said, you know, it's going to be one of these times in the map where PRX cannot afford to kind of lose it, right? It's 3 in a row from DFM to push us into all rounds of regulation now for this map. And that dry contact play to just rip the null command up short, you do not have anybody from PRX clearing the nebulas. They go in dry. And we've seen such succession in Pacific these last, you know, week of play with players dancing around smokes, inside smokes, really just finding multi-kill after multi-kill.
It's happened a lot of times now, and PRX have yet to be aware.
And they do half buy in towards this round, so at least giving themselves the affordance of equipment in the next round. But this one, I mean, you've got to almost win this one, right, as PRX to push it, because DFM are starting to really figure out how their defensive side plays, reminiscent of the succession that they were getting against DRX with going in for those retakes.
Spectacular on the info gathering, or even just some of these surprise jack-in-a-box plays, honestly, hiding inside of corners. PRX will attempt to clear with the Prowler this time, but It's all too easily read by Akame. Simple sprays, and he finds the first.
Oh,
Salvos as well!
He dodges him.
Okay, gets across, but you still gotta think about someone inside of the Nebula. He pulls out the Steel Garden, but there's the Shorty on the other end!
But the Stinger's quack, the Stinger's...
Quick trade. Rifle picked up.
You want to get close, you want to kiss him.
It still is 3-on-4.
Yeah, and that's where you got to try and get the plant down as well. But the null command to come in from Akame, it's strength in numbers for DFM.
Can you really get close enough with the Stinger though as well? Door shut down, Petman nearby, Forsaken holding the angle, but falters! Akame on for the 3 and the 4K! Pushed up to map point, DFM on the retake!
Kame for 4, and that's 4 in a row for DFM, looking to win their own map pick and get their first map victory in this Pacific stage as well. They're currently 0-4-6.
What a way to keep themselves in contention for playoffs, but also knocking down a huge opponent in PRX.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? DFM can play spoiler here to PRX and knock them out from getting a chance in towards the playoffs. So a timeout is going to be invested here for the last round of regulation.
Oof. I can only imagine what the atmosphere is like for the side of PRX comms.
Yeah, does Alex have the...
He was crashing out last week.
The angry tone of voice. Oh yeah, the biggest thing, you know, for me from last week when we saw the Alex cam was the "Why are you buying?" again. You know, when they forced
were
up 2
like
rounds in a row.
Stunned when we heard that.
Yeah.
But I do believe it is something that they are working on. It's not going to be easy. It's not going to be an instant development. It takes a while.
Yep. You've got a lot of role shifts that are looking to be cemented. You've got a new player coming into the fold.
Trying to keep that consistency up. At least they're sticking to these agents for now, and Devi has been doing a little bit better. But once again, DFM with these defenses, the way that they're hiding inside of smokes, the way that they're reading PRX's hits.
Well, I'm getting the game plan in that round for PRX, right? Getting Devi up into tree, essentially, ripping the Steel Garden to then play spoiler with the lesser weaponry, right? Because you're removing primary weapons from DFM, you're putting them down onto pistols where they might not necessarily have already invested in them, and you're catching them off guard. Yeah, great idea, it didn't work. And now last round of regulation, an Operator in for May, an Odin in for Art, and the latter can technically be at the right position here.
PRX just sending it into B though. Jing with the TP towards backside, something that DFM had to deal with, so allows for PRX to sneak in. But here comes that Odin spray, suppressive fire, and PRX
Forsaken
almost getting exterminated. They're okay for now, and Petman will stick the landing.
Plant goes down, Cosmic Divide in for GN. This is going to be a scrappy battle.
Trying to play for it, the firefight on the site. Still though, May in for the snappy flick, and every single player has been taken down. Jing and Devi though, still fighting, still going for that last stand to possibly push it into overtime. 1v1, and Jinbong has the haunt. Jing avoids it for now, but off to the flick! Jinbong finds it instead! Off to the 90-degree, onto the right side, and it closes out the map in style. PRX unfortunately losing out at map number 1.
He's just scraped his mouse across the whole mouse pad there to try and find just the spreader bullets to land on the face. That is a roughie for PRX that they get so many quick kills back in that round in that scrap battle. But that is the successive close to Ascent here to net DFM a 1-0 victory and claim their first map in Pacific Stage 1.
Unbelievably close. It almost happened, but nonetheless, for Jinbong and the entire DFM squad to be able to string those rounds together at the end of that second half.
Yeah, a couple of great moments and recognition components from them as well, and for PRX just not able to start to roll on this attacking side. I mean, how many times did we see DFM layer upon layer the utility to stall them out of B main, to expect something to come up through market and kind of not give him a fight in that area? The allocation and adjustments that DFM started to come up with around round number 18, right, where they started to really bring that defensive side online. One goes back to PRX, but then from there on out, it's just flawless.
You have those crunch plays as well. You can't forget May alongside Jinbong. I mean, it has to be said, PRX is attacking looking somewhat weak.
Yeah, but for me, Jien is the component that really stepped up on this map. He started to find himself in the server in this one. You can't just see DFM be, the Maze Show, or sometimes, the Akame Show stepping up there as well. It feels like this is a team that's missed a good playing field across the board more often than not, right? And this time, we actually had the team together. They were on the same page.
Well, could this be DFM truly coming together, or will PRX truly fall by the wayside? We'll have to toss it back over onto our desk to break all of that down.
Guys, I do not like the looks of this as a PRX fan, but for DFM, wow, what an amazing comeback. How many times were they able to win that round, even though the odds were stacked against them, just because of so many clutch plays? But where have I seen this happen before? DFM winning the first map, even though it was very, very close. Where have I seen this happen before?
Yeah, I mean, last time these two teams played, DFM won map 1 in incredibly close fashion and then went on to dominate map 2. So are we going to see a similar script? Paper Thin, what do you know that we don't know? Have you been sat in scrims all week? Like, where are these predictions coming from? But they're looking rock solid right now.
He's been doing this for a while, so we'll give him some credit there. I mean, that was a very tight map. Both of the teams, similar to their last games on Ascent, looking much weaker on the attacking side than on defense. PRX got a lot more done on defense than attack. Same can be said for DFM. And you saw some of the individuals really step up. This was not a main show. It hasn't been a main show for a while. Last time they played this map, it was Art who was a standout. This time, he was much more impactful with his util. You can see a lot of assists there. I mean, he's playing the Teo. That is an agent where even if you're not fragging, you can have a lot of impact. And as the IGL, you can kind of push and pull the game. But every single one of the other players in DFM had their moments. Akame was fantastic in terms of just being that fluid KO force that you need on the defense and kind of underarm flashing and multi-fragging. GN, that's the best I've seen him play on a map that's not Abyss.
Yeah,
like, honestly, he hasn't had a map like that. Not on Omen, not on Abyss. He was a solid anchor on the defense, and you have to give it to Jinbung as well. Jinbung had so many impact rounds. Yeah, every time there was a close round, Jinbung would 3K or would hit a clutch.
To be fair, I feel all players in this map had their moments. They all had rounds where they, popped off and really, really stood out. But we have some of rounds, of course, which we'll pull up in just a bit, which had some amazing plays, but I just got to hand it to DFM with how well they're able to read PRX at this point.
Yeah, I think these rounds are all examples of when you play a util-heavy style, when you play so many inits on Ascent, what kind of situations you can end up in. This is a lovely short trap to counter how much DFM were playing contact-heavy in towards the mid to late round. You had something on the A line, and PRX just pulled that apart, but DFM has so many set plays and so many tricks. You see the util exchange. This is what map control looks like in the current meta with Teo and with this init heavy style. You see the push and pull for B main control. DFM, they take B main early on, push the PRX away. PRX retake with a KO flash and a haunt, and then you see so many beautiful gimmicks from DFM here.
Yeah, I really like these kind of little set pieces where they're setting Mei up with the Fade Eye here. I mean, and then, we equally saw this on the other side of the map also. I mean, this is like very, very well coordinated, great util, great prep work in the server, and they'll be so happy that it worked both times for them.
This is a ridiculous amount of dry running from DFM. Like, having it on both sides of the map is ridiculous with this comp, and they stuck to it. I would have rather seen them change things up and put Jinbung on the Sentinel, but seeing just how much prep and how many set plays they had and how many little gimmicks, I can see why they stuck with the comp. And with GN doing a lot better on the anchoring on the Astra, they actually had that kind of pseudo-senti presence that they needed. GN was able to kind of hold down the site and be that solid force that they needed on defense, while the rest of the team was being active with the Fade KO.
Yeah, I feel like they understood their comp, right? If you're playing so many initiators, you need to be able to give and take space. And they really kind of understood that. I felt like their macro game was very solid. But then on the other side of the field, there was a man who stood out for us, you have to say. And, we were doubting his performance, but the Joman.
The Joman is in.
The Jing Omen. He showed up today.
I've been waiting. I've been thinking, look, Jing Omen, not looking so good. It's just been Jing Omen, or I don't know, some people say Jong or whatever on the forums. Today it was full Joman from Jing, that was absolutely beautiful. I haven't seen him, a game this good from him on Omen. And everybody's been saying it's like, dude, this agent should be built for him. It's got TPs, you can play the movement, you can play around smokes. It's well and truly within his skill set, but something hasn't clicked up until that game where I was like, okay, this man's on fire. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough.
Yeah, and I feel bad that it took this long for him to finally find, you know, his way with the Joman, right? But on the other side, you have players like Akame who just did so well. And I feel like for DFM, this style absolutely suits an opponent like PRX because you have Akame just ready to, you know, flash them or stun them with so many utility that as they do their W gaming style.
Remember the game where DFM 13-1 to PRX? Akame was on the KO. They were playing this kind of Ascent comp style of Pearl, and thank you, cameraman. I mean,
he's making me look
someone
silly.
is very smart.
I'm pretty happy as well. I mean, we both had him in there. Yeah, for a very good reason. I mean, you're absolutely right. As a PRX fan, though, can I cry a little bit here? Can I cry a little? It's not looking too good, especially since this is showing shades of what happened in kickoff. Are we going to see such a devastating scoreline in map 2?
It was close.
It's not over.
That was a very close map. There was a lot of clutches. It really could have gone either way. Lotus is a map that it hasn't really been that successful for DFM. To be fair, it hasn't been that successful for PRX this stage either. The last time they looked good on this map was playing double duelist against ZETA in kickoff. So I want to see what they're going to be bringing and why PRX has opted to pick Lotus into this series despite the fact that it hasn't been that successful of a map in this stage for them.
Yeah, I mean, like you say, I'm curious if they're going to stick with this way. Part of me kind of feels like they'll do something else. I feel like they're still managing to experiment, find different things, but I'm not exactly sure what they need on this map. But I think if you've picked this, I need to see why you have picked this.
Yeah.
What weaknesses are you seeing in DFM's game?
Yeah, I think Forsaken looked okay on the Waylay. They had a lot of pretty decent ideas, but it's really the rest of the team where things fell apart a little bit. This was one of the maps where I think Jing was on the Omen and then Mindfreak went on the Omen later in the series, and neither of them looked that convincing on it. I'm hoping that just having Jing playing better on the Omen on Ascent is going to give him a lot of confidence to bring into Lotus here, because having a strong Omen player, if you're going to play it on this map, is very important. You see how many times, like, Marco's the perfect example of it. If that dude is sitting in rubble with a paranoia, he's getting 2 or 3.
Yeah. It's so important. It's a very crucial. I mean, I would be shocked if there's no Omen. I think it's kind of necessary at this point for Lotus, for how most teams like to play. So, you know, I don't, you know, once I'm going to say it, I think I'm happy if Jin goes on the Omen again.
Yeah.
And, you know, you would have asked me at the start of today, I don't think I would have said that, but I thought he did good. But yeah, why have you picked this map, PRX? That's what I want to see. You know, this is your map pick now, and if you want to turn it around, there's no room left. You're running out of runway, so to speak.
Especially since, you know, they have to win this series. They have to win this series, especially since the window for playoffs is just getting smaller and smaller. It's eventually going to close on their faces, right? I don't think, though, that, like, as you mentioned, that first map was entirely bad. Like, sometimes you can feel that the team is about to just, like, snowball and just go down. But I don't feel that way for PRX. I feel like they're still in high spirits.
No, it's an incredibly close game, right?
Yeah.
It was. There was a couple of those, like, PRX-esque mistakes, like that one of those Jin Boom clutches where he was just getting 1v1s on short, for example, and Patman just flashed himself outdoor without anyone to trade. That was a perfect example of it. But for the most part, I didn't get a sense that either of the teams were making huge misplays. They were both playing pretty well. They both really want to get off the bottom of the board in the group here. But I think, especially DFM, they really need this win, because I'm pretty sure if PRX do lose and then win their game next, or end up going 1-4, there could be a 3-way tie on the 1-4, whereas if it's going to be harder for DFM. Looking at the comps, though, for DFM here, we are going to see Mei on the Neon, and you're going to get Breach and Teo with the Viper. This is very common at the moment. It's a very played out style that you see a lot, but it is a little bit of a change. They used to run Viper and Raze, so they've changed up a couple of roles here.
PRX back to double duelist. Jing on the Raze, something on the Yoru. So we're seeing this flexibility come into play for PRX, but this is a style that was so historically good for them. Jing's Raze has been talked about for years at this point. So I think he needs to show us why.
Oh, Forsaken on the Omen as well. I haven't seen him on controller yet. You put him in the controller role. Do you have any insider info, Mika?
Hey, I'm just picking players. What do I know, right? The Sasantoman? Right?
Okay, that's
the J Soman?
J Soman.
J Soman, yeah.
Terrible.
I hate my job.
Well, before these two analysts, respected analysts, kick me out of here because they've had enough of my antics, we are about ready to step into Lotus. Is this gonna go the way that it did once before when we saw DFM face off against PRX? We'll find out as we toss it to our casters, Komodo and Quack.
Why, yes, indeed. We'll take a look at the antics on the server instead. Of course, there are some interesting role swaps as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is the first time Forsaken's brought out the Omen, so adding another agent to his repertoire. We'll see how this one is going to start off. Of course, for DFM, want to recognize that this comp is what Sentinels most recently played, but I think if we're sticking with Pacific, it's what Boom most recently played and obliterated Global Esports 13-1 on.
Of course, different players piloting the agents, but right now at least, Toxic Screen and then over rotations onto the C site. PRX for now is still playing it safe.
Yep, you're going to see something slot in over at Rubble. 3 players for PRX in the middle of the B site, and then just Devi over at C, who's almost just situating himself for a proper retake here. Has Thorns on the back of the site that he can hope to get a little bit of chipper damage through, but apart from that, it's really not going to be too much, is it?
Yeah, really quite nothing at all.
It's the timing.
Rose doesn't see anything, so yes.
Are they second guessing that they might be outside of A lobby at the moment? This can give DFM so much space to push through spawn.
Which would really affect...
And they can adjust where they want to plant.
Backside, oh my god. DFM gets to holds. Got the smoke set up as well, so it takes more time to clear out back hall. DFM pushes into Waterfall. Not expected by PRX fully. They will be able to take a shot down, but still, some trades found. Devi, though, taking more space up now. Akame to pull and hold. A couple of shots in, and that's Forsaken trading right back. So some shots successful for PRX.
Yeah, DFM, it looks a little bit awkward in the duels that they want to actually try and take there, isn't it? In towards the waterfall, it feels like you've just got Mei getting ahead of the curve. You got Akame then, head on a swivel in which duel that he wants to try and take. Over waterfall, over spawn side. Thought DFM might actually look to get a little bit more of a commanding foothold towards the C hall side of things, but instead, kind of opting not to do so.
Just being able to find a successful, maybe a confident round for PRX could reinvigorate them for the rest of the map. This is their pick after all, but they are the ones with their backs against the ropes.
Yeah, and DFM choosing to start off on the attacking side as well, by the way.
And they are buying up with the spike plant, okay.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one for them. They are backing themselves, of course. Challenge around Mound.
And PRX might not expect it. Of course, they were the ones forcing up last week, so never quite know.
Yep. In this sort of scenario as well, you do have a drone available for Art to start to clear things out, right? Gonna force something away. Meanwhile, up through mid. Pillars for DFM, waiting to bust in towards B potentially, but that wall will pop.
Yeah, Mei on the neon this time. A lot more movement going through. PRX, though, happy to hover around the site. Prowlers and everything sent over. The fake out instantly dealt with as well. Watch out for the Fade utility coming over, but Akame, so far so good. We'll be able to land some shots until Devi descends upon it. 2 more kills, and down to just Jinbong, who, with a Sheriff, attempts at fending off the incoming PRX squad. Not going to happen. 2-0.
Yeah, the full force up for them as well into the B side, but it kind of feels like no one's actually establishing any control around the site. You've got disconnections from a couple of the members locked out in towards B main. The players on the side itself really not hitting any shots. You got to tap on the spike plant, but nobody from PRX bites the bullet on that one, right? They wait a few seconds before ultimately just going in together in numbers.
Numbers truly favoring PRX for now. Certainly taking a bit of damage in the economy as well. DFM having to save.
Not gonna lie, I kind of wanted to see how PRX's Waylay comp on this one that they ran against DRX would have fared against DFM, but glad to see that they are also changing things up and putting Jing back on the raise as well.
Just trying to find their rhythm.
Yeah, that's it. This round, though, just the pistols for DFM. And if you're playing long quarters, long-range duels, that'll be pretty well placed for PRX.
Yeah, the Southeast Asian squad will happily play a little bit of Songkran here, but May also shooting back as well. That's quite a bit of damage if you're considering how this is playing out as he finds the third. Forsaken will end the chaos for now, but that was still some losses to be felt.
Yeah, it makes them play with their economy a little bit more here and have to really dip and reinvest. But, I mean, you're 3-0 up. You've got a dimensional drift coming in towards this next round, so you can certainly look to see them use it for a retake if they need to, or if you really want to get aggressive of PRX and get down and dirty in towards these duels, you can try and utilize it a little bit earlier on as well for the team to be set up.
The mechanics on the guy. He actually found the dink at the end as well.
Rubble control. 4 players for PRX around this A site, and they'll establish dominance here. Shift immediately for DFM over towards the C site, where you've already got the gate crash from something to get out of there and assist the weaker side of the map in case DFM opted to go quite quickly.
You gotta watch for the Rolling Thunder that Akame has.
Stealth drone denied as well. You've got that shear wall that is in a problematic position to try and bait out as DFM. You're not running a Yoru, for example, to do that free of charge, well, at the cost of utility. And now something is getting all the information on what exactly is happening around the map.
It's not too bad, but PRX needs to rack up in the kills. They're actually getting traded instead. Something falling to Art as well. Jing trying to hold, but Akame once more with the trade.
Yeah, but the spike, enough time to still have an idea for DFM on where they want to potentially end this one. Vice still available, by the way, as device, so that B sheer wall is still there, which would give good information to PRX if it does end there. So it's 50-50 essentially for DFM.
Could help, but this is still going to be a bit of a numbers game. Can Devi fend off 3 incoming invaders? He hears them. Flashes out, will go in to spray down the first, and with a drive-by, he backpedals and takes down Akame as well. Steel Garden to rip.
You want guns? Okay. No. And he has to try and establish a plan here as well.
10 seconds.
They can give it to them if they want to.
Sure enough, but still, Patman trying to deny. The Hunt will spot out his target, but okay, Jin trying to slip aside. Does spot them out though, but thankfully with a high-low setup, Patman will save the day. The Caped Crusader arrives.
Yeah, I mean, that's big from Devi to be able to just kind of hold mouse 1 and catch 2 of them in the spray. The second essentially on the fadeaway. PRX, dimensional drift from something. You'll see that earlier on. Provide a bunch of information and attention for the team to push up through the lobby. Yes, he gets traded on out, but it's the trade game in the beginning that kind of works out for DFM. 2 versus 3 scenario recovered for PRX as they continue this flawless run. Not getting reset on the economy either. Starting to think for ourselves as DFM, well, if you drop this here investment round that you've got light shields for and Vandals and the Phantom, are you taking a timeout?
Thinking about it, but this is a good look from PRX nonetheless. Their mental is not shaken, but right now, DFM attempting to make something happen across Rubble as well. Viper wall, a drone in towards the site, and also a lot of presence around tree. PRX, though, maybe setting up for the retakes. You got Patman with Nightfall nearby.
Yep, and you got to remember the step up from Suggest when he played on the Vice and what was around this A site too, remember? So this time, Devi not going to be able to really have a lot of weight with the util, but exchange of ults, Quack.
And it allows for PRX to slip in. Forsaken in with the body shots, and you got Jing for the showstopper as well. Akame now stunned and trapped inside a tree. He just cannot get out. A majestic sweeping symphony of a round conducted by PRX.
Great tunes coming out from them in that round as well. Flawless in nature to come away with a 5th round on the board. DFM, I mean, needing to kind of step into the situation that I was talking about on the last map, right? Finding a player here or there was what PRX kind of were missing out on a little bit. You know, pull apart a couple of these pieces, make things easier for yourselves. If you're going into these 5v5 situations and PRX are getting an idea on where they need to rotate towards, the back of course, something being able to do so quite quickly, they can come out with some great dominance.
This time, however, it's going to be the mound play. There is a lovely haunt, but Jing somehow missing his mark as well. He was stunned up.
Yeah, taking a page out of Jing Bung's book from last map. Great little initiative play from Patman there, but just stunned. Jing couldn't get anything.
Ooh. intentionally tripped as he slips in.
Yeah, do you consider at this point in time that that's a bait on it, or that it's actually real? Art gonna think better of going too deep, so he's gonna send the drone to do so. Now he's got Jinbong here to assist him.
And if you're a Paper X, you just really don't have any idea. You need to push up for that information, but that's when Art will capitalize. Double kill found, Forsaken to trade right back. Salvos then from Art to hold.
Yeah.
The spike is on the ground though.
Oh, but Patman pushing out where needed to. Art for a trade. Art on for a potential ace here, and the timing from May is gorgeous. Look at that. Slipping the net, Quack, finding the gaps, trying to catch Paper X, who get a little bit aggressive into the B site before the spike is even established.
There's not much to do.
So that means that, you know, you don't necessarily need to see a timeout from them now because they did get the round on the board.
One suppressed. Which will always be welcome. First loss on the map for Paper X. It happens through a bit of a trick play with Art, the Ibaraki Ninja. Being able to slip into the site. Off being pulled out this round though by something. It does meet its mark. Jinbong getting taken down.
Yeah, now you can't really toy with the smoke screens over towards the A side of things either. So you're going to have to invest some smokes from GN if you want to try and get over here. Whoa. The A side of the map is completely open for the taking for DFM, but they're not going to be able to find that one and recognize that because they, of course, have seen, you know, the likes of Device setting up some util over here. Seen a couple of different members set up for some bait plays as well, but they'll start to piece something together a little bit.
Attempting to at least, but with the op shot from something, they're thinking twice about it as well. Of course, it could be a fake, so it depends on how DFM calls around this. Art having no true idea. The information not accurate.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the importance of 10-10 having an operator, right? Just able to lock down a line, change it up.
Side steps as well. And now it's just an attempt at a mid-round play in towards the B site. Something in with a shorty. Once again with the op as well. He will find the next player to hit. And Patman also preventing entry. Paper X up to 6.
Yeah, it looks a lot more coordinated from Paper X as well, right? The risks that they are taking to have some bodies over at the choke point engagements, it's not too far-fetched on how they're tackling them, especially when you've got an AWP as well, right? When that wall goes down, pretty pivotal for the shot to come out from something, and then it's just together, right? He's playing with Jing in this position, making sure that he's got trade ability, and the rest of the team is just watching the other angles that they need to as well. It's a good little micro plus macro in a bunch of those engagements.
A lot of that Paper X would need a lot more of for now. Just making some presence known, but also TP away. Davai, somewhat undetected, but May will slide over. Good shot, but still the trades found by DFM, and now some space as well. Something will not quite leg a player. I thought he did. But this is then the Viper's Pit up and online. Armageddon just to create more space as well. Now Art continuing to spray off by the wayside. Paper X trying to find more, but completely denied by the Phantom at the hands of Jinbong. Snakebite to burn something down as well. The second round picked up by DFM.
In thrifty fashion too, just getting in towards that C site very quickly. Divide down for the count after one, and the fact that you're able to establish a pit doesn't really give time for Paper X to try and get back in there as well, right? Just trying to get in very quick. I get the idea. You don't want to allow your opponents to get set up, to go for the plant, right? You want to catch them when they might be a little bit lesser, especially when they got the lesser weaponry too. But, well, it doesn't matter in that scenario, does it?
It's great thrifty being picked up.
Gun rounds to be presented here. No operator for something this time. One away from the dimensional drift, and well, he's going for some rubble control yet again, taking a little bit of damage earlier on. Of course, the decay in effect too.
Even attempt at taking more control. Paper X onto the other side. Forsaken trying to set up something for, well, something.
Yeah, I wonder if they want to try and attack May, but he will get out of dodge. Not going to be caught by himself in an untradeable position.
Does make quite a bit of noise as he does so, though, so something getting a little bit more curious now, and he will bite the bait. May to trade right back.
Yeah, lucky that May was actually really heads up to go in for that trade quickly, because there's a world in which Art gets taken out, and that one isn't tradable onto something.
While all that happens, you got Jinbong to attempt at tripping more traps across C site.
The thing is, they can go back there now if they want to, right? They haven't spotted out the wall at C site. They spotted out just the thorns, which
just pulls more rotations over from PRX. But as they do so, PRX with the peaks, they will find their shots. Into the smoke, Forsaken trying to extend his reach. Spots out GN. And on for the Nightfall as well. The triple kill, a hat trick picked up by Forsaken.
Yeah, great shots to come out from him there. Just DFM not able to quickly realize where he'd repositioned to and get the frags. Some great duels won, right? You got the trade out there from May. The fact that Forsaken's able to find that one, though, onto May really doesn't set up anything. And then Jinbung was spotted over at C in the Thorns, right? So you get the idea that the rotation will come a little bit later without the rest of the team. And Patman able to find that one. This time around, though, Quack, the timeout will come out from DFM, where I was asking a little bit earlier when they might pull it out, but they come away with the one round and they might feel they don't need to have a little bit of a chit-chat, though this time a 2-7 scoreline. Yeah, you need to have a talk because this could quickly bloom out into a 10-2 half because there's only 3 rounds remaining.
Yeah, I would gather maybe Coach Northern Lights attempting to give the player some solution as to how they might deal with something and that op. But at the same time, you got to consider for so much, especially with how PRX have been wrangling for more control across the map, right? At times it's going to be Rubble and Mound, and that's exactly how you want to play to keep DFM on their toes.
Yeah, but they're always keeping, numbers around that B side as well. Even when the sheer wall is at the front of it, they're having these timings where they are stepping out a little bit, either together as a two-man duo, or they're putting some good Prowler timing out there, or a Haunt timing from Patman. This time you get the idea that for DFM, they were pinging some things on the radar for the folks wondering where the sheer wall has been commonly placed. So I'm wondering, is Devi going to be changing its location or not, if it's still going to be at the front of B, which it is. So there's the idea that DFM already know that going into this round now, if they want to contest with it or not. I mean, Patman's going to be there again, but to start off, you've lost GN immediately, and no trade.
Advances out from PRX. Yeah, they're not going to give DFM the chance to trade.
And something did just have to gatecrash away from this A Rubble control. He was really right at the choke point looking to get spicy with it.
Thankfully, we'll get out of dodge for now, but of course DFM still staying grouped up.
Yeah, and remember something, has the Dimensional Drift here to get all the information if this does shift into a retake.
Or a bit of a flash play, will find May. Clone out just to check if there are more players on towards Tree as well. And it just allows for Jing to swing through with the angle being held spectacularly. PRX moves upward.
It almost looks too easy for them, doesn't it? When they go for a little bit of a just team play over at Mound, and then you're forcing DFM away into the A site where something meets them at the choke, gets the information, and then the team shifts back on over. DFM, they're not falling back. They're still wanting to go towards the alpha site, and they're just not able to really even get in. Good timing from something individually with the flash instead of, falling back and playing passive.
Could even
wanting to get into the duels.
Could even be great counter usage of the timeout by Coach Alex.
Yeah, of course.
Being able to throw a wrench into DFM's plans, but we'll see how the next round shakes up. DFM once again going for Rubble control. Something is nearby, and he does take a pick.
Yeah, he didn't expect May to get in front of that util. Don't know where that one's gone. Could have got out of dodge, but choosing not to this time. 4 versus 4. Will DFM decide to stay around A or not? Sheer popped. Confirmed that no one's in front of it.
That does cause some question marks into the minds of PRX once again as well. So smoke bought out by Forsaken. He slips over though.
A lot for him to do as well, by the way, if they do pivot in this breakable room, which they do. So it's on Forsaken to come up with a multi-kill.
They have no idea. He hears the paranoia. He hears the spike getting planted. And he has a great opportunity. Look at the trigger discipline now. Goes for the first and in for the next burst. You got the paranoia as well as the Prowler out from the other side as well. GN trying to fend off his incoming invaders, but Forsaken will continue tearing forward, just completely ripping DFM asunder.
And the thing is for Forsaken there in that moment in time, he does not overplay his hand as well, right? He spots out the planter, lets him go, wants more kills, but when he finds them, he blinds them afterwards. Lets the team get invested as well, right? A lot of time in the histories, you would see some, big W gaming moments from PRX, overplaying their hands, potentially overheating. But look at how he methodically just plays around it and then has to play with the team, right? Patman as well. good C's. They're stuck in the room. They're paranoid. There's no way DFM are getting out of that.
Exactly what you would need from the Southeast Asian squad. Next round coming up. It's a huge pop flash for a bit of rebel control. Contested though quickly. And also the From the Shadows instantly spotted by Jing.
Yeah, just lets him stick that in towards the dark cover and then finds the frag. May down as well, real low.
DFM trying to scuffle their way out of this one, but it's not quite going to happen easily. The overdrive is popped, but he is incredibly low. Jinbung as well spotted. The lurk completely eliminated. Something to take down another player as well. But DFM continue to brawl right back. Holding Rebel.
Dig real deep here.
Oh, Davai though traces his crosshair cross, and that's now something just to leapfrog forward. PRX to end the first half in a 10-2 fashion.
Yeah, I mean, when that timeout came through, right, what did I speak about? You don't want to see this one go to 10-2 if you are DFM. You want to try and have that conversion start to come and bring a little bit of salvage. Likewise of the first map where we, managed to bring something back to bring it into a workable half in the end. We need to just see, almost a new look to DFM, though, it feels like, on this exchange, right? Because PRX has just given themselves so much space to come back from missed opportunities or falterings in this second half now with this scoreline.
A map which is looking a lot better, but of course, never quite want to count DFM out either. Both teams finding themselves quite so at the bottom of the group, but trying to put one foot ahead of the other.
Yeah, for sure. This map picked by PRX, for those might have not known yet or joined us in the middle of this one, certainly feels like they had an idea of why they wanted to pick it.
Also the gun show.
Let's transfer some of those muscles, shall we?
Well, they have been hitting the gym, but I don't know how that could translate to the game.
Mate, they're 0-3. They needed to hit the server.
Well, I'm sure they're doing that as well, but for now at least, although Ascent was a really close and even affair that did end up with DFM closing that out, currently onto Lotus, DFM find themselves in a bit of a hairy situation.
Yeah, onto the defensive side for them right now, where they have not managed to find a single round on that against DRX. Against Gen G, for example, they also didn't find a single defensive round. So they're kind of hedging their bets a little bit that they would get more on their attack side than they managed to. And, well, 2 rounds is not going to cut the mustard.
See how it shakes up with DFM now, different composition may on the Neon. But for now, at least, just trying to pick more Halt Orbs across the map. PRX on towards Mount.
Yeah, see what Art is going to be able to do here with GN as well, if PRX want to go into the side itself, looking for the gate crash.
Quickly dealt with until the Paranoia gets sent over. Clone dispersed.
No rotations from the rest of DFM, though. They're okay to just let these two players kind of survive a little bit with the salvos just coming back online and used.
Trying to think about the situation, but yeah, still a chance for PRX to
rotate in towards May, who is getting very far forward now, looking for a 1, and then have the wall pop up for him to escape.
And that's that.
Yeah, no wall just yet.
Backtracks into the A site, continues to jiggle. Wall still not up, so maybe the fuel not quite there, but nonetheless, May still being able to hold the site. Full push from Tree by PRX, but can they take May down? It took a little bit of effort, but managed to get there in the end. Still though, with that time, DFM then gets to find some pot shots through the smoke. Akame, a double found, continues to peek out. It's a 3-on-2 with Petman finding a dink. He's still pinned down by the boxes though. For the swing out now, then something to assist his fallen teammate, but you still need to take down these 2 incoming tangos. Tries to reposition, does have the gate crash, but I don't know if that one's gonna help him out too much. He fakes it. DFM knows, but they still holding down the angle, will allow themselves to get isolated. Now onto the spike tap, and something goes in for the push.
He goes huge, absolutely. For PRX there in that pistol. You had to see this round be gathered by DFM because they started to get the kills in that. They had a moment of a 3 versus 2, but it's the Red Bull clutch to come through for something. and it's a 4K at the end of it. I mean, this moment here, right? It's a 2 versus 3. You had the double on up. You thought you'd have numbers. You thought you'd have the way in which to establish a good retake there, but something is having a map. You know, a lot of the PaperX guys are having a map right now.
Just another one for the books for the PaperX squad. I mean, they've got 2 strong Yoru players, but we'll see. Early TPs away, and DFM have stacked up onto the correct site, but will they find the shots? PaperX continue forth as a firing squad. May, though, throwing out the crosshair placements. Art chiming in now as well. Takes a bit more effort from PaperX. This could go quite bad until Jink finds the wall banks to save his team. It is going to be map point.
You say May throwing off the crosshair placements. I think Jing Satchel more throwing off the crosshair placements for his teammates there. But 8 recovers in the end for PaperX to seat themselves on 10 map points to push us into a map 3, unless we have a huge universal comeback from DFM.
Possible. As a PaperX fan, I don't want to say, you know, mean things about the team, but as a professional caster, sometimes I will say PaperX, sometimes they love to shop at Forever 21, you know, to buy chokers. I see you shaking your head. Say something.
That's so bad. That is so bad. PaperX are not going to choke a 12-2 lead.
Hopefully not, as something dives straight in with the judge. May now trying to fight back, sliding in over from Hall, but still Davai with the push-up will eliminate Akame. Onto the site now with the spike attempting to get planted. May tries to deny it to them. But Art now also chiming in. The hold from DFM. What did I say? Something now, and he's only got a sheriff and a judge. Still though, able to take some shots. The Thorns, I think, took another DFM player down as well.
Certainly did. And now something, I mean, the spike is the problem here. He doesn't have the spike. Plays with the rotating door, actually, because he does have, you know, the gate crash to come on back. If May finds that, he can camp it. I think he's just heard it as well. Okay. So he could definitely camp it if something chose to use it. Otherwise, you're just playing on time, playing on the fact that he's 11 HP.
Need the sheriff shot, though.
30 seconds left.
Tries to pull a fake with the gate crash, but May seems to be aware. Looks for the right angle, and there is the headshot.
Yep, as I said, just repositioning. You're playing a long game there, right? It's 11 HP that something has there. Shouldn't be losable. I was going to say, the round almost looks like it was going to be done with the situation that PaperX put themselves in.
Well, yeah.
4 versus 4 scenario, the trades start to come on out, and you're getting good establishments until there's just 2 quick kills that come in from essentially Art and Co. And the Thorns get the trade, and then the 1 versus 1 at the end. But that's the bonus round. And you're only surviving with 1 player as DFM. It has a bleed-on effect coming into this new round. 2 Guardians, 3 Light Shields in total. It's also not the most sensational buy from PaperX, I will admit, but they've got a little bit of mound control now established. Starting to pivot in towards the C site potentially quickly.
Whoa. Well, Jing, at least with the satchels, will find the Bucky kill. Down to Jien for the trade.
Good timing on the salvos from Art to at least buy time for the team to also rotate over.
Yeah, you got a full kit of utility on Akame, but still, will PaperX be able to fend them off?
Plant down.
Utility getting set up. DFM kind of knows where PaperX are hiding, and that would be closer towards stairs. So May kicking things off. Will be able to find the first hit. Davai, though, in for the double trade, but then just Jien and Akame to continue swinging out the trade protocols favoring DFM.
Yeah. Certainly is. You want to see some pass marks from DFM to hold enough weaponry as well to make sure that they can get a lot of these rounds in succession now, because all it takes for PaperX is to get 1 round, right? They just need the 1. They've got Davai with the Steel Guard and coming in towards this next round, which can put them just onto the pistols and potentially win out in a thrifty fashion, depending on the force up that PaperX want to go for. But if they also want to make sure that they are closing this map out properly, you might just see them play on the side of caution for a round, right? They had the 10-2 half. They gave themselves so much cushioning that they can just go for a full round where they don't necessarily need to just over-invest.
They can stack up on the ultimates, but as I say that, DFM are stacking up on ultimates of their own. Rolling Thunder and Overdrive for May as well as Akame.
Orb to be gathered not by Jing. So no showstopper in this round, but you put Patman 1 off the Nightfall. With death, that will come.
Both sides playing a bit of a stalemate until the drone that is, but it is just one player. So some information for DFM. Oh, something towards a site.
Yeah, these are the sort of strange rounds that PaperX are going to try and keep DFM questioning where things may end.
Yeah, trying to slip into the A site, but quickly dealt with, dispatched by Akame. And you got May as well, just anchoring down B. PaperX, though, still breaking forward. Jing in with the movement. Rifle swapped on over to the healthier player, and that is Petman. Jinbung, though, still swinging, and now finding Petman by the back. Forsaken slips in, but ultimately it's the spike on the ground. Jinbung has held the angle.
Forsaken, I don't think he's going to be able to get the spike here.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Jin can do as well. He's getting converged upon. And that's now just down to Forsaken.
Hello.
They're holding it. He goes for the wide swing. Almost a whiff, but still collected, thankfully, by Jinbung.
Yeah, some damage in there, though. Not going to lie, right? May and Art down for the count. Some swinging numbers from PaperX to be able to find a couple of kills in that one to still make sure that we're getting some value out of the weapons, of course. Playing with the economy little by little, but grand scheme of things, not really that much. You know, we're waiting for this rifle round to come through from PaperX around the bend. And they do have a couple of those ults, I said, right? Your Fashion Patman, one away from the Nightfall, which now you do have. You had an investment of the Rolling Thunder in that round from Akame, but you've picked up the Armageddon coming into this new one.
Up on May as well, and now he's holding down the sightlines into A. Jinbung spotted out by the Prowler at least.
Yeah, and a gate crash denied as well, so no pop play to come out from PaperX. You're going to think better of going towards the B site. You can spread back towards A. When you hear this drone, it's going to spot out just one in Forsaken. But it'll cause a little bit of worry. So some rotations still to keep May interested around this A site. To have Akame ready still with fault line, with flashes, an early fault line, and an Armageddon investment. I don't know about that one.
Yeah, it doesn't quite hit anyone. Meanwhile, the Nightfall plus the Showstopper won't hit anything either. Oh, Jing ult! A knife found by Akame, but thankfully Davai finds the trade. May in with the overdrive as well, and that will expire quickly.
That is utter tomfoolery that has come out there from Akame. Cannot believe it. A missed Showstopper whiff from Jing. Let's have a knife duel. And now with 30 seconds to go, you're going into the A site where Art has snuck in towards the tree. Spotted out. No, not spotted out. Good for a kill.
30 seconds.
And that allows him to anchor down the site a little bit more effectively. He will send out the stun as well for added measure. PaperX, though, looking to dive straight in. Art with the sidestep, but Davai will find his target. Oh, Jien spots out by the back, but Davai for the flick. It's just Jinbung and May now, who still line things up. The skewer found against PaperX to keep DFM in the game.
Are there any believers yet in a comeback to come for DFM?
It is 6-12.
It is 6-12. What's the number, Quack? What's the number? 11? 10? 9?
Knife.
Strange rounds. Fun rounds.
Is it?
DFM will hold on, though. PaperX not able to finish things in the map just yet on the 4 in a row
Is it
that
fun,
DFM
Komodo?
have found. Valorant's fun.
Did you enjoy that one?
I enjoyed that one. There were shenanigans afoot. Doesn't all need to be clean, readable Valorant. You know, it can be weird.
It's truly crazy. Oh, they've changed their signs now. They had ones that were supporting PaperX before.
So who's the angry one? Who's the one getting yelled at? I'm sure the angry one's Alex. But well, who's he yelling at?
It could be anyone.
Could be anyone at any moment.
Honest,
Yeah.
Right? Oh man.
Angry Alex not needed just yet. Still a couple of good rounds for PaperX to try and close this map and push us into the third. For DFM though, yeah, it needs to be just flawless in variety, right? Just getting the rounds on the board time and time again.
At least with that round then, ultimates neutralized on both sides, so perhaps more of a chance for PaperX.
I think more ultimates wasted on both of the sides, really. An Armageddon thrown in for naught.
That's one way to put it.
Showstopper whiffing its way.
I was trying to be nice.
Nah, we got no niceties here.
Yeah, this is
a game
merciless.
This is a game of violence.
This is not just a game. This is a way of life.
Yeah. The PRX way. The W gaming.
The Prowler now, though, and it does tag Mei up, especially the Stinger that follows it.
Again, stalled from getting into the side itself, at least for now. And if you want to try and explode out into this one, oh, well.
Oh, and it's just Akami to hold the off angle. Jing, though, at least will be able to relay forward. Mei now finding a shot from the angle that he has.
15 HP.
Low
though?
HP, but still some damage. Jinbong now affording assistance from A-Link. Jing trying to push back in, but to no avail. It's just Devi, who was way too far separated.
Gotta be careful with the line that he does go on, because Mei is holding something with the operator, but he looks away. They don't know where Devi is.
Devi could slip through. Oh, he's not quite sure where they're looking. So with the slip forward, GN will land his shots. It's DFM still hanging on by a thread, but they are surely climbing up.
And then there was 7. Trying to get in towards the site quickly. The wall as well, right, to provide a little bit of decay, but it's Mei. 15 HP, doesn't matter when the operator is in play. And as long as he doesn't overstep, really, you know, he's not giving PRX away to get back into that round. So 2 surviving yet again is A-okay. You're starting to build up, you know, economy on a couple of these players, right? GN is able to afford a drop here and there. But for PRX, Dimensional Drift in towards the B site, sniff together a bunch of information to communicate to the team. He can go real deep here if he wanted to. That's...
Oh my god.
How has he gotten away with that? It's a paranoia. It's a near sight. He has some sort of vision.
Took a little bit of time for the
Odin to wind up.
Yeah, possibly. But still, nonetheless, good pickup for PRX, now trying to regroup themselves. DFM trying to retain control over the map, but the clone.
Yeah, they know that someone's in trait, more importantly, right?
More question marks. Jinbong, though, great timing for the Viper's pit, but has to backtrack out of there because of the Prowler.
Yeah,
he's got space.
He's got to almost give up the pit here. Paint shells will keep him at bay. He needs to get in it, but it's dirty. He doesn't exactly know, and now this flank
to the edge.
is looked after by the Sheer.
And that allows for more PRX players to really surround the site. Devi spots out GN, something denying entry by Mei. This could be it. Jinbong still keeping inside of it. Devi holding out the back line, but still, can he deal with Jin? Will be able to hit it. And off to Forsaken now. Just Akame left. 1 against 5, and he starts things off. Decent, but not quite it. PRX finally end the map. It's 13-7, almost went downwards, but still, they move forward.
It's a pretty comfortable scoreline if you look at it from the outset, right? But you got to consider that there was the 5 in a row that DFM managed to find just there after the 10-2 half, right? It got to 12-2, a bonus round that looked very possible for PRX to be able to win. So they'll give themselves a bit of a breath, a sigh of relief that this series isn't over. They've not won any of their series clean, I'll admit, right? They've all been 2-1 so far against DRX, Genji, and Boom Esports. And now, of course, they are looking to win the next map in this series to have the dream of playoffs continue.
I don't know. It feels like it's a dream. There's a slight chance that it could be reality, but they could also wake up and realize that this is just a bit of a nightmare. We'll see what happens. I mean, a bit more inspired play from PRX, especially beginning in this first half.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the way that they were just winning those rounds, they were not scared. They were pushing DFM back. They were making sure that they weren't able to get in, you know, almost 9 times out of 10 or 2 times out of 10, really, right? 2 times out of 12. So just good positioning, good adjustments from a lot of the times on PRX. And, you know, they were able to bring that over to the other side on the exchange as well. But when they give themselves a 12-2 scenario, all you need is 1, and they got the job done.
And it also does bring us into our final map of Pearl. What's the last time that happened on Pearl? Remind me, Komodo.
13-1.
Bingo Ringo. So we'll see how that all shakes up, because for now, we're going to have to toss it back over onto our desk to break down the action that just went through.
Oh, we are definitely looking forward to that map 3 that has a lot of history. But before that, even this map had me quite nervous for both teams. Actually, you had DFM even have a little bit of a comebacky streak in those final rounds, but PRX, they just had so many rounds that were impeccable, and we had shades of like that old peak PRX that we love.
I got one word for you, bingo ringo. That's exactly how I would describe the performance from PRX. You know, it was very dominant in the first half, and it did start to slip a little bit. I thought DFM might have had a chance, but 12 was just too many.
Yeah, for sure. They dug themselves a deep hole. I like DFM's adjustments here, though. They've changed their comp, as did PRX, since the last time they played. And I was very concerned about a lot of the roles going into this series. For DFM, it's been my major gripe with them. But Akame on the flash in here, Art's back on the info in here, and then you got Jinbung on like a pseudo Senti. He can lurk a little bit, and GN on the Omen. It didn't work out for them, but I think that these roles and this comp actually makes a lot more sense for DFM. They just had too slow of a start in that first half, and PRX had just such a strong handle on that defense.
Yeah, something absolutely little the server as well on that Yoru. Managing to bring out the op too. I feel like DFM just could not find the answers for what PRX were doing.
Yeah.
Apologies on that first half.
Yeah, it's good to see Forsaken going on the Omen, and is there anything this guy can't play? He's like the ultimate flex player. He's white. I think all of us picked him as the flex player for our teams, but it's just kind of ridiculous. Like previously, PRX, their biggest issue, I felt like in some of the previous series, was that it felt like no one could play Omen on this team. And in this series so far, we've seen two pretty good Omen performances from different players.
Yeah, it's very, very encouraging for PRX as well to have this kind of performance on Lotus, right? I do feel that DFM was handling PRX quite well, even on some of their best rounds, right? They were just overpowered by, you know, PRX-y quite things at the end, but this wasn't too bad from DFM.
Yeah, looking at some of these replays, I mean, this is what it feels like to play against PRX. These kind of rounds where you haven't even got the spike down and you just get bombarded by utility. I remember sitting in the coach sheet, and I'm sure you've seen it as well, Morgan, where they just bombard you with utility and run at you. And watching the player POVs, you're going to each player, they're flash, they're getting run out, they're dead. The next person's flash, they're getting prowled, they're run out, they're dead. This is a perfect example this round of how to fake pressure on one side of the map. You see the Omen smoke on one side towards A and front B, as well as an I. Something runs up with the TP, and then you get this C trap on the other side. What you're trying to do is funnel the attackers towards that C side of the map and then be able to catch them with the trap. And by the time DFM have pivoted back to A, you've already got multiple players rotating in, and you're flooding the site before they can even get comfortable.
Yeah, we would call this masking. So you're essentially sort of pretending that your A side is strong. So if you're DFM, you read the strong A, you go C, and you walk straight into a trap. That's good macro game planning from PRX. That's good IGLing to understand how DFM are going to react. And I think that all leads together with the cracked individuals that this team have for a very dominant map win.
I mean, you got something as that solo A player being the person behind the masks, so to speak, and he has a TP up. So if they take A, he can just TP out. It's kind of similar to what some people have been doing with Waylay, but you can do this with the Yoru as well, where you're not really risking much on that A side of the map. And, you know, after running a successful C trap, you get a man advantage and you get the entire map because you smoke front B, you open the door, you've got all of C, you've got all of front B, and all of a sudden this 3-lane map is getting very cramped and very small, and either DFM have to run back to A, which you already got PRX flooding into, or they have to spend a lot of time in util re-clearing the front B and the C lanes, and then you've got to open the door. At that point, there's like 30 seconds left in the round. Yeah.
And it just goes to show how well PRX were able to manage this Lotus, right? But we are now going into Pearl. And as our casters mentioned, this was a very historical map.
Yeah.
Yeah, 13-1.
That was in kickoff.
That was in kickoff.
And we're not looking at any of the kickoff data, but here in stage 1, this has been not a successful map for either one of these teams, although they are doing some similar things. You see the Astra as the choice of Smokes, the Vice as the choice of Senti, and they're both playing Yoru, but the difference of flavor is Chamber versus Phoenix. So obviously Jing on the Phoenix, Ace on the pistol. Didn't do much after that, but he's having a much better game today. Although he didn't have as much impact on the Raze, there wasn't really much for him to do, to be honest, that game.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the Phoenix is a comfort agent for him in the same way that, you know, his Raze is. So I would kind of expect to see them run this kind of composition again. For DFM, yeah, you know, that Chamber has been a huge part of what they're trying to do. Yeah. Putting it on Akame, but I can't say I'm a fan.
I don't know if I like it. They lost against Global, and it was kind of like a fake close game in a way, where like it felt like they were always coming back towards the end of it. But I felt like Global was always kind of going to win that game of Pearl. DFM's been through 3 comps at this point, and this is another comp that I'm not sure fits them that well. Although Art is on the comfort agent of the Init. But what I'm worried about if I'm DFM is Batman's on Fade. And he was owning on Fade on Lotus. He seems very comfortable on that agent, and I think it fits this double duelist style very well because it's not a 3-lane map like Lotus, but Pearl has some elements of that where you've got Art and mid doors, and you know you have the other 2 lanes of like B long and A main. Less so B long, but A main, Art, and mid doors. You need multiple sets of util. That's why a lot of teams play double Init. You either have to dry contact in it, or you spam prowlers and fade eye. It helps kind of simplify a lot of the decisions and kind of trade down util with the defense.
Yeah, I like the fade a lot on this map, but. What do you think for DFM? Do you think you want to see them stick with the chamber? Do you want to see a change? Because right now, if they lose this map 3, they are eliminated from playoff contention. So your back is against the wall. It can't be any closer. You have to win this map. What do you want to see from them?
I want to see them play that kind of like Ascenti style with the Inits and things like that. That was my favorite iteration of their Pearl. It's the iteration that they 13-1 PRX last time. But I feel like they won enough rounds against Global that they're going to think that this was okay for them. You know, but it's like the fake confidence. Yeah. You know, even though I don't feel like that was ever a winnable game for them, they were like, oh, that map was so close. That wasn't so bad, guys.
It's like you feel like you did a good job, so I guess this is okay.
It says 11 rounds on the scoreboard, guys. That wasn't so bad.
But surely they can't underestimate PRX like this. I know 13-1 last time, right? But I kind of write that off as like, okay, maybe that wasn't really what we were supposed to see. Perhaps that was an anomaly, a glitch in the matrix.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen the KO been buffed as well.
Yeah, that's true. I agree, and I love Akame on the KO. For PRX, I wasn't super convinced either. I didn't really like something on the Yoru, but he looked much better on Lotus. I think the most convincing elements of PRX's Pearl last time were, I felt like Forsaken was great on the Vice, and Patman was great on the Fade. Those were the best 2 players for me, really. And then I think there's a lot more potential you can get out of both Jing and something on the duelist roles, because I thought Jing was going to explode out of the gates after that ace of the pistol. I thought PRX was going to steamroll, but they slowed down a lot after that, so we'll see. They are seeming like they're in better form. I mean, something's got to feel good after that Yoru on Lotus, so I'm imagining he's just going to slam the Yoru on Pearl and be off to the races.
It's also really nice to see the difference in the mental for PRX, right? When they lost a close map 1 to DFM in kickoff, they then crashed out. They completely crumbled, and we didn't see that. If anything, they were very dominant in that map too. So the mindset has to be much better for them for PRX today. I mean, I feel like they must be in a better space. Now they've managed to win map 2, you should be able to carry that confidence through to map 3. So it's really nice to see that development from kickoff.
I love that you brought that up because we talk about that a lot on this desk, right? The very telling space in between map 1 and map 2. And the fact that they were able to bring like that full PRXy style back into Lotus, I think is very revealing of how they're going to be playing on this map. I hope I didn't jinx it by just declaring that. But again, going into this map, DFM as well do have some tricks up their sleeve. I don't know if they're going to be able to keep up pace with this kind of PaperX the same way they were in kickoff, because again, as we mentioned, that was a very different side of PaperX that was playing Pearl that time.
Yeah, I mean, I do think they look a lot better now, and I think with how they've changed their comps, you know, moving back more to this double duelist, I do tend to like it more for them.
Yeah, you've seen a lot of teams go towards double duelists on the map, and PRX, a little bit of a change here. The core of the comp remains the same with the Astra, the Vice, and the Fade, but you're getting something on Jet instead of Yoru, so he wants to play with confidence. You know, the Yoru didn't go so great for him on this map last time, but it looked good on Lotus, but we'll see how he goes on Jet.
Yeah, DFM not really making any changes. We're still seeing this chamber come up from Akame. Jinboong back to the Sentinel. So in theory, the roles are more consistent, bar that chamber. But Mei on the Yoru has it all to do. He's facing down 2 tough duelists on the other side.
Yeah, well, comfort is the name of the game for both of these teams on Pearl. We're going to see who takes this series and who gets even more comfortable going into playoffs. We'll send it over to Komodo and to Quack.
Thank you very much, Mika, Big Time, and Pilsky. Well, this is it. It's do or die. It's time to rewrite history, chart the course forward, and take destiny into our own hands. I mean, PaperX and DFM both find themselves at this juncture, the final map of Pearl.
Yeah, I mean, who is going to be able to take the 4th seed slot out of this group? We will wait to see, of course. Map number 2 going Paper X's way. Map number 1 over at Ascent was for DFM. Close map, we'll admit. New map here. Different look for something as well on the Jet, but for starters, Devi is going to be the first casualty. And on a map like Pearl, if you're losing your Astra first, well, you have to see the rest of the squad do something big. Jing with the Blaze Wall potentially can pivot for something for the team. Something with the single Cloud Burst, but what is the problem right now is that DFM pushing A main gets all the information that it's going to end up at B. You've still got the trademark at mid doors. You've got somebody looking at art. You know where they are.
It's just such a good read. They're in their heads, and Paper X right now, you know, unless they're able to play with this number and truly overwhelm the site, it's going to be a bit of a tough story to write.
Yeah, and as I said, playing with the Blaze Wall as well, you know, that's a way you can get in, but you haven't tripped the shear yet.
40 seconds as well, so at some point, something's got to give. Petman at least will try, but Akame, 2 more Headhunter kills. And now possibly more as well, as Forsaken just waltzes forward, bites the dust, and it's just Petman.
And then May behind. We'll get the job done. DFM with the pistol round. Kind of on the back of Akame, getting a couple of great shots as well, right? Able to start it off. You remove your smokes player. Like, that is the one player in that scenario that feels really hard done by. They're not at the front of the pack. They're almost at the back of the pack. Why me moment?
Unlucky. Unfortunate.
Yeah, go next.
It's one of these rounds. And also just Akame. I mean, sure, maybe DFM looking a little bit up and down sometimes, but for Akame to stand up at this moment,
yeah,
truly means a lot. The outlaw now, thanks to confidence from before.
Let's see how this is going to go for the Pistols of Paper X. If they're going to get shredded by the sniper.
Same angle held. Something up by mid doors, though.
That's
the judge. Oh, and there's the outlaw. It's a collateral.
Another double.
Just everything crumbling apart. It's the early part of the map, but completely dumbfounded. Paper X struggle to find even a single glimmer of light in this round.
But this is what we wait for now, right? First 2 rounds, forget about it. Paper X, to get on the board, you want to do so when there's a bonus available and you've got the big weaponry here to play. But I think for me, I need to see some good fundamentals early on this map, right? Like, yeah, there was a 13-1 in the previous rendition of this one where they went against each other. Different scenario, right? We've seen them improve on this map. We saw them improve against Boom. How much you read into that one when Famous is dropping near 30 kills, though, and something is really getting isolated, Jing's really getting isolated, I don't know. But that happens, right? You'll learn from your mistakes and the weaknesses and try to improve, and that's what they've been trying to do throughout the course of these 2 maps that they've already played here.
Take things one step at a time.
Yeah,
and that's
going to
be
steps.
Yes.
Kame.
Taking a lot of steps. He's going to complete his fitness watch tracker right there, but also for Devi to then take him down.
10 HP to spare, but most importantly, a body available. 1 off the runner back for Jing, and there's 3 players to defend here for DFM.
Spectre's nearby as well, but still something to try to open up space. Caught out by the back. We saw this on Ascent, where DFM were hiding inside of smokes. Jing, though, looking for the close-range duels. It's Jin for the swing, and now May off the judge.
45 seconds, though. They've got time to settle.
Devi holding back line, but guess who else is back line? It's Jinbong.
And now Devi 10 HP.
This could very well be the bonus round for DFM, and they are playing their cards right.
Yeah, for sure. Jinbong on the right angle, but he gets his head removed.
Nice
now
little
it's a 1 versus 1. It's got to be the timing.
From Devi. Makes a step. Tries to bait out the peek, and he will collect on the headshot. Paper X just stumped. It's a 3-0 with a bonus round picked up by DFM.
Yeah, that's rough. Just dancing around the smokes on the side itself there for DFM. Very self-sufficient, really. You know, when you consider that it was first casualty over to the way of Akame too. You're trying to get around the site. What you can happen, Jien playing that one really nice around it. And then the late lurk from Jinbong, completely unaccounted for. You need to see Paper X give themselves some space. You need to see them play on the back of these Prowlers, on these Haunts from Patman, right? When you're playing this double duelist, specifically as a Jet and a Phoenix, you potentially even got to consider using some of the utility early to find some first space.
Well, nothing for now. It's just the run it back from Jing, which could be a good attempt, but look at the push out from DFM into A main as well. Divide will continue to try to hold and keep them invested, but also for PRX, kind of getting shut down. The rifles definitely far superior. The marksmanship from DFM as well. The spike dropped. Jing trying to recollect, but it's just a stinger. 1 kill found, but that is it.
Yeah, Art, the casualty there as well.
If you are not doing
But the Odin will be retained in toward the next round. 4-0. A good start here for DFM. You got to remember it was the 5-0 start over on Lotus for PRX that kind of made things question what was going to happen in that map, right? DFM able to answer with 1 back. No timeout seen on the back of that one. This time, however, I don't think PRX are going to fall into the trap of relying upon trying to find the next round without any coach intervention. This is going to be a scenario where you definitely need Alex to get involved with the team, right? You had an investment in towards that round of some variety. You knew that the weaponry would be coming in the next one, but that round, you know, with the idea, the game plan, and the run it back, just absolutely shut down.
It is what it is, whether you're a fan or not. I mean, your heart certainly goes out to him, especially watching Alex in the coaching booth, this time alone. So needing to find some intervention, some solutions. DFM has been pushing out A main repeatedly, and I don't know if it's the composition, but PRX haven't quite been able to break through. So you really need a bit of a lifeline. Certainly, they lose this. They're not completely out, but it still just really, really minimalizes your chances of making it to playoffs. And what was you mentioned it before?
You'd be relying on other teams to do some things, and here and there, and not.
That's
right?
not what you want to have.
I'm just wondering, like, you get into this series. There's tape on Fracture if you're expecting it to go there, sure. But you're picking Pearl with the idea that you have a complete good idea on the game plan on how you want to play this one as PRX, right? If you're trying to get revenge in a series, yeah, sure. Take it to them on the map, they 13-1, you destroy them, all right, you're good. But you lose? No.
Well, we'll see. Off of the timeout, a wide swing, and something will evade the op from Akame. At least for now.
And everybody on PRX as well, just leaving a main control that they already fought for and had numbers in.
So, not a lot of information for now. I mean, they're working with what they've got, and that's knowing that there is some presence on B site.
At least they don't need to contend with any of the Vice utility that's surrounding the A site there, right? But it is a little bit one-dimensional in how you're going to be tackling B, because you have to go through long. If you're going for a street split, well, there's going to be numbers, there's going to be a trademark, and now with the Cosmic Divide going up from Divide, are they just kind of try and force a plant on the corner of this wall?
Trying to brute force it. I don't know how it's going to work out, though. We'll see. It's going to be Jin alongside Mei. They are close by. And for a bit of a hug. The flash, though, will support PRX for now. Jing and something taking numbers against DFM. Just Jinbung in a blink of an eye. Hold up inside a CT, trying to mark the angle. It's just exits for now.
Much better from PRX in that round. Maybe even going to be able to flawless it. And that they do. On the board, an idea for them. And just coordinated, right? Cosmic Divides in, go together through the wall, have a good flank, come out from Forsaken. It looks a little bit more controlled in that round from them, but we need to see that double down. We need to see that be repeated.
Still, not too bad, and it is going to keep the stats up for Alex at the very least. The coach's intervention still coming into effect, the Alex effect. But 1-2-4, PRX definitely going to need more rounds onto this attacking half. You got some ultimates on the side of DFM now, so economy not too big of a factor. Tour de Force deployed in. PRX begin things by scouting out A main once again. You also have Mei as the Yoru peeking out around Pillar.
Something not able to find and open up. He's currently leading quite convincingly in terms of first kills in this series so far, but not able to further extend that for the moment.
Kame still undetected as well. One op shot found, and PRX considering that maybe there were some rotations pulled over.
Well, Forsaken on the lurk mode at the moment, going to be spotted on out. Can he find anything? The answer is no. It's an immediate call for a dimensional drift from Mei as well. They're going to find out that no one's home at the A site, which puts cause for concern a little bit over toward the likes of Jinbung to buy some time with the Thorns first, get more of a rotation for the squad, which is really nice.
Yeah, Mei close by as well now. He's able to hold down the line, but for Jing, run it back available. Will use and abuse it. Taking down Jinbong and clearing out more space. Doesn't spot too much out though. And that's going to be Spike Plant for PRX.
Gonna go in for the retake though as DFM in the 4 versus 4.
You also have Cosmic Divide. Something to hold the angle. Takes down GN. Great little shot being found as he repositions for possibly a second. Art now with a spray from the Odin. Somehow finding Patman. We'll see if the rest of PRX can continue to hold down. The Cosmic Divide has expired, and now for Divide to be able to hold down the ground until something falls to Art. The Odin still an attempt until Divide shuts it down. Repositions back into Hall, Akame close range. And
One
just Jing thinks of flashing it out, but Akame! Tour de force close range, no matter, no factor, clutches out the round with the energy from the Red Bull just to bring it over to DFM.
How they managed to come out with a Red Bull clutch in that one. I thought PRX were in for that round at the 4 versus 4 mark when you've got something finding an operator shot on towards GN. You're starting to get, you know, everything working for them as well, right? Like, there's an advantage. They're settled down, but somehow Art spams through one. He gets a second one. It's this 1 versus 2. The fact that the Nebula just fades away and doesn't let Jing have an immediate trade, I mean, you cannot convincingly see that time and time again. You can't repeat that. Akame comes away with the goods and DFM hold true on this defensive side, and now he wants an opener for the fresh round, but is forced back.
Still though, feeling that confidence. The whole team is here to try and push out from the smokes. Jing will launch the assault, takes down more. Forsaken with a double as well, now pushes up into stairs as well as Link.
Yep. Good answer back immediately for a double apiece, and now Jinbong for the 1v4.
At least we'll try into the Art position, but okay. Undetected for now, but until he swings, the firing squad will still spot him.
As soon as you were spotted, you're pretty much done there, unless you just come out with a magnetic aim. That really wouldn't work a treat. So PRX, you know, maybe should be on a 4-3 scenario right now, but nope, not allowed to be. 5-2. See how much more changes they've got on this attacking side. A good investment of the Nightfall there. Maybe not necessary, but it kind of did force them back and scramble to try and get their guns up, which is why Forsaken is able to find some good timing on the 2 kills there. But you've not toyed with the investments too much as DFM, right? They've still got to buy here. Light shields across the board. A operator in the mix for Akame. Not going to be haunted this time, but is off-put from the line. And now you're going to hear the operator in play.
So somewhat aware, but at least Altorb also picked up. That's another run it back for Jing. I believe it's the third one.
Yeah, third available. And you got a deep shear this time. Just can buy some good time, unless something wants to try and just go ahead of it. It's baited out, it buys time. Rotations for Mei to get over here.
Take flight.
Keeps DFM questioning at least, but you also do have repositions now.
It's good timing on the drone actually, because if it does spot out Jing, which it does, you know that that's the Phoenix, and you know that with the run it back, that might be where the eventual hit happens, but maybe he didn't see him?
Not quite sure. Nonetheless, it's a good timed peek by Jing as he continues with his onslaught. Next player down now. Akame attempted a hit hunter, but Forsaken to prevent that from coming online.
Yeah, because of the Steel Garden, removed the gun, wanted to get ahead of it, but not able to, and it's just going to force DFM into a save situation. PRX, with the way that their economy's flowing, they can definitely go for a hunt if they want.
So at least for Divide, close range to jiggle, but not spotting DFM just yet. Trying to keep things in control. A good kickback round by PRX to claim some vengeance.
He's able to get a convincing round, really, right?
And it's all with Jing as the tip of the spear.
Yeah, I mean, the timing on the Owl drone and the fallback from Art, he's not been finding some good timing for himself. He's been the casualty of first deaths. I mean, you know, at least 10 times across the first 2 maps. Now, add a couple more.
Theoretically made sense, but Jing just found himself in the right spot. So the round's coming up as well. The running back not quite yet burnt.
Yeah, the fact that he doesn't even need to use it in that round is sensational, right? Gives you an opportunity to be able to do it and toy with rotations as well, more importantly, because you don't necessarily need to see that used for the team to follow. It can be used as bait.
That'd be a good way to look for an equalizer, but we'll see. May this time pushing up B main. Will get spotted out by Jing once again. Akame though, Headhunter quickly pulled out. In for the close range, and he finds the right click against something.
And now he can get out. He's done enough. He's done his job. It's a player advantage for DFM on this lesser buy.
Unbelievable. PRX stalled off by B long. And once again smoked up.
PRX still wanting to try and have their play at this B site though.
Got some utility, but
dart.
still, it's not going to help them too much. The Arc Rose goes for the blind, and Forsaken trying to clear, but what is this? The right click still connecting! The Bucky as well now! Just a buy! And he has to beware of the smoke. Recon being sent over. It kind of informs a little bit. Still trying to sidestep in, trying to look for the shots. He will find the first wall bang, but here comes Akame. Simple shot through the engine block. DFM moves up to 6.
Yep, they've at least tied things up at the half now, but we've got a couple more rounds for them to play with, and the economy, again, is not in a scenario where it's really going to be toyed with. May not able to gate crash out of there, but it's the lion's share done by Akame with the Headhunter, the classic. That's ridiculous, by the way, but Forsaken was tagged up by the shock dart, so a good little, adjustment, assist from Art as the Thrifty comes through. There will be the buyer for PRX, kind of needing to play to the strengths, play to the numbers, incentivized to use the run it back a little bit more in this sort of scenario.
Right, the rotations and the assistance from DFM players have been pretty fantastic so far.
And the Shear is actually going to be placed in towards mid, so they don't have to play with that on the site itself. Both Thorns, though, popped up, and Jing is hunting.
With the run it back, we'll be able to meet Jinbung. Something as well with the deep push up to heaven. Divide taking down Art. May now being spotted, but he will dispatch of something quickly. Flashes as well. An unexpected peek in towards Jing, and he finds the third!
He's doing it all. It's a 2 versus 2. Divide probably has to try and use the wall here to reclaim the spike.
And there it is. Goes up for it. Gotta get that spike planted somehow. Forsaken to hold the angle. And he goes for the swing, tries to get the spray transfer, but it's just May up to a quad. He has so much utility as well.
He's on for the ace right now. Dimensional Drift, do you consider it? Oh, the drop
Not
is out.
entirely sure. Divide to hold the angle, at least to find the burst. Thankfully, to save and bring the round up for PRX.
Just not expecting Divide to push in front of the Cosmic Divide, right? Maybe go play on the more passive side of things and use a Gravity Well or a Nova Pulse to play on the back of, but yeah, really heads up play from Divide to put himself in the right situation there to hear May and not give him the chance to have the first duel jumping down from heaven. That's audible.
Came close to it.
Really tried to give that one a good go though, didn't he?
Always count May for such incredible individual plays, but at the same time, PRX doubling down on the B hit, throwing DFM off by pace.
Yeah, and the run it back, successful again on the very tail end of that one from Jing.
Yeah, but it also is some ultimates now for DFM. PRX going in for the quick rush. It works out a treat so far. Something takes down May. Continues to push into Flower where he holds the angle. Jien though, happy to spray. Something with the spray of his own as well. Jien now spotted out, swaps over to the classic, but Jing will be happy to jump on top of it. Divide for the double at the end. And PRX move up 5 to 6.
Jien going for too much of a bit of a spray there and to cop a reload, which is not what you wanted to see. But, the fact that we start to see a couple more rounds gathered out by PRX here, they start to bring it within control, you might assume, try to get us onto the 6 to 6. These speedier rounds now, they're starting to find their footing. Who would have thought? PRX, W Gaming, fast rounds.
Sometimes you can never be sure, Komodo.
Yeah, this is true.
It's a lot of self-doubt, but with a bit of therapy, sometimes that can be dealt with.
Tour de Force out. Meanwhile, it's going to be the focus point on towards the likes of GN at the A sides, and Jinbung not going to let Forsaken go for a bit of a lurk.
Yeah, slow around. It's quickly snuffed out by DFM. The sprays and suppresses in towards the A side as well now.
And it's going to be important for Jinbung in a situation like this too. If you feel that PRX are going to get into the site, maybe you want to let them just go for it, right? Take it. You've got the Steel Garden. Akame, asleep at the wheel. And we're going to have a Cosmic Divide that's going to hold them from getting into the A site choke. The B site, though, they could technically pivot over here.
Art is close enough to hear this audible. The Shiro being tripped as well does inform into DFM. Will they kind of structure themselves into the hit, though? It's just Art for the quick peek, takes down something. May as well with the flash onto the clone. Divide quickly dealt with, but Jing for the trade onto a Sheriff. 2 on 3.
They saw Jinbung use the Steel Garden at the B site, so they know he's there. It's the A site with Art, though, that you have to contend with, and he has snuck into a good spot. Jing for the 1v1, loses it, and now it's all onto the new recruit in Patman.
1 on 3. It's a really tough situation to play. He heard a tiny step around Secret, thanks to push in towards Flower. Of course, you still got to watch out for Art. Snakes across, threads the needle. Here's a lot more as well. Trying to continue with the angled plays, but a sudden peek out from Jinbung. It's the one-taps that seal the deal. It's not over yet, but it is a successful first half for DFM at the very end. 7-5.
Bit difficult, it might feel like, on the Fade agent to get something established there, right? You can't pull them off the spike with salvos or shock darts or, you know, any sort of damaging utility, for example. Try to give it a good go, right? The difference that happens if Jing wins the duel potentially, and it's a 2 versus 2 instead. Halftime break though, 7-5. Achievable scenario, workable scenario for both of these sides. I think DFM will be pretty happy, right, that they're getting some more rounds on that defensive side.
And the defense was rather well structured. I mean, it was quite clear with how they were able to, you know, sometimes work around Mei with the early information that they get, or Akame, who was landing insane shots, by the way.
Yeah.
But down to it at the end, for some of the attempts by PRX, DFM had great retakes, great assists by Art.
It's those explosive pops for PRX that really did work out a treat, right? It's the ones that they can kind of gain free territory over at the main choke and then explode in, set yourselves up quickly for the crossfires. You know, we've seen some good success from Forsaken here and there with a couple of the lurks as well. Never going to be completely reliable, however. So the adjustments, right? The adjustments are there. They were there. Is 5 to 7 enough? I mean, that's anyone's kind of guessing towards the mix at this point, because we ain't the ones in the server. PRX, of course, you know, who wouldn't want the 12-0, right? Who wouldn't want a 6-0, 6-6, at least tied as well? Who wouldn't want the lead? But here, the pistol round, going to be an important one for both of these sides. And as we currently see, you know, stage 1 looking a little bit abysmal for DFM. For PRX, though, the pistols have been pretty okay, 50% odd.
Oh, you're going to need a little bit more than pretty okay. Whatever it is, this is Valorant. Anything can happen. And it also is very much do or die situation. PRX trying to take matters in their own hands to push out from A main. They don't see anything, but they will happily collect on the alt orb.
Yeah, I mean, feels like more often than not, having a Phoenix on this map, it's push that orb and get it. It's going to be quite impactful to have the 6th man in the server as the Phoenix roll.
Second Jing. Also for now, though, full rotation's over, seeing that there was nothing outside A main. This is some footsteps that DFM have heard.
Prowler going sent out Art too, so you get some information. Jing's shoulder spotted.
Huge dink, but he will try to top himself off with the molly, but still shock dart going through. DFM happy to contend for the fights around middle.
It's Divide first dead yet again in another pistol round.
Pushed up. It's an unsuspecting angle being held. So still now DFM holding down by the wayside. Jing happy to tap through. A quad found, and then for something to finish off the Japanese squad.
One away from the runner back. I mean, he's going to essentially get that in towards the 3rd round bonus round, you would expect. You don't need to see a world in which you're going to use it in this round unless things go upside down, because, well, DFM probably not going to get a pistol. They want to go for the challenge. Their best bets are going to be at this site where you would expect the orb to be gathered over at A. Good hold down in amongst the things from Jing there. As he said, topping himself off with the hot hands.
We'll love to see it when they are fired up.
Yep.
So hopefully this inspires even more plays. Before now, DFM off to full save. Akame, though, has been sharp so far.
Want to catch them if they go for the orb or not. Just going to keep them honest on the line, though. Jing, again tagged up immediately.
Good call to think about using the Blaze.
Yeah, he got shock darted too.
So far, still okay. And you've got teammates to assist right around the corner. DFM, however, thinking to traverse across the map.
And these shock darts so far from Art have got homing locations on them towards the PRX members. Not able to find the kills, but some damage chips here and there have been pretty sensational.
Well, the damage that now needs to be found if you're on the PRX side of things is going to be Forsaken. Inside of the smoky spots, the boots. May, though, with the right click, could now pick up the weapon. There it is.
Yeah, but you got to grab the spike. You got to look to do more damage, look to go for a plant.
I won't discount May.
Yeah, okay. 100 HP, the Bulldog here, but in towards the side of things where you haven't really seen what's going on. Of course, no Sheer is going to be here. Forsaken's gone. But it is catered for by Jing. You've also got Devi. Oh.
Okay.
Yep.
Sure. Well, Petman is also hovering nearby, so a possible crossfire. But still, DFM push up. Akame finding some shots. Petman then coming back in once again to save the day. PRX have equalized.
Yeah, but with two players surviving, it starts to look a little bit awkward for them there, right? It's the lesser weapons of DFM getting some good damage in. May able to find a couple of good ones as well. So this bonus round now going to be quite the important one for PRX, even to potentially echo what their opponents did in the first half, right? Winning that bonus round, taking it a step further. There's an operator out for something on this defensive side. Ooh, wonder if DFM are going to expect this. He's been playing towards the B site more often than not.
3 of his teammates are on pistols, though.
Yep.
It's just a huge investment.
It's a good donation. If it's able to work.
If it is. Well, DFM for now at least electing to head over to the B side of the map. PRX with the stack. It's just something around A main.
Yep, I'll donate pistols into a round if we get out an operator and catch our opponents off guard. But it's a hefty investment for something himself, right? He has to get a kill. He has to get out because he can get split on. There is a huge open gap for DFM to waltz through Art and pincer this A site. And PRX are going to have to recognize this when they don't see anything too much out through the B side of things. When the Arc Rose doesn't spot any info.
Well, DFM will recognize it as well, though, so still steering clear of A main. They go for Art instead.
Oh, this could be interesting if they do
the drone. Here. A lot of noise.
I wonder, though, if you leave May to go through and he spots the thorns but does nothing about it. Actually, they just got popped.
Well, buying some time and still inciting some pressure. Akame, quick on the draw. Takes down Forsaken, and now those pistols will go down. Jing, though, with the run it back. Attempts at asserting his dominance, but it's still not quite going to happen. Do you save if you're PRX? Oh, unfortunately, it's not quite going to be right there. May cuts off on the rotations. The op donated over. Jinpung as well now. Just sealing the deal.
Oh, there was some timing in this round that PRX could have come away with it. I want to give credit towards that flick that came out. That flick is kind of ridiculous from Akame. He is sharp with this one. Like, look at that on a Patman. That's kind of crazy. And then you've got May finding the right gap in the map as well to be able to get interested. The bonus round not going to go the way of PRX, and the operator is going to be dropped. It's not going to be stolen, though. DFM don't want to play that on this attacking side. Akame will get his own sniper in the next round, you would assume.
Well, still trying to play it out close by. PRX once again for the A main play.
Yep, grab the orb, use the flash, deeper haunt as well, clear it a little bit deeper and force DFM to use some util of their own if they want to try and clear it or start to come together as a unit.
Something with the Stinger close range by mid doors.
Yeah, but this time you're going to see PRX start to rotate towards A, making sure they've got numbers to go for some crossfires. You're eventually going to see some more utility used from Patman, and that's the timing on the Prowler. Immediately answer back by the Owl drone that you kind of want to dispatch of early, and that's something being spotted this time. How much stock do you put in what you've seen from DFM just at this Art location?
Trying to work with what they know. rather than some unknown quantity. At least now it's not going to be a Dogecoin. It's going to be something more successful. GN able to invest and find the return as well. But for PRX then, Davai and Petman also traded out.
I wonder if Jinbung is going to be able to hear something creeping up whatsoever, if they're going to be aware that Art is now dirty territory as well.
Only going to check at least. Forsaken, though, needs to come up huge because he's the one with the hero Vandal right now. Forsaken, something.
He spotted GN.
Rifles apiece. Stay safe, and will spot out GN for now. And then here comes a crossfire. Out towards the final one. Something closes the distance, and in true Something fashion, the acrobatics to come out on top.
Nicely done from Something and Forsaken to get that 2 versus 3 established there. The answer to the question is no. Jinbung did not know that he was coming out through Art. I thought maybe he was in a situation to be able to hear the gun swap that was there, but just not, you know, very focused on what's going on potentially. Regardless, though, you think it's a situation that DFM might look to be achieving, right? They're getting the trades out there. They're starting to progress. They've got a 3 versus 2. But just not able to close it down, unfortunately, in the end. And this one starts to teeter a little bit towards PRX. They're 3-1 in this half so far. The economy is, you know, starting to look a little bit worrisome for DFM as well. Light shields across the board. You got a tour de force to come in from Akame that I did speak about. However, you do have a lot of these ultimates online for DFM too.
Something. Such a precarious position. 1 batch, 2 batch, penny and dime.
And now you'll start to settle and see what you can force out as well. Anything more from PRX, but I mentioned the ultimates. May to send in Dimensional Drift, gather some information.
Also to push PRX off of their comfort positions now. Forsaken still holding in deep, but May is close by. He's looking for him. Tries to go for the tap.
Forsaken needs some help here, you would think. Sheer now to be popped, so you'll confirm that nobody is in the site. And you've got a good amount of deep mid control and A main control for the rest of PRX, but they need to get on the side itself. How much can Forsaken and Divide do here?
Let's go off with the flash as well. Tries to reposition, maybe trying to play anti-flash. Got the Cosmic Divide though, and DFM doing their due diligence. It's Divide who does get gunned down as well. PRX only with the 2 soldiers marching forward up towards Library.
And they did hear the shear wall just popped, by the way, so they know that there's a flank potential.
Yeah, it's save, exits.
Yeah, it's save. You're not in a situation where you're going to be able to win this one as PRX. If you can do damage, though, that's all right. Akame is kind of the only one that needed to go for it, but he's also picked up a Vandal from the jewels around the site, too. So you kind of also want to see just all DFM members survive.
Teleport's ready.
It's a bit of a standoff right now.
Yep, pretty much.
Neither side wants to really move, but
it's whoever's going to draw first.
Yeah, DFM has numbers. They could just push on up. Trigger finger. No, all good.
Yep. I mean, it kind of goes either way, right? Anyone loses a gun here, it's awkward for them. So you just have a soft handshake at the end there, and you feel that for what it is. Yeah, no firm handshakes.
That was, I don't know what that was. That was more than a handshake. That was nerve-wracking. Gotta love a little.
Mate, you won the round.
Desk.
You lost
slam.
1 player. Oh no, you didn't. You lost.
No,
a round.
you lost a round.
Yeah, you lost a round. Wrong way. You gotta call a timeout though. 8-9. PRX not able to find that one there. Something not able to find an opener. Akame good with the tour de force. Tense moments, really, right? Map 3, second half. Playoffs contention for these teams. PRX, more importantly.
Also
haven't not been in playoffs at VCT Pacific before. Always have had presence there.
That's just a fact. Whether or not, you know, they're feeling the wrath of the fans currently, it is what it is. So needing to truly find themselves back in. A wise man once said, you know, if you don't support them at their worst, you don't serve them at their best.
Yeah.
That's just one thing.
PRX knew that this might be a hard series coming into it, though, because they are the team that said that they've been most impressed by DFM.
Yes.
Right? They reckon DFM has been the most improved.
And they were the ones that left Pearl open for the decider.
Yeah, I mean, look, will that come back to haunt them later and should have gone to Fracture? Who knows?
Got pistol plays now.
Yeah, pistols for PRX. Just Patman and Jing to see what the Vandals can do. How much volume do they have in this round?
Turner.
Because you gotta fill it up with something, right? You gotta try and find an advantage.
Uh-oh. Well, spotted out. May goes in for the pop flash play, but it's a simple bait and switch.
Yeah, it's gorgeous.
Classic plays coming out from PRX. Jing for the double kill, Steel Garden, and they start to push.
But they're pushing really hard. Look at this control the PRX are trying to do. Pill for the guns. They've all grabbed them.
Gotta be careful. Don't want to overheat too much. Akame has slipped the net. Finds Petman.
4 versus 3. You'll regain a little bit of this mid control as DFM. You want the spike though, and if you push in front of that shear, you would be trapped. So bait it out first.
Still close by. Spike retrieved now for DFM. Maybe a concerted effort to recollect back into the A site. PRX then beginning to reposition, also considering this possibility. Still though, do they expect Akame to be that close by in secret? Forsaken loses the heads up duel. The 5 for the Sheriff shots, but they don't connect.
He's digging deep here, Akame.
Jing. He's been so good so far, but it's not quite happening here. Akame online for the ace. Even though he's at 6 HP.
And something knows he has to save. Oh, that's a heartbreaker. That's a shocker when you consider that Jing and something in the beginning of this round had the great bait and switch. All it took was the classic onto the Owl drone and a flash in from May, not expecting Jing to be holding the line. You set yourselves up in mid, you steal the guns away. Heck, they even kind of knew that Akame was looking to push back up into the mid connector through Art, but thought better of it. And Akame still able to survive, just finds all of the goods for DFM to achieve double digits first. I was about to say, you need to see some good mid-round decision-making from DFM in a round such as that, where they get frazzled a little bit by the beginning stages, right? They lose the spike. They lose territories of mid. The spike is almost unobtainable again because of the shear wall. There might be traps behind it. You got to stretch out around the map, but when they get the spike, and Akame pushes and has some individual shots to come on out, certainly brings that one back for DFM.
It was just a final bullet from that burst. Can't believe it. Just truly magnificent individual effort out from Akame right now, recognizing.
And I want to highlight
the map.
PRX have no timeouts left in this map. DFM are going to have to be the team to give them the chance to talk.
Still in with the op on something. Doesn't spot anything out towards B long. He marches up. DFM though, the haunt, quickly dismissed.
Just one player shooting at it too to mask presence.
Devi then places more stars. Possible well set up, but he goes in for the angle instead. The sprays only favoring one kill. Petman now trying to hold by the backside. Lets the gate crash through.
Oh, but what can he do
here? Not too much. I mean, he's thinking about peeking to possibly deny the spike. Now off the drone, will capitalize for now, but we'll see if DFM can hold the post plants as well. All 3 by A main. You've got some utility, you've got something with the op, but the flash is out. May self-flash a little bit. Something then to hold in with the sprays, but what is this? High-low, it doesn't quite work out. It's just something now. Swaps over to the rifles and try to close in the distance, but it's a shorty on the other side. The time working against it, and he taps once more. Jien now by the sidelines. Something finds the shot. It's May versus something. Duelist v duelist, but he needs the defuse. May holds the angle and finds the shot at the end! Microseconds and he still sticks the landing!
Oh, May's heart had to have been beating out his chest in that moment in the 1 versus 1. You could see how something's trying to go around the side. He has no idea where May have repositioned to, but May will stand and not be baited by the fact that it's a full defuse. And being stuck in the beginning, looking for the lurk around first, and then at the end, the cloud burst, not proficient enough to buy the time. What a round to come out from DFM at the end there. And this is where things get really, really rocky for PRX. Look at the buy that they forced themselves into in this round to keep DFM off of series points.
I hear the strain in your voice, Komodo.
Yep, paper thin. Blimey, oh blimey, what did he know today?
Well, also for majority of the fans, you really feel for the PRX players. They're trying what they can, but still DFM, you cannot deny the incredible effort that has been put forth today.
I mean, they were a team that was mapless coming into this series. Is PaperX's Achilles heel really DFM?
Might be. Well, something. Ooh. The shot's eluding him. Akame, once again.
The team's got to go together here. Akame's going to get through that one. A gate crash you would expect to come and help him. What a sharp shot from Forsaken.
The arc row's at hand as well. So now, thinking about Halls. It's a Steel Garden though, but he gets into the smoke. Close range of the Classic, but the Art's Odin.
Yeah, and May's already cleared the rest of the site, right? So the team can go in and look to establish a bit of a plan. This is where Pac-Man Nightfall removes HP, removes audio.
This tag onto one player. May's still trying to hold off by Halls though. This is a player who can make incredible things happen, even without audio. That here comes the Odin as well. May gunned down for now. Jin Bung Nan trying to hold by the backside. It's the side set from Petman, but it doesn't work out. Just Jing left.
Can he get on it? Can he try and do anything here?
The Blaze helps. The recon, though, not shot down. Oh, Jing! He goes for the peek! The double micro flick to save PaperX. A round up now, pushed up to 9 and 11.
They do hold on. The force is valuable for PaperX, but oh my word, what is that swift allocation from one to another? The Red Bull clutch to come through to hold on. When you see the first kill go against you, when you get the trades, when you think, the plan's down, how do we get back into it? You lose Divide there, the runner back, it doesn't work out. Jinbun trying to do what he can, but 1 and 2. All right, maybe it's not as sensational as I thought it would, but he still hits the headshot where the headshot is needed. 11 to 9 now. PaperX will not go quietly.
Yes, sir, Steve Kerr. It still is going to be quite the journey, though. But it certainly proves that PaperX can still deliver. The 3-stack on the A site now pushes into AMA.
Still can't make any mistakes here, though, Quack. Can't give DFM round number 12 if you really want to have a bit of a comeback in, and you have to balance out your economy. Oh my, you have to. So the fact that you dispatch of GN quick as that and get out of dodge is nice.
Whoa, Jinbung though, happy to go in for a look-see himself. Something then off to Sewer. He finds the shot, looks for the burst, and he does get it as well. Tailwind's back into safety. The spike dropped, and something knows it.
Is this round done?
Oh, info.
Is this one done? Do DFM have to give PaperX some breath, right? Do they have to give him a timeout here so DFM can collect their own thoughts on the back of this round? I don't know. It's May. It's Akame without the spike.
Something goes in for the peak. Does get punished. Defy as well, though.
Did you have a 2 versus 5 on your bingo board for a round such as this? Dimensional drift and a spike picked up. You still see Forsaken on the other side of the map, but what can you spot out here on A itself? May looking for what he possibly can.
PaperX trying to keep himself tucked away as well. Petman at least keeps them invested. But also the long rotations over from Forsaken. Petman gunned down. Ching in for the flash with the curveball, but it's not quite enough. Still the angle being held. Akame! He hits his targets. Just Forsaken left. Can the Indonesian superstar clutch things out? He's been the beast before, but now the angle's not quite favoring him. The flashes as well. Shield wall trip, but no! Akame! What an incredible shot! The tour de force lands its mark, and it's DFM up to map point.
What an incredible shot, what an incredible round, and what a fumble from PaperX. That's a 2 versus 5 that does not go their way. How does he get away with these 2 kills creeping through the sewers? It's a 2 versus 5 that May and Akame have just absolutely pulled the rug out under your feet. That is ridiculous.
I've got no words.
They do, those words. I talk about generational fumbles, Quack. That's the biggest one in this series so far.
Still though, happy to go down swinging if it comes down to it. PaperX trying to put up the foothold around the A site.
At least they got rid of Akame first, right? Information though, there's more members to stave off this A site.
Smokes covering vision, playing close by, possibly for anti-flash. It's just the stinger. The gun's not the best, but at least a 5v4. Hunt for additional information as well, and May avoids it.
Really slow and steady, though, for DFM still.
Concealing information. PRX might not know.
No one
Can't
giving
get
him an
too
angle.
Can't get too antsy in this moment. Sidesteps Jing. Well, Devi will be able to find Mei. With that information as well, then possibly force something to receive DFM with open arms. The shield wall still in its way. Something goes in for the first. It taps. It takes down Art. Next tap as well, and simple clicks. Surgical precision, and it's a triple kill for PRX to move up to 10.
They need the next two, Quack. Do they give themselves the affordance of it, though? And I'm looking at DFM's economy here, and they might not necessarily have a full buy across the board. They might have to be playing on the half buy to give themselves the best chance possible. Some good shots. I call them good. They looked awkward from something in the beginning of that one, trying to allocate the tracking, but it's all good. And now you see for DFM, all right, they're still holding enough cash for the next round. They'll have a Cosmic Divide and a Steel Garden into the next round too. So that's actually quite intriguing on how PRX are going to play around, expecting those ults to come in.
And not entirely sure. They're hearing the footsteps off towards Link, though.
Going on a marathon run around the map at the moment. A big old wrap that does get pinged out and expected by PRX.
DFM looking to play with pace. They can afford it somewhat.
Yeah, leave Arkame just
on
a little lurky.
PRX, what are the positions going to be? They try to hold out more defensively. It's Dugout, Secret, and Flowers. Jing trying to hold. Currently smoked off. The Prowler to check as well, possibly looking for wall bangs. Both sides gunning in for it. But here comes Jing, run it back. Huge on the possible retake as the spike goes down. Mei, though, playing inside of the smokes, and it's just Jinboom. Stinger found off by the sides. And he finds the right click as well. Low HP now, but Jing comes back in just to save PRX hanging by a thread.
Hanging by a thread, literally, in this round, isn't it? He had to use that run it back, because if he didn't and he died, well, the job wouldn't have been done. Jinboom would have been able to win that one out, and it would have been GG. PRX, you are out. But the last round of regulation now, 11-12. Will we go into overtime, or will it be a 13-11 victory yet again for DFM? Likewise of the first map in this one. I don't know how he even managed to find that kill on a Forsaken, man.
Just
Lord.
Individual
but here we go.
Performance, but yeah. Cosmic Divide, something back in with the op.
Yeah.
Spotted out by the drone, though, possibly Forsaken.
I think it was destroyed enough earlier on by the pillar player.
Smokes.
So it's not expected.
DFM trying to conceal as much as possible. It's something versus Kame.
Meanwhile, they've got control of A main too, pushed up to the orb and now falling back. This duel is so tense at the moment. The head spotted Akame.
Calls it out. But you know, it's just one player. Got to consider the rest of the map. Don't get tunnel visioned in now.
Oh, something is so tunnel visioned and it works a treat, doesn't it? The blades are out as well, but there's nobody else home. DFM are all up through mid, bar one.
Shearwall will reinforce into some of these decisions as well. A Prowler to check, and Petman somewhat pinned down, but he will backtrack in.
You got to fall back towards the sites here as PRX. You know you've lost control of Art of Connector. Play on the back of what ults you have. Steel Garden, Cosmic Divide.
Everything. So in towards these safer positions. You got the stars up as well now. Timing crucial for Devi especially. Repositions back in. Jing in for the molly. Just to try to stall DFM's engine. DFM, though, still holding off to the other end. They will get met with the full flurry of bullets. Jing and Devi pushes us into overtime.
Oh, we get there in the end. There was not a lot of space that PRX could falter with for DFM when they were on 11, but they do manage to at least gather the last 3 rounds to get us into the overtime. Now, that stat there is an interesting one. 100% on the overtimes for DFM, but not a lot of sample size.
Fair enough. But still, though, this comes down to a bit of that mental game. The pressure surely mounting on both sides. Southeast Asia and Japan. DFM might be feeling a little bit even more just because of their playoff spot. Meanwhile, for PRX, it's been back and forth all day long. They've managed to string something together at the end of this, but can they keep it up? Off to the attacking side. They march up into A main.
And of those overtimes as well, it was DFM to win both of them 14-12. So we'll see if they can stave off this aggression from PRX today.
Blaze Wall, quick for the rush. DFM, though, quick on the reactions as well. The Yoden spam, something, trying to keep himself alive.
Quick plant, though, 5v5 on this retake. You got an Op and an Odin.
But still, with the pushes through, the Phantoms find their mark. Just down to the 2 players from PRX, trying to hold it down. They get shot. Jing, not quite able to make it happen. Akame in with the Op, firing off at the end.
That's the defensive round found for DFM. So they'll go back on towards the attacking side as well now, and we have to see what sort of solution PRX can come up with to stave them off. You know that DFM haven't been a team in this one to go for that faster pace of a round like PRX just delivered. So whether or not it will be more methodical, or if they do decide to change things up going in towards this one, something going to bring out an operator on this defensive side again, going to be posting back up towards the B site by himself.
Certainly great recognition from DFM so far, though.
Yeah, I mean,
warning pings on the map, so quite aware that something could be opping.
Akame has hit 30 kills for this map as well. Having a belter.
Could be able to close this out, currently holding the angle towards Art. Meanwhile, the rest of the team trying to extend as much space as possible. Something, though, with the Op, he's trying to clear as much as possible.
Yeah, you got to be careful. How long do you want to try and hold that line for? Oh, you know, that's a clone over at the B site. Complete fake.
Certainly you don't want to keep on pushing, though. It's going to be Akame who instead pushes into Art. More information now for PRX as Jing arrives to try and hold around A-Link.
Still got to pop the shear wall, though, if DFM want to go through Art. And there's thorns on the back of it.
Oh, Jing, the timing. So it's not quite the trap play that might have been anticipating, but still.
It's the standard progression, though.
Progression, which might favor DFM. They've managed to make their way through. Jing in for the curveball. A tag onto Jinbung.
Smoke's still available, though, from PRX to drop down.
Quite some information, but you do have Jin on a bit of a lurk. Now it's down to Forsaken as they all push up. Some shots found on the site. Art's trying to stick the plant. Here comes Jing with the splash. And GN now the final lone survivor to peek out to his demise. PRX survive for one more OT.
Not 100% on that OT yet. Already done and delivered for DFM. We will go again. Defensive rounds accumulated for both sides. So maybe DFM a little bit quicker when they look to bust in towards the site, but not able to remove any of the key PRX members early on enough. I feel PRX, when they're given a lot of bodies to play with, you can be rest assured that Jing, if he's alive, by the way, is going to do something. A timeout now to be invested. You get them going into the OT.
It's a DFM timeout.
It's a DFM timeout.
The only one that they get to use in this OT phase. The defensive side has been good, but on towards the attack, that's where they struggled somewhat, trying to go in with the all-in or nothing.
I'm just wondering as well, investment-wise for them, are they wanting to still push on towards an Odin, push on towards an operator?
Akame op has been working out.
Akame,
so
everything
far
has been working out.
Oh my. What a map it has been so far, but for PRX to truly try to prove the critics, prove the fans, everyone wrong, they're still trying to put that one foot in front of the other.
Yeah, I mean, we can't get a clean series from PRX, it feels like.
They attempted at a rush before. We'll see what it's going to be this time.
Yep.
Of course, though, Akame and Art sticking to their faithful weapons.
Akame is going to be put on the line with the operator, supported by the Sova util. Meanwhile, PRX, single Prowler going in, getting close, and something removes Akame.
Quick on the 86, and now it's Art just to spray and spam as much as possible. Jing, though, looking to take him out as much as possible.
5v3.
Towards the next few players. DFM, the rotations are already here. Of course, it is Jinbung and Mei. Oh, but he's quickly been dispatched by Pac-Man until the collect goes through. So close but PRX able to recover, just Jien left.
And now they know where he is as well, so they could just really focus in him.
He's been trying to step up so far today. He had a pretty good map on before, but still now, down to the final one. It's a 1-on-3, not quite likely. He will use the Caterpillar smokes though, but PRX have him completely surrounded, picking up the first round in OT2.
He had 3 bullets left in the Phantom as well. Don't think there's a world in which he's going to get 2 quick headshots in that sort of scenario, but you at least give him an alright. I understand it when you're going for the spray through the smoke. PRX yet again favoring this alpha site to try and get things in an advantaged state, and they do so successfully back up on top of this one, but this time it is that attacking side that they find, right? So they just got to try and close it out on this defensive side where something yet again has an operator in play, but it's at a different position this time, not at that B site. It's out through Art instead. And if you continue to jump spot this one as May, how far forward do you go out? It's too far, that's what it is!
Pick missed, and now DFM trying to recover as quick as possible. The sprint on in towards connector, but still, PRX close by.
If you're playing numbers game as PRX, you're spotting for information, and look, that is just what Forsaken has found.
Gotta watch for the spams though.
Just a little bit your positions around the map, specifically Jing back in towards Art to see if anyone's close enough, but it's Patman who gets pressured.
He does land the first one, but unfortunately traded still. DFM trying to recollect Akame to hold by mid.
Too hot for Jing.
Unexpected push.
3 versus 3 now.
And this is all for playoffs.
What do you look to do here, though, as GN? Do you stay and go down late where Forsaken may very well keep a look at you, or do you hear the footsteps and try to slip the net?
He's been sneaking through round after round. Forsaken now thought about it, but now his pixel has been spotted instead. Jien snuck up from behind.
And they're going to call for the rotate over towards the B site. Something has actually left it as well. He's essentially an attacker's spawn, so you're going to have a free plant to your heart's content as DFM, and then look to defend that to the best of your ability.
Not much util left.
Oh,
it's an op as well.
They're so paranoid that there might be a member here.
Unless he shows up and finds his mark at the right time, this could be it for PRX. The tailwind will expire. Divine now catching up to his brethren, but still, it's an Odin, it's a rifle. Something will start things off with the headshot. Divine arrives as well. The post plant's being held though. Microflick's not quite there. Akame then to play around the smokes. Defy will land the shot.
They know where Jin
Just Jin, 1-on-2. He puts off the star. Now tries to play in with the gravity well. He's pulling them in. Who's truly gonna be the emptiness machine? In for the shorty. Something that springs out instead. PRX will finally find a win in the group stage. It ends in OT2. It's a 15-13. They will happily move forward. A triumphant win for the Aegis.
For the Aegis, he says. That was a rocky win. No matter which way you look at that one, they do not go quietly. I will say DFM gave that one a ridiculous shot. They have improved so much in the eyes of many, for sure. They may be 0 for 4, but I don't think that scoreline as a whole tells us the story of what we've seen today.
Absolutely not. I was going to say hell no. I mean, what an incredible series for both teams, but for DFM, I mean, truly, commiserations to them. What an insane performance being put up by the likes of Akame, maybe even May as well.
Yeah, I mean, Akame has certainly tried dragging them through the mud in this map, didn't he? Kills upon kills, multi-frags up. You got to say the same for Jing as well, who does end in over 30 kills. But finally, it's PRX getting a victory win here. And now, on the back of this series, Quack, they have their eyes set on global esports.
It's a really good chance, but still, you gotta imagine how it feels for both sides. Great attempt nonetheless. It's just stage 1, but we will see how it all shapes up moving forward. PRX claim their first win in week number 5. We'll toss it down over onto the stage for the winning interview.
Oh my goodness, guys. You guys gave me a heart attack. Hello, congratulations. Something. Hello, Dabai. Hi, something. Good to see you. PRX의 something 선수 인터뷰 만나보겠습니다. Congratulations, something. Let's take a moment to breathe. Are you good?
Yeah, it feels great after losing for 3 games in a row. First our game. Yeah, it feels great.
Yeah, it's a good feel to win again, right? 네, 3연패를 하다가 드디어 승리하게 돼서 너무 기쁘다고 한숨 돌릴 수 있다고 썸씽 선수가 바로 이야기를 해줬습니다. 이제 안 그래도 이 승리로 인해서 플레이오프의 진출 가능성이 아직은 남아 있습니다. 좀 부담감에 대해서도 이렇게 떨쳐낸 거를 좀 자세히 한번 더 물어보고 싶은데요. Your playoffs door is still open, and this win was a much-needed, prayed-for win by the fans as well. How does it feel that you can now take a moment to breathe and just look ahead now?
I mean, we still need to play versus global esports,
Right,
as you
right.
say. We still can qualify to playoffs, and we're gonna do our best.
자, 아무래도 다음 상대 글로벌 e스포츠를 잘 이기면은 플레이오프 진출 이렇게 집중해 보도록 하겠다고 이야기를 했습니다. 몇 경기 전부터 다시 타격대를 잡은 썸씽 선수를 볼 수 있었는데 그립던 제트를 다시 잡은 소감에 대해서도 저희가 아직 못 물어봤어가지고 한번 들어볼까 해요. We are now able to see you back on that famous jet of yours. How excited are you to be back on that duelist?
I mean, I've been playing on Jet quite a while. Like after kickoff, we changed me to the duelist and tried to play on the Euro, but some of the maps I'm struggling a bit on the Euro, so basically we changed to the Jet and feels great, yeah.
Your reputable jet, yeah, right?
Yep.
이제 아무래도 킥오프부터 제트를 다시 잡게 돼서 좋고 요르를 시도해봤는데 마음대로 이렇게 플레이가 되지 않아서 다시 제트에 집중한다고 썸띵 선수가 이야기를 해줬습니다. 로터스에서 승리에 더불어서 펄에서도 연장 끝에 복수를 이렇게 성공해낼 수 있었는데 다음 상대 글로벌 e스포츠를 경기를 앞두고 어떤 마음가짐인지 한번 팬분들께도 한마디 해달라고 부탁해보겠습니다. As you mentioned, you are facing global esports. What do you want to say to the fans that have stayed late till this night to, cheer for you guys?
Obviously, we're gonna do our best to try to qualify, which is gonna be our last game in the stage before playoffs. So, see you all guys in the 1 week versus Global Esports.
이제 플레이오프를 가기 위한 마지막 상대 글로벌 e스포츠만 남겨두고 있으니 끝까지 많은 응원 부탁드린다고 이야기했습니다. 썸띵 선수와의 인터뷰 만나봤습니다. Thank you, something. That was a well-fought game.
감사합니다.
Alright. And we'll be back week 5.
What a banger series from DFM and PRX. Those last few rounds, every single person in this venue was up on their feet and was screaming.
We were screaming down at the stage. I couldn't believe what I was seeing half the time.
You were like, Jing, what are you doing?
What an insane series. That's a wonderful way to end the week, if you ask me. I don't think it can get any better than that.
This is what Valorant's all about. Some people will look at these games at the bottom of the table, but this is where it means so much. It's all to lose for these teams, and they played their absolute heart outs on Pearl. It was not a blowout like we saw last time. PRX did not go out with a fizzle. They fought this game so hard, and so did DFM, and you knew that whichever team lost this map was going to be absolutely crushed, and that's what made it so entertaining, because there was just so much fire for both of these teams, and it was so entertaining.
I mean, insane credit to DFM, right? They are now eliminated from playoffs, which is incredibly sad, because they played such a great game here, especially Akame.
I will never smack talk the chamber again. I will never badmouth my GOAT. Unreal that he was so good on the chamber.
Yeah, unbelievable play from them. Honestly, it's so sad to see them eliminated, to not quite make it over the line. It's got to sting if you're DFM. But PRX keep their hopes alive, ready for next week's game against Global Esports.
Yeah, I want to go back to DFM just a bit because you could see how much it meant to these players, right? You saw how, you know, Art looked shell-shocked and Akame just slumped over on his desk. He went in for the fist bump, he went back to his spot, and he did it again, and he just stayed there for a few minutes until I think somebody else picked him up. That's how much it went. He knew he had a good game. He knew he gave it his best, but it just wasn't enough, so that's what makes it so painful.
He absolutely did. 6 first kills for him. He played his bloody heart out on every role. Like, Akame has been fantastic to watch on DFM, and some of the other players that have had some quieter games really performed very well this series as well. I just think it was a little bit too little too late for DFM. They showed glimpses of their potential in kickoff, and they definitely showed their potential in this game. There was a very winnable series for them when everybody predicted PRX bar paper thin, you know? Like, I think everyone was really backing PRX in this series because they're the known quantity, but DFM, once again, defying expectations, and I absolutely love the underdog story from them.
And of course, we have a Jing on that signature Phoenix as our MVP.
The Genix.
The Genix.
The Genix.
After the Joman.
Yeah, the Genix, the Joman, he can kind of play everything. The Jays was less good, but the Genix is right there.
Oh my god.
This is a much better performance than we saw from him last on the Phoenix as well. Nice to see his return to form there.
Yeah, he was amazing this game. So many impact plays, so many great flash timings. And the great thing about this game is that I've seen Jing kind of doubt his plays from time to time, but there was no doubt in this game. The same thing for Something. This was pure PRX. This was losing a 2v5 because you go for the 4th peak in a row. This was, I'm going to flash through the smoke every time, and I'm not going to second guess it. I'm not going to wait. I'm going to send it, and I absolutely love that.
But that's the PRX experience, right? That is why we have, once again, the rise of the Genix as our match MVP. And I feel like this was just so entertaining. This was the PRX that we love watching every single time.
It's so well deserved from Jing. Honestly, I feel like he played such an unbelievable series. It's so nice to see him make the big comebacks, you know. This was a player that a lot of people doubted highly heading into this stage, but mad respect to Jing. He turned it around today.
Oh yeah, but you know who didn't doubt PRX for 1 second? Absolutely not. It definitely isn't PRX's official grandpa. We have Spicy You joining us here on the desk. Hello!
Welcome.
Hello! How are you? How are you speaking so well? We heard you screaming.
Oh, you heard?
Everybody heard. I think everybody heard. No, it was very entertaining.
It added to the atmosphere.
I didn't know you guys could hear me from here.
No, everybody heard you. Everybody heard you. But I mean, how could you not? Because we were all screaming as well.
Yeah.
You know, how has it been lately? I mean, we saw you definitely losing it with that match.
I died and came back alive at the end.
Oh
my
like
god.
the Phoenix.
Yeah,
I
I was so scared the entire time. I was just thinking like, please win, just please win.
And we did, finally. You and Mindfreak both, because Mindfreak was also.
Oh really?
Yeah. He was also losing it and jumping up and throwing his chair and everything.
Akame was giving me a heart attack.
Yeah.
But then, bro, PaperX, we're back. I hope that's not a jinx though. I'm not trying to jinx my own team, but we're back for now.
Just in case. For now.
So is it stressful being a co-streamer? Like, they got to be paying you pretty well for that. Like,
they need to pay me extra for the therapy that I'm going to.
Yeah.
Okay.
I feel like that's part of the PaperX roller coaster.
Yeah, I can't even imagine. It seems like a more stressful job than Alex has at times.
Yeah, you're like the secondary PRX molder, but you're here on site as well. So it's like you've got multiple molders.
Oh
Maybe
my
that's the key to the win.
Yeah.
Maybe. Hey, I'm here and they won.
Yeah.
Hey, that's the secret. That's the secret. I'm really curious though. So other than PRX, are there any teams that have captured your heart throughout Pacific so far?
T1.
T1. Okay, that's a really good one. And how is the community reacting to, I mean, it's been a roller coaster ride for PaperX so far, right? So how have they been supporting, or maybe there are some who you kind of have something to say about PaperX this season?
Well, they were saying things just now, like when it was match point and we were like losing. They were saying a lot of things, and then suddenly we won and they went silent. So.
And everybody's like, oh yeah, PaperX.
And then the fans all just went crazy.
Yeah.
Thank you for still supporting PaperX throughout everything.
And of course, you know, we see a lot of PaperX fans here as well in the audience. Is there anything that you'd like to say to them? So much love for PaperX here in Korea.
Well, I know we have our ups and downs, but just thank you for supporting PRX all the way. Yay!
Yay! Yay! Thank you so much for joining us, Spicy, for this very quick interview. Are you still live at the moment?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, you gotta get back. Okay. Girl, you gotta get back. We're sending her back. Don't worry, guys. Don't worry, guys. Thank you so much.
She better arrive to like 10 subs, extra donos.
Oh,
you know?
yeah, for sure.
Any primers?
Any primers
Any
in the
primers?
chat? See, I could...
You can do it.
I could do this.
You totally should next time.
No one would watch.
Honestly, but mad respect to Spicy. We are on like the other side of this floor. We could hear her. She was
Yeah.
getting so into that game.
Yeah.
Because of the slight delay as well, it made it even more fun
It
because we
was.
knew what was coming.
It was.
The ratio of like noise to like, you know, the size is insane.
Yeah, she is so cute and tiny,
Yeah.
but you know, everybody in the venue, I'm pretty sure, heard her.
Yeah.
Yep, yep. And of course, we have our standings right now, and we do have PRX. Little bit of a redemption there, but it's not over just yet for them.
I mean, the PRX versus GE game next week is all to play for. You win and you're in, you lose and you're out. That win today means they can control their own destiny, which is huge, but you know, they still have that last hurdle to overcome in global esports.
Ooh, yeah, that is going to be very, very dicey indeed. And Pilsky, we do have next week's matches coming up. There are very specific outcomes and scenarios for every match. That's going to make this one, you can't miss it. Neither can either of the teams miss any single match.
Yes, we mentioned already the GE PRX game is huge, but especially with the win that we just saw over Talon today, the Talon T1 game is going to be very important, as well as the head-to-head game between ZETA and Nongshim will really decide the outcome heading into that next group. Honestly, it's all to play for next week. Usually, like at times, round-robin format, some people will criticize it for having some dead rubber games towards the end of the season, but some of the outcomes that we've seen here, these next games really do determine who's going to go to the playoffs and who's going to go home without a spot.
And this week was so telling because, you know, coming into the end of week 3, you probably had some front runners already, and it looked like for a lot of teams, this was already done. This was already written in stone. And then you have these matches this weekend, and suddenly it is not. So I would say as well, our build diff results are not written in stone.
I actually don't think we
yet.
should look at this today.
No, absolutely not. Oh, look at
wow,
that.
Vic
Look at that.
Vic
Look at
still
that.
beat me.
Wait, what is this? I can't see. What are you? Is that an 88.5 for you as well?
And Mika beat
Mika
me.
still. Oh.
What?
I was actually very happy with my team today.
I was very confident in my team. I expected to win today.
Yeah, you were.
You guys cooked. You guys cooked me again. Vic has cooked me again.
He has already sold his previous laptop to Morgan.
I can't even make any excuses. She cooked me with Francis the other day, and she's cooked me again.
Yeah. I mean, Vic knows her stuff.
Fair
what
play.
can I say?
Fair play. And she is way out in the lead.
I have. Why would you doubt me?
Why
would you doubt me?
I'm right at the bottom. The laptop dream is dead for me. I can't believe it. I need to lock in next week.
Why are we here?
I mean,
we're getting fired.
Just be a single on the host.
I just want to say, if the motivation is different, I do stuff a little differently, okay, with my predictions and everything. Hey, there were no Filipino teams in Masters Bangkok. My predictions were actually fire.
We are getting fired, Pilsky. It is over for us.
Conserved my job.
I'd be very bored on the desk though without the both of you. So
well, yeah. We're here only for like entertainment.
I'd be a co-streamer. That's what I'd be.
You know everything that's happening, but you just pretend that you don't. You're going, what do you guys think about this game?
Oh,
that's an interesting opinion. I don't know if I would have said that. Here's the week 5 schedule. I mean, we've mentioned some of the banger game. Oh my god, day 13. I mean, Talon's got to overcome T1 to try to get themselves a spot in the playoffs. PRX Global, that's going to be another elimination game. And we've got some very spicy ones on day 14 as well. Like I said, that Nongshim ZETA game is going to be an absolute banger as well.
Yeah, and then as we head towards day 15, Boom looking to end the group flawlessly, go a perfect clean record all the way through, which would be miraculous, but a lot of good games throughout next week with it all to play for.
RRQ want to secure that first seed as well over the top of Secret if they can, and where you finish in your group is going to be very important. You want to try to avoid starting in the lower bracket and be able to just give yourself the best shot at a run through playoffs, because some of these 4th seed teams, if they start playoffs in the lower bracket with how shaky they've looked, I don't think they're going to be making it very far with only one chance to mess up a series.
Yeah, and it's those 2 Indonesian teams looking to, you know, cement their place here as the top dogs or the top wolves, I guess, because it's Boom Esports.
There are 2 wolves inside all of us.
That is very true. Well, that is it from us here. We are exhausted. That previous series has definitely taken a lot out of everybody. So we're going to close it out here. We hope we see you next week for what is going to be a very, very important week here in Pacific. So bye, guys. We're spent. We are done.
Bye.
Bye.
Some weight off of Talon's back.
Yeah, and forcing out a drone here as
mid-round call for Talon to get the spike delivered
Oh,
over onto
10-10.
B.
Oh,
10-10! Close range, rifle for rifle. 10-10 just holds the angle and nails the round! It's his first game!
First taps coming out from him, man.
Nearby onto the side, especially holding out from Raptors.
Oh, you missed the
Rippy with the annihilation as well. Mid-round calls being sent over, but still gunned down by Kilo and needs to find the kill at the very least. But Sugar Zero now sliding back and forth. Over onto the 4K and a beautiful Red Bull clutch. Some of these prize jack-in-a-box plays, honestly, hiding inside of corners. PRX will attempt to clear with the Prowler. He pulls out the Steel Garden, but there's the Shorty on the other end. Door shut down, Patman nearby. Forsaken holding the angle, but falters. Akame on for the 3 and the 4K.
DFM looking to win their own map pick. First map victory.
Push from tree by PRX, but can they take mate down? Pinned down by the boxes though. For the swing out, DFM knows, but they still holding down the angle, will allow themselves to get isolated. Now onto the spike tap and let's go, something goes in for the push. It's an unsuspecting angle being held. So still now DFM holding down by the wayside. Jing happy to tap through a quad found, and then for something to finish off the Japanese squad.